My sister's Christmas gift. Backfired. Her DNA test to expose my daughter's cheating revealed her son wasn't hers. Now she's facing a custody battle. My sister attempted to show my wife cheated by humiliating her in front of the entire family. When it backfired, she attempted to play the victim, but it was too late, and no one believed it. Grab some popcorn and enjoy the show. So, I have a sister named Rebecca, and she has been a pain in my buttocks since we were little. You remember the sister who always got away with everything, who could do no wrong in mom and dad's eyes even when she was objectively a nightmare? Yes, that is Rebecca. Golden kid syndrome, main character delusions, and a side of absolute entitlement. I'm Jacob, a 34-year-old male married to a beautiful woman named Olivia, and we have an 11-year-old daughter called Sophia. Good child, very brilliant, enjoys science and making things. We reside in the Phoenix suburbs, have a decent house, 2 running cars, and have had a rather pleasant existence for the past decade or so. I met Olivia at a friend's wedding when I was 23. She was there by herself, as was I. We landed up at the same table for supper and hit it off right away. We dated for nearly 3 years before I proposed to her at this overlook, which she adored, and we married 6 months later. Sophia came along approximately a year later. And, to be honest, parenthood is the finest thing that has ever happened to me. Kids have these brilliant hazel eyes that appear nearly green in sunlight, and she is really interested about everything. Life was nice and stable. Then Rebecca thought that was unacceptable. See, Rebecca has never liked Olivia. There was immediate antagonism when I introduced them. Olivia tried. She actually did. Brought alcohol to family dinners and complimented Rebecca's cuisine, which was subpar at best. I asked her about her employment at the insurance firm. Nothing worked. Rebecca had already determined Olivia was not suitable for me, and that was it. Call it envy or poisonous behavior, I'm not sure. Rebecca's wedding, which took place roughly 7 years ago, was a turning point. She married this guy David. He's a decent man, but far too nice for her. And she chose champagne-colored outfits for all of the bridesmaids. Champagne. Not white, not off-white. Literally, champagne-colored. Olivia became a bridesmaid because Rebecca demanded, even though they hardly tolerated each other. Olivia arrives at the wedding dressed just as Rebecca had requested. Nothing distinguishes her from the other bridesmaids in terms of color or style. But, in Rebecca's perspective, Olivia was attempting to take her shine. She spent part of the reception casting death glares at Olivia and making passive-aggressive remarks to anybody who would listen about how some people can't stop making everything about themselves. That was crazy. But that's my sister. She makes up drama and then plays the victim when others call her out on it. After then, there was incessant combat. Every family gathering evolved into some sort of competition. Olivia donned a new attire. Rebecca might recall having seen something similar at Ross Dress for Less last year. Sophia scored an A on a math test. Liam, Rebecca's son, clearly performed better. In addition, we just received acceptance into a gifted program that we were unfamiliar with. Olivia prepared dinner for a family occasion. Too much garlic, not enough seasoning, overcooked, whatever. The worst thing was that my folks ate it all up. Rebecca's parents had always babied her, made excuses for her conduct, and pretended she couldn't do anything wrong. When I mentioned how Rebecca handled Olivia, Mom would say something like, "Oh, you know how your sister is." Or, "She doesn't mean anything by it." Dad would simply shift the matter totally. As if the problem did not exist unless we discussed it. Classic enablers. But Olivia and I maintained the peace for Sophia's sake. She and Liam were close, barely a year apart in age, and we didn't want grown-up bullshit to spoil their bond. The kids would spend their holidays running around together, playing computer games, and constructing things with Legos. They were close, and that was more important than anything. David was usually calm about everything. When Rebecca got out of control, he'd apologize, attempt to calm things down, and act as a mediator. I really felt awful for him. Olivia handled things better than I did. She'd merely smile and nod when Rebecca made a mess, then rant to me later at home when Rebecca couldn't hear. We had this arrangement. Do not engage. Do not escalate. Allow Rebecca to tire herself out. It worked well until last Christmas, when Rebecca decided that covert warfare was no longer adequate. We were at my folks' home in Scottsdale for the traditional holiday celebration. Presents were beneath the tree, kids were high on sugar, grown-ups were drinking too much punch and pretending to enjoy each other's company. When it came time for the gift exchange, Rebecca made a great deal about giving out presents. She had gotten something for everyone. Mom received a nice scarf. Dad got a craft drink sampler. David received a new watch. Liam received the newest gaming headset. Even Sophia received a present from her, which was unusual considering Rebecca's regular behavior. Then she approached Olivia and offered her a little wrapped gift with a grin that did not reach her eyes. Olivia opened it. There was a grocery store gift card inside. $30. I imagined you could use it for anything, she added with a shrug. I understand that with only one salary, money is tight. Olivia worked full-time as a graphic designer. We had 2 incomes. Rebecca understood this. This was just another insult disguised as generosity. Olivia grinned. Thank you, Rebecca. Very considerate. But when I saw the anguish on her face before she covered it, I knew I was done. Rebecca then gave Sophia a gift. She purchased one of those ancestral DNA kits, the ones where you spit in a tube, ship it in, and find out you're 2% Irish or whatever. Sophia adored it. She enjoys science and finds genetics intriguing, so she opened the package as if it were the latest iPhone. Meanwhile, I'm watching Rebecca observe us, and she has this smug, happy expression on her face, as if she's just completed a chess move she's been preparing for months. Olivia caught it as well. We made eye contact across the room, and I could see the same thing racing through her mind. What's she up to? Olivia and I chatted in our bedroom that night, after everyone had gone to bed and Sophia was asleep. Your sister is planning something, Olivia remarked, perched on the side of the bed. Yeah, I got that feeling too, I said. But what? It's a DNA test. What's the point? Olivia was silent for a moment before it clicked. Sophia's eyes? I asked, frowning. What about them? They're hazel and almost green. You have brown eyes. I have brown eyes. Your sister's been making comments about it for years, little digs about how genetics are funny, how you never know what you're going to get. Jacob, I think she's trying to imply Sophia isn't yours. My stomach dropped because Olivia was right. Rebecca had been dropping hints for years, never direct enough to confront, but enough to plant seeds of doubt. Comments like, isn't it weird how Sophia doesn't look like you? Or, where did those eyes come from? She always spoke in a fake, innocent tone, as if Olivia had cheated and I was raising another man's child. I was furious, like seeing red want to slam my fist through a wall, but I'm not the type to blow up. Then we let Sophia take the test, I said finally. Olivia looked at me. You sure? Positive. Because when it comes back, showing I'm her father, which it will, I'm shoving those results in Rebecca's face and watching her squirm. Olivia nodded. Okay, then we do it. Sophia was excited about the test anyway. She swabbed her cheek the following day, wrapped it up, and shipped it off. The girl was checking the tracking number every day, as if she were waiting for a parcel from Amazon. What we didn't expect was Liam's involvement. Liam, who was 13 and always interested, witnessed Sophia conducting the DNA test and wanted one too. He started bugging David and Rebecca about it, talking about how cool it would be to find out their ancestry, maybe discover some distant relatives. David thought it sounded fun, a family thing, educational, no big deal. Here's where things got interesting. Rebecca actually tried to shut it down, making excuses about the cost, about how it was a waste of time, about how they already knew their ancestry. But David had already ordered the kit, and Liam was stoked. The girl was ecstatic, and I urged her to wait until I came home so we could look at them together. That evening, the 3 of us sat at the kitchen table, Sophia's tablet in the center, displaying her ancestry breakdown. Sophia grinned at me. I told you I'm definitely yours. I ruffled her hair and we shared a moment of quiet victory across the table. The results confirmed what we already knew, and now we had proof. I texted Rebecca a screenshot of the results with a single message. It looks like Sophia is mine after all. Weird how genetics work, huh? She didn't respond. Radio silence, which was fine with me. I let her stew in it. But 4 days later, David called me. His voice was shaking, and he dropped a bomb no one saw coming. Jacob, I need to talk to you in person. Can I come over? 25 minutes later, he was sitting in my living room looking like death, his face pale, his eyes bloodshot, his hands trembling. Olivia brought him water, but he didn't touch it. Liam's results came back, he said quietly. And I waited. Something in his tone told me this wasn't going to be good news. I'm not his father. The room fell quiet. Olivia's hand went to her lips, and I simply gazed at David, trying to understand what he had just said. "What do you mean you're not his father?" I inquired. He took out his phone, unlocked the DNA findings, and slid it over the coffee table. I picked it up and went through it. Liam's DNA relations were identified. There were some distant cousins, a few fourth and fifth connections, but there was a match for a half-sibling, Liam's 7-year-old sister, Ava. "I tested Ava as well," David said, his voice cracking. "She's not mine either." I sat back on the couch, feeling like I'd been punched. This wasn't a single affair or mistake. It was years of lying, years of Rebecca allowing David to raise children who weren't his, never saying a thing, never meaning to say a word. "Does Rebecca know?" Olivia inquired. David chuckled bitterly. "Oh, she knows. I confronted her last night. She tried to deny it at first, saying the test must be wrong, that these things aren't always accurate. But I pushed her, and she finally admitted it. She said she'd been having an affair with some guy from work and that it happened during a rough patch in our marriage." He looked at me. "We never had a rough patch, Jacob. We were fine. She just decided to cheat." "Jesus Christ," I muttered. David continued. "I filed for divorce this morning, and I'm going for full custody. I don't care that they're not biologically mine, they're my children, and I'm not leaving them with her. Not after this." I didn't know what to say. "What do you say to that? He was a good guy, a good father. And Rebecca had destroyed him." After David departed, Olivia and I sat in silence, absolutely startled. "Your sister tried to expose me as a cheater," Olivia eventually said, her voice cold. "And instead she exposed herself." "Karma," I murmured. "Karma's a witch." My parents learned about it from Rebecca, who apparently called them crying about how David was overreacting and being cruel. Liam and Ava, 2 children who had not asked for any of this, were about to witness their family implode. Mom called me later that day, wanting me to talk David out of the divorce and custody fight. I shut that down right away, telling her Rebecca had earned every consequence coming her way. She didn't like that answer, and neither did Dad when he tried the same approach a few days later. They were never going to hold Rebecca accountable for anything. Olivia saw the look on my face. "Your mom?" "Yep. She wants me to support Rebecca and tell David to back off." "Are you?" "Heck no." I glanced at Olivia. "David's a nice person. He's been a good parent to those kids. If he wants to battle for custody, I'll support him, not Rebecca." Within a week, the whole family knew. Christmas dinner preparations were approaching, and everyone had an opinion. Some agreed with David. Others, mostly my parents and a few of Rebecca's friends, sided with her, claiming David was being vindictive and cruel. Rebecca began calling and texting me constantly, leaving voicemails that ranged from begging for help to accusing me of abandoning her. I ignored the majority of them, but one night she showed up unannounced at our house, and Olivia answered the door. I heard Rebecca's voice in the living room increasing already. "I need to speak with Jacob." "Let me in." "He doesn't want to talk to you," Olivia said calmly. "Of course you would say that. This is probably precisely what you intended. To turn him against his own family. You're such a home-wrecking witch." "Wow. That's generous of you, Rebecca." I stood up, moved to the door, and stepped between them. "What's happening?" "Olivia is correct. I do not want to talk to you." Rebecca had a blotchy face and red eyes from sobbing. "You are meant to be on my side. I am your sister, and David is a nice person who did not deserve what you did to him." I fired back. "You cheated, Rebecca. You have. Lied for years. You allowed him to raise children who were not his, and now you are upset because there are repercussions." "It was a mistake," she insisted. However, her voice had a sharp edge. "I screwed up, okay? But David is attempting to ruin me. He is poisoning everyone against me, and you are just allowing it to happen." "You destroyed yourself," I replied. Rebecca's expression altered. The phony softness faded, replaced by frigid fury. "You are choosing him over me, your own blood. I choose what is right." "Right," she said coldly. "You've always thought you were superior than everyone else. It must feel wonderful up there on your high horse, judging everyone. I'm not judging anyone, it's just you." "Fine," she yelled. "When this all blows up in your face, which it will, don't come crying to me. You made your decision." She stormed away. Olivia closed and locked the door, and we stood there for a moment, just processing. "That went well," Olivia said dryly, and I snorted. "Yeah, Real productive. But as much as I wanted to stay out of it, I knew we were already in it. Rebecca wasn't going to let this go quietly, and David would need all the help he could get. Rebecca's outburst was stunning. The texts began arriving every day, but not to me. After the argument on the doorstep, I blocked her, as well as Olivia, my parents, David, and everyone else with a phone number. Long rambling texts about how everyone was against her, how David was poisoning the children, and how the family had abandoned her in her darkest hour. My mom purchased it. Hook, line and sinker. The phone call restarted. Same script, different day. I told her the same thing each time. I was done putting up with Rebecca's crap. She eventually stopped asking and went right into guilt trips about my being cold and cruel. I added her to my mental list of those involved in the situation. Meanwhile, David was barely keeping it together. He had moved out of the house he shared with Rebecca, residing with a friend while the divorce processes began. The custody fight was set to be ugly. Rebecca had already hired a lawyer. Her tactics said that David was obsessive, domineering, and emotionally abusive. Completely contrived. David contacted me one night. His voice strained with rage. She accuses me of being harsh, isolating her from friends, controlling the finances and other lies. And they believe her. Who the heck believes her? I asked. One example would be your parents. A handful of her friends and several church members. She's convinced them all that I'm a monster attempting to punish her for one mistake. I said, don't worry about them. Concentrate on the custody case. Gather any proof, such as texts or emails, that demonstrates what actually occurred. Allow your lawyer to handle the rest. I'm trying, David said. But she's making this much more difficult than it has to be. She will not allow me see the children without supervision. They claim I am a menace to them. Liam is asking questions, and I don't know what to say. The child was stuck in the center of this horror, trapped between two parents who couldn't be together without the room turning into a battle zone. Sophia had inquired about him several times, wondering why Liam was not returning her texts. I had given Sophia the sanitized version. Liam's parents were undergoing a divorce. Things were tricky. But I knew she'd ultimately want the entire tale. That's when I realized it was time to quit playing defense and start playing attack. Here's the trouble with folks like Rebecca. She believed she could control the narrative, manipulate the family, and play the victim, and everyone would fall into line. She forgot that I am not the sort to roll over. I began accumulating material, including messages from Rebecca throughout the years, passive-aggressive statements, snarky remarks about Olivia, and poorly disguised allegations regarding Sophia's paternity. I took screenshots and collected them in a folder. Olivia did the same thing, adding her own set of texts and emails. Then I contacted David's lawyer and volunteered to be a character witness, testify about Rebecca's actions, and provide proof of her pattern of manipulation and lying. The attorney was ecstatic. Family testimony is important in custody battles, and having Rebecca's own brother speak against her would be devastating. But I wanted to do more. Testifying was one thing, but I needed something that would truly strike Rebecca where it hurt. That's when I recalled the family trust. A little backstory. Years ago, my grandparents on my father's side established a trust for their grandchildren. Not a fortune, but enough to be significant. Perhaps 45 grand per grandchild will be allocated until we reach 38. I was meant to get mine in 4 years. Rebecca would get hers in 2. But here's the kicker. The trust had a, if any beneficiary, in this example my father, engages in morals clause. Abhorrent activity, they may be removed from the trust and their portion redistributed to the other beneficiaries. My grandparents were old school, Catholic, and rigid about family values. Infidelity would have been a deal breaker for them, and the terms of the trust were obvious. Adultery qualified as a reason for removal. I opened the trust paperwork, carefully studied them, and then asked our family attorney to confirm my view. He agreed. The morals clause was explicit. Adultery was expressly specified as disqualifying behavior, and as trustee, Dad had a fiduciary responsibility to enforce it. Armed with that legal judgment, I contacted my father. Hello, Dad? We need to talk about the family trust. There was a pause. How about it? Specifically, the morals clause. You're aware that Rebecca committed adultery, right? Another lengthier pause. Jacob, I don't believe. Dad, I'm not asking for your opinion. I'm notifying you that, according to the terms Grandma and Grandpa plainly stated, Rebecca's actions preclude her from obtaining her part. As trustee, you are required to enforce that clause. I had our family attorney go over it. It's unbreakable. Now is not the time. This is precisely the moment. Rebecca breached the rules. There are repercussions. You enforce them, or I will. Dad sputtered. You cannot do that. Actually, I can. And believe me, I will do it. Silence. I could almost hear the wheels working in his mind. Dad was conflict averse. This has always been the case. The prospect of going to court worried him more than disappointing Rebecca. Okay, he said finally. I'll look over the paperwork. You do that. And Dad, if you attempt to hide this or pretend it doesn't apply, I'll find out and make it extremely public. I hung up. Olivia was watching from the couch, her eyebrows furrowed. Did you just threaten your father? I offered him a reality check. I made a correction. There is a distinction. She grinned. That was pretty hot. I'm glad you think so. Rebecca's going to lose her sanity. 2 weeks later, Dad sent Rebecca an official letter alerting her that she had been removed from the trust for violating the morals clause. Her $45,000 was being dispersed. Half to me, half to our other sibling, a younger brother who had carefully avoided all of the trouble. She lost it. Called Dad yelling, threatened to sue, and said he was taking from her. Dad, to his credit, remained strong. Perhaps he was simply afraid that I would follow through on my threat. Mom called, weeping about how nasty I was being. But I had heard the song before. She hung up on me when I told her Rebecca may discuss it with grandmother and grandpa if she disagreed with their policies. Rebecca attempted to call me after that. I left voicemails shouting about how I had wrecked her life. How I was a bad brother, how I was constantly envious of her. I saved every communication in case I needed them later. Olivia once asked me whether I felt horrible about it. Not even a small bit, I said. Honestly, she gets what she deserves. The custody struggle escalated into a full-fledged war, and David fought with everything he had. His counsel was a hotshot family attorney named Julia. David had plenty of evidence, including messages in which Rebecca admitted to the affair and credit card bills that showed purchases at hotels and restaurants while she claimed to be working late hours. Testimony from co-workers who saw her with the guy. Some finance guy named Ben worked in her office. Ben, by the way, did not want to get involved in the matter. He hired a lawyer and turned off his radio. He made a wise decision, but Rebecca now lacks an ally. Guy was not going to leap in and play stepfather. Rebecca's counsel attempted to portray David as unstable. He said he was obsessed with vengeance, that he was using the kids as pawns, and that he wanted full custody to punish Rebecca rather than protect them. But David held the moral high ground, and his lawyer understood how to utilize it. The preliminary hearings were severe. I went to a few as David's support system, sitting in the gallery while the attorneys fought. Rebecca arrived looking like a kicked dog, red eyes, tissue in hand, portraying the sad mother. The performance was Oscar-worthy, yet the judge appeared unimpressed. Rebecca's lawyer attempted to establish at one hearing that David was not the biological father and hence lacked legal custody rights. Julia shut it down quickly. Mr. David has been the only father these children have ever known. He has reared, supplied for, and loved them. Biology does not erase that. The judge seems to agree. David was granted interim possession awaiting the final hearing, while Rebecca was allowed supervised visits twice a week. Rebecca did not handle it well. She began showing up at the kids' school, offering to take them out for lunch or pick them up early. The school had to include a notation in its system stating that only David was permitted to make choices for Liam and Ava. She had a tantrum, threatened to sue the school, and overall made herself appear bad. Liam was straining hard. Sophia informed me that he had gotten into a fight at school. When a child made a joke about his mother, Liam struck him. Got suspended for 3 days. David was at his wit's end trying to keep Liam steady among Rebecca's incessant upheaval. That's when I decided to intervene more personally. I phoned David. Invite Liam over this weekend. Let him and Sophia hang out. Olivia and I will keep an eye on them. Are you sure? David asked. I am sure. The kid requires normalcy. Sophia agrees. Allow them to be kids for a few hours. That Saturday David dropped Liam off at our home. The boy seemed harsh, but when Sophia suggested they play some video games, his expression brightened a little. The kids were upstairs, so David, Olivia and I sat in the living room. How are you doing? Olivia said. David shrugged. Some days are better than others. The hearing is in 3 weeks, and Julia thinks we have a strong case, but Rebecca keeps throwing curveballs. Last week she claimed I'd stolen money from her bank account, which is completely false. But it wastes time and makes me look bad. She's desperate. I'd said. Desperate people do stupid things. Yeah, well, her dumb things are making my life hell. I leaned forward. David, I'm testifying at the hearing, as is Olivia. So are my parents, whether they like it or not. He blinked. Julia is calling them as witnesses. Your parents? They're being subpoenaed. They will either reveal the truth about Rebecca's actions or perjure themselves. In any case, it benefits you. He shed tears. Jacob, I don't know what I would do without you. You'd figure it out, but you don't need to. We have your back. As the court date came, I prepared my evidence with Julia. She posed simple questions. I did not hold back. I told her about the wedding event, the years of passive-aggressive comments about Olivia, the DNA test scam that implied Olivia had cheated, and the insulting Christmas present. Olivia prepared as well. She had her own stories. We had more than enough information to construct a clear picture of who my sister was. My parents, on the other hand, were upset at being subpoenaed. Mom phoned me in tears. How could you do it? We are going to have to testify against our own daughter. You're going to have to speak the truth, I said. She is your sister, and she is a liar. I am not faking differently to save her feelings. Dad adopted a different approach. He contacted me, tried to reason with me, and proposed that we settle matters inside the family rather than going to court. It was too late for that, I said. The hearing was scheduled for a Tuesday morning. David, Julia, Olivia, and I arrived early. Rebecca came with her lawyer, looking presentable but pale. Her gaze fixed on me and the venom in her expression was nearly palpable. The courtroom was smaller than I anticipated. Wood paneling, fluorescent lighting, a lingering odor of stale coffee, and tension. The judge seems disinterested in theatrics. Julia, David's lawyer, began strong and gave out the facts. Rebecca's infidelity, the years of deception, and the DNA testing that proved Liam and Ava were not David's legitimate offspring. She supplied proof, messages, emails, and credit card bills demonstrating hotel costs while Rebecca claimed to be attending business conferences. Rebecca's counsel attempted to portray it as a private problem between spouses. Julia disproved the argument in roughly 30 seconds. Your Honor, this is not about punishing Ms. Rebecca for her adultery. It's about exposing a history of lying and manipulation that undermines her capacity to provide a stable home for these children. The judge listened, took notes, and summoned the first witness. David took the stand. He remained cool and controlled as he answered questions about his connection with Liam and Ava, how he had raised them since infancy, and how he had been the primary caretaker while Rebecca focused on her profession. They're my kids, David explained. Biology does not change that. I've been their father for 12 and 6 years, and I'm not going to abandon them now. Rebecca took the stand next, looking every bit the injured party, as her lawyer asked her softball questions about her love for the kids, her devotion to being a good mother, and her remorse over the affair. I made a terrible mistake, Rebecca said, her voice shaking. But I never stopped loving my children. Julia's cross-examination was surgical. Your affair lasted how long? Rebecca hesitated. A few years. So, not a one-time mistake, but a sustained pattern of infidelity over multiple years. Correct. Yes. But. And during those years, you allowed your husband to believe the children were his? Yes. Have you considered telling him the truth? Long pause. I didn't want to upset him, Julia raised an eyebrow. So instead, you let him raise children he thought were his own. Rebecca's composure cracked. I didn't expect it to happen this way. This is entirely David's fault for being so nasty. But you did intend to continue lying if not for the DNA test. You would have perpetuated the deceit, right? Rebecca didn't respond. The judge asked her to answer. Yes, she whispered. It went downhill from there. Julia mentioned the texts Rebecca had given David after he filed for divorce. Manipulative and intimidating. Attempting to use the children as leverage. She brought up Rebecca's attempts to break the interim custody agreement, her attendance at school, and her harassment of David's friends and family. Rebecca appeared to have gone through a wood chipper by the time Julia was finished. Then it was my turn to testify. I took the stand, swore in, and then sat down. Julia smiled at me. Mr. Jacob, how long have you known the responder, Miss Rebecca? My entire existence. She is my older sister. And have you seen any disturbing patterns of conduct at that time? I looked at Rebecca. She was looking at me with absolute hatred. I looked back to Julia. Yes, Rebecca has always been manipulative. She'd lie to get out of problems, accuse others, and play the victim. Can you give examples? I went over the important incidents. The wedding dress fiasco, years of passive-aggressive conduct toward Olivia, the nasty Christmas present, and eventually, the DNA test scam. And what was the outcome of the DNA test? Julia asked. It confirmed that my daughter is mine. Rebecca's attempt to cast doubt on my marriage backfired. Rebecca's lawyer protested. Speculation, Your Honor. The judge stared at me. Mr. Jacob, please stick to the facts. Yes, Your Honor. Rebecca sent my 11-year-old daughter a DNA test for Christmas with the evident goal of causing issues in my marriage. Julia nodded. How would you characterize Miss Rebecca as a mother? I picked my words carefully. I believe Rebecca adores her children. But love isn't sufficient. She continuously prioritizes her own needs before theirs. David, on the other hand, has maintained a continuous, loving presence. If the aim is stability and the children's well-being, David is the best option. The last nail in the coffin came from an unexpected source. Liam's school counselor. She'd been working with Liam since their split began, and she had reams of notes on his mental condition. She testified that Liam had acknowledged feeling torn between his parents, that Rebecca had fed him a story in which David was the villain, and that this was hurting Liam's mental health. He told me he wished everything could go back to normal, the counselor stated. However, he also stated that he felt safer with his father and that his mother forced him to choose sides. Rebecca's lawyer attempted to discredit the counselor, but it was unsuccessful. The harm was done. After 2 days of testimony, the court ordered closing arguments. Julia emphasized the main aspects. Rebecca's lying and failure to put the children first. She stated that David had proved himself to be the steady, caring dad the children required. Judge Brennan took a 10-minute break before returning to deliver her verdict. I evaluated all of the evidence and testimony in this case. I'm granting Mr. Primary physical custody. David is responsible for Miss Rebecca's supervised visitation. The gavel came down. Rebecca's face became white. David exhaled as if he had been holding his breath for months. He stepped out of the courtroom looking different, lighter. His lawyer shook his hand, informed him that she would submit the final papers, and reminded him that Rebecca may still appeal. However, considering the strength of the case, it seemed unlikely to prevail. Rebecca did not handle it well. She remained still for a moment after the judge's decision, then turned to her lawyer and began to argue. Her lawyer seemed weary, as if he had spent the entire trial attempting to handle a demanding client. Outside the courthouse, David approached me and Olivia. I don't know how to thank you, he continued, his voice cracking. You guys showed up when Rebecca's family did not. Your family too, I added. And you were there for those kids when it counted. That is all that counts. Olivia hugged him. You're going to do great, David. Those children are blessed to have you. He nodded, wiped his tears, and proceeded to his car. He needed to pick up Liam and Ava from school. I felt great about it. Not in a vindictive manner. I'm not going to lie. Watching Rebecca lose was rewarding, but only because the correct thing happened. The children were going to be okay. They had a strong parent in their corner. Rebecca, on the other hand, went on a downward spiral. My mother contacted me that night, weeping. She is devastated, Jacob. She lost her children. How can you be all right with this? I said, keeping my voice level. She lied, deceived, and manipulated, resulting in an unstable situation. The judge made the correct call. She hung up on me again. It was becoming a trend. The family dynamic changed after that. Holiday plans fell through because no one could agree on where to go or who to invite. Rebecca refused to turn up if David and the children were present. My parents attempted to be neutral but ended up annoying everyone. It was messy, but it was genuine. Sophia once asked me why we weren't visiting Aunt Rebecca anymore. Aunt Rebecca made several unwise decisions, I explained thoroughly. We're still supporting Liam and Ava, but Aunt Rebecca and I won't be close for a time. Is Liam going to be okay? He has his dad. He's got us. He will be okay. Sophia returned to her schoolwork, delighted with the solution. A few months later, Liam and Ava adjusted, began treatment, and gradually recovered. David began dating someone new, a teacher at Ava's school. Nice woman, patient, and wonderful for him. Rebecca had 2 hours of supervised visitation every other Saturday at a family resource center. According on what I heard, the visits were awkward. She spent the majority of her time convincing the children that David had turned them against her, that the legal system was unjust, and that she was the true victim. The children stopped interacting and opening up, and the visits became something they suffered rather than enjoyed. The court-ordered therapist took note of all this. Rebecca should seek her own counseling to work through her concerns before the visitation schedule was reconsidered. She declined. Said she didn't need therapy, that everyone else was the problem. Shocking. Regarding the family trust funds, I received news that Rebecca's part had been officially redistributed. Half went to me and half to our younger brother. I didn't need the money. Olivia and I were doing well, but I wasn't about to turn it down. We placed it in Sophia's college fund. It seemed fitting. Rebecca discovered this and sent me one final text, which was only unlocked for a short period of time. I hope you are happy. You have shattered my life. I glanced at it for a second before typing back, "You made your bed, sister." I blocked her again. I haven't heard from her since. The next year, we hosted Christmas. David brought the children. My younger brother arrived there with his wife and children. A couple relatives who had remained neutral during the fiasco stopped by. My parents did not attend. They decided to spend the holidays with Rebecca, which was great with me. Less tension equals more pie. The house was serene. Life is funny that way. You strive to ruin someone else, but karma chooses otherwise. Rebecca learnt this lesson the hard way. "You're a disgrace," my dad yelled as I was kicked out of my own home. 15 years later, my cousin's lie unraveled, but it was too late. My name is Nathaniel Hayes, and when I was 22, one falsehood broke everything I believed I understood about family, love, and trust. I was a senior in high school, with my entire future ahead of me. My parents, David and Martha, were always proud of me for aspiring to the profession of architecture. At least, I think they were. Then one night, my cousin Chloe sat in our living room, her hands trembling and tears streaming down her face. She turned to my parents and stated, "Nathaniel got me pregnant." I recall giggling in surprise. "Chloe, stop. That's not true, and you know it," I pleaded, my voice cracking. But Chloe buried her face in my mother's arms, sobbing. My father stood there, his face contorted with wrath. "Pack your belongings, Nathaniel. You will not disgrace this family any longer." I went to my knees. "Dad, please. I didn't do this. Just give me a DNA test when the baby comes. You'll see the truth." My father looked away. My mother screamed, "How could you do this to your own cousin?" Then, with tears in her eyes, my girlfriend Sophia murmured, "I can't believe you. I don't even know who you are," as she walked out. By the morning, everyone at school knew. The stares, whispers, predator, manipulator, and liar. Each phrase pierced deeper than the previous. I couldn't handle it. I dropped out of school only weeks before graduation, leaving town with only a duffel bag. I drove 4 states away, stayed in inexpensive hotels, and found employment on construction sites. Long, terrible days in the sun, but I was determined to survive. Years passed and I worked my way up. I saved every dime, learnt every trade, and started my own business. From the outside, I seemed like a success story. But inwardly, I felt the weight of betrayal. When my father died, no one contacted me. I discovered out a week later while going through Facebook, gazing at images of a funeral I hadn't been invited to. Meanwhile, Chloe thrived. My parents, out of remorse, paid for her education. She married Alex, a polished lawyer, and they created the ideal life. Holiday greetings, happy family photographs, all I had hoped for. Then, just weeks ago, their son Max became seriously ill. He required a liver transplant. Chloe was not a match. Desperate, my brother James offered. Seeing as we have the same blood type. He contacted later and said, "I figured if he's really your boy, I had to step up." However, when the physicians tested him, bewilderment filled the room. The doctor added, "You're not a match, and there's no biological relationship between you and the child." That's when the truth hit. Max is not my son. He never was. Chloe had lied. And for 15 years I bore the consequences for something I never did. Now my phone won't stop buzzing. My mother is weeping on voicemail. "Danny, please come home. We made a mistake." James implored. "You were right all along, man. Please, let's fix this." Even Sophia, after all these years, messaged me. But I do not respond. I made my existence without them brick by brick, scar by scar. Now they want me back. And it isn't the worst part. It's only been one day since my cousin Chloe's life shattered under the weight of reality. For 15 years, I carried it like a stone chain around my chest, pulling me down into quiet, resentment, and a life I made on my own as my family turned away. I believed exposing her lies would set me free. Instead, I feel as if I'm trapped in a strange limbo, neither vindicated nor at peace, but somewhere between wrath and tiredness. I had a terrible time sleeping that night after learning the truth. My phone flashed up constantly on the bedside table, buzzing so often that it banged against the wood like an incessant alarm. Calls, voicemails, messages, and my mother, brother, uncles, aunts, and cousins, who had not spoken my name in over a decade, all remembered my existence. I left it there and gazed at the ceiling, my chest tight with the flow of memories. The sharpest of all was the night when Chloe, teary and shivering, said the words that destroyed my life. Nathaniel got me pregnant. At the time, I was 19. 19. With my entire future ahead of me, grades good enough for scholarships, and admission letters ready to be opened. Within weeks of her deception, it was all gone. I dropped out of school because I knew no one would believe me. That the murmur of a DNA test was drowned out by a flood of fury. My father's displeasure was the loudest. He spit my name as if it were garbage. My mother wailed, as if she had lost her son. My brother stared at me as if I were a stranger who had entered our home. Sophia, the girl I loved, gave me nothing but a look of disgust. At the age of 19, I walked out of that house with a single duffel bag and slept wherever I could afford. I toiled hours stacking shelves and days lugging bricks, my hands blistered, while Chloe attended college, her tuition paid for by the same family that had abandoned me. The resentment has never left me. Not in 15 long years. And now, a day after the truth is revealed, they stand outside my door. When I drew back the curtain that morning and saw sunlight carving sharp lines across the blinds, I froze. My brother James's old truck, the rusted one he drove in high school, was parked at the curb. My mother stood beside it, resting against the hood. Her shoulders were slumped, and her arms were firmly wrapped about herself, as if she was bracing against more than just the chilly morning breeze. "Danny," she shouted, her raspy voice echoing across the street. "Danny, please open the door and let us talk," James said, his voice calmer but tinged with desperation. "You don't have to say anything. Just give us a few minutes. That's all we want." I remained in the hallway, gazing at the door, my fingers quivering as it approached the handle. For a brief moment, I wished to open it, go outside, and feel my mother's arms wrap around me like they had when I was a youngster. But then came the flashback. My father's eyes were full of fire as he labeled me a disgrace. The anger in Chloe's voice. My relatives whispered behind closed doors that I was a monster. Where were the voices then? I took a step back, my heart hammering. I would not respond. My mother's voice trembled as she tried again, tears spilling through her words. "Danny, it wasn't your fault. We know that now. Please don't shut us out." James opened the door. Not too hard, but enough to have the sound reverberate in my skull. "Danny, I beg you, don't let this be the end." I remained mute. I heard muffled weeping, shuffled footsteps, the bang of a truck door, and the roar of the engine as it rolled down the street. Only then did I allow myself to breathe, and what came out of my lungs was more bitter than air. I persuaded myself that was the end of it, and that I could resume my normal life. I was mistaken. Later that day, I arrived at the construction site where I work. Dust hung heavy in the air, and sunlight glinted off the steel beams. I'd rolled up my sleeves, perspiration soaking my back. When I heard it, it was James's voice. "Danny." I looked around, and there he was, standing in the center of the site, his face tired but resolute. The workers halted their work. Metal clanged to quiet, and drills sputtered and stalled. Every eye was on us. James came carefully, hands raised, as if he was scared I might flee. "I know you don't want me here, but I had to come. You don't understand how sorry I am, how sorry we all are." I clenched my teeth, my voice low and fierce. "You shouldn't be here." He continued to approach. "We were wrong. I was wrong. I should have stood by you. I should have fought for you. Instead I stayed quiet while you lost everything. While you were 19 and begging us to believe you. I just stood there and I'll regret it for the rest of my life. My crew shuffled uneasily, watching the heat rush through me, embarrassment and rage entwined. I turned aside and walked back to the house's half-built structure. James yelled, "Danny, don't do this. Just one conversation. That's all I'm asking." I paused, whirled around, and my words cut like glass. One conversation. You had 15 years, James. 15 years while I clawed my way out of the dirt, while I slept in motels and worked myself bloody. You could have asked for one conversation then, but you didn't. His eyes shined as his lips parted, but I turned back and went away. Dust whirled around my boots, and behind me, stillness hung thick as stone. That night, news began to spread around the family. Chloe, previously known as the Golden Girl, was condemned in every whispered talk. Relatives who had previously praised her bravery mocked her name. They dubbed her a liar and a thief who drained their money for her studies while I struggled to make ends meet. The tide had changed, but it was too late for me to care. Chloe's world was disintegrating. Her son Max deteriorated in the hospital, his tiny body waging a hopeless struggle. Her spouse, Alex, couldn't take the falsehoods anymore. As a lawyer committed to the truth, he packed his things and departed, unwilling to stay in a house based on falsehood. Even though she had damaged me, I couldn't harden my heart against Max. He was innocent, a youngster caught up in the aftermath of his mother's falsehoods. That notion seared me from within. Calls poured in from uncles, aunts and cousins. Their comments are sickly sweet with remorse. We always had doubts. We never believed her, not fully. Lies, all of them. Where were these doubts when I was 19 and begging for a test? Where were they when I had to leave my school, my future, my life? And then came a shock. My email pinged that evening as I sat at my computer, the lamp's faint light throwing shadows. An email. The sender's name made my blood run cold. Uncle Richard is Chloe's father. My palms shook as I clicked it open. His comments were brief, yet they struck like a hammer. Nathaniel, I know you have no reason to hear from me. I know the damage is irreversible, but you should know that your father left something for you in his will. I will not tell you what it is, but I beg you. Come home and see for yourself. If you want to go again later, no one will stop you. I sat back, my chest tight, my mind racing. My father, the guy who had dismissed me and refused to even look at me after Chloe's remarks, had left me something. Why was there guilt? A harsh reminder of what I'd lost. Was it anything else entirely? For the first time in 15 years I felt unsure. Should I go? Should I check what he left me? Should I let the past rot where it belongs? I don't have the solution yet. But I do know this. The narrative isn't over. And for all of you who have been following me thus far, I guarantee there will be more updates. Please like, comment, and subscribe to see more videos like this one. And just hitting the notification bell. You'll never miss a video. The first update concerns the falsehood that robbed my family. Driving back into the place I departed when I was 19 was like walking into an overexposed snapshot. Everything looked the same. Faded, washed-out stores, crumbling pavements, and the same rusty water towers standing vigil against the sky. I'd spent 15 years erecting barriers around me. I believed the walls would keep this place out of my life forever. But here I was, crossing an invisible boundary that I had promised myself I would never cross again. The air seemed thick, like if the town knew my past. My phone buzzed constantly on the seat behind me, the screen flashing with texts and missed calls from my mother and brother. "Danny, please pick up. We need to talk. Just give us a chance." The words gleamed on the glass, but I didn't pick up the phone. Every vibration felt like a knock on a locked door in my chest. I drove by the cafe where Chloe used to giggle with her companions while I walked by with my head down, burning beneath the steps. It was still there, with its neon sign shimmering in the twilight. And suddenly, as if fate were testing me, I heard my name. Danny. Nathaniel Hayes. I turned and froze. Tom Harris and Caleb Reed, two faces I hadn't seen since high school, were heading down the sidewalk toward me. They were once pals and teammates, the type of lads who pledged beneath the lights of Friday night that they would never desert one another. Tom paused a few steps away and scratched the back of his neck. His hair had thinned, his waistline had grown, but his eyes still conveyed the remorse I remembered from the night Chloe's lie destroyed me. "Man, I can't believe it's really you." Caleb shuffled nervously. We heard you'd left town for good. Danny, listen. We're sorry. Back then, when Chloe said what she said, none of us. He trailed off, shame heavy in his voice. You didn't believe me. I concluded for him, my tone harsher than I had intended. Tom's jaw stiffened. We should have. I knew it didn't feel right. We didn't want to get in the middle of it. Everyone was against you. We went along and we shouldn't have. I studied both. Watch how their wedding bands gleamed beneath the street lamps as they talked about their wives, children, and the small lives they'd made while I was struggling to survive 4 states away. Every word drove the chasm between us greater. I mustered a faint grin. I'm glad it all worked out for you. I walked away, their voices following me down the street until they gave up. That evening, I met Uncle Richard in a little cafe on the outskirts of town. The aroma of coffee and fried food hung in the air, while the talk of residents echoed in the background. When I saw him, my chest clenched. He had gotten older, with largely gray hair and a slimmer body, yet his eyes retained a sadness that appeared to empty him out. When I approached, he stood and grabbed my hand with both of his. Danny, he murmured. Quietly, as if he worried it would shatter. I'm glad you came. I wasn't sure you would. I sat across from him, the weight of years pushing down. Why did you reach out after everything? His shoulders dropped. Because someone has to tell you the truth about your father. He wasn't the man you remember at the end. Danny carried regret every single day. He never stopped thinking about you. I felt the old rage stir. He threw me out. He looked me in the eye and told me I wasn't his son anymore. He didn't even ask me if it was true. Bob's eyes clouded with sadness. You're right. He failed you. But in his later years it tore him apart. He searched for you, Danny. He even hired a private investigator last year. He bought a plane ticket. He was going to see you, face you, beg your forgiveness. The word hit me like a hammer. My breath caught. That's not possible. It is, Bob muttered. But a heart attack took him days before he was meant to leave. He died before he could make things right. I slapped a shaky hand on my face, my eyes blurred by the tears I couldn't stop. For years I convinced myself that my father despised me and died unaware of the reality. And now for the horrible twist. He hadn't loathed me by the end. He had wanted me back. My voice cracked. He never knew I was innocent. He died thinking I was guilty, but willing to forgive me anyway. Bob leaned across the table and squeezed my hand. Yes, he wanted peace. He wanted his family whole again, even if he couldn't undo the past. Then he drove me to the lawyer's office. The structure was tiny and brick-faced, with windows that glowed softly in the twilight. Inside, the lawyer sat across from us, a somber man with narrow spectacles and a file ready on his desk. He gently opened it, slipping documents toward me. Your father made arrangements. He wanted you to have this, Nathaniel. My hands trembled while I read. A bank account with $300,000 saved and expanded throughout the years. Beyond there, a deed, a lakeside house, a site I recalled as a youngster, where I used to run barefoot over the grass, the water glistening like liquid glass in the sun. My throat constricted, and tears flowed freely. My father, who had abandoned me, had left me this, a lifeline, an opportunity to start again. He died believing I was guilty. But Dad still wanted me to have a future and be connected to this family in some way. I buried my face in my hands, sobbing. He never knew the truth. He never knew what she did. Bob's voice was kind. He knew he loved you. That was enough for him in the end. That night, I couldn't stomach returning home. Instead, I sat in a tavern on the outskirts of town, the lights dimmed, the air dense with smoke and the whispers of strangers. A tumbler of whiskey remained untouched in front of me. I looked into it and saw not my mirror, but the boy I had once been, broken and sent out at 19. The scrape of a chair interrupted my thoughts. I turned and felt my chest constrict. It was Alex, Chloe's husband. His face was creased with tiredness, and his eyes were piercing with purpose. He drew closer, his voice calm but with a hint of urgency. I need the truth, Nathaniel. All of it. Tell me what she did. I met his gaze, as solid as steel. She lied. She ruined me. At 19 I had to drop out of school. I lost my family, my future. I left this town in disgrace while she went to college on their money. And for 15 years, the weight of her lie crushed me. Alex's jaw tightened, and his hands clenched against the bar. She destroyed everything for you, and she thought she'd never have to pay for it. His voice sank to a snarl. You can't let her walk away from this, Nathaniel. You need to hold her accountable for what she did. Sue her and drag her into court. Don't let her wreck your life, and then rebuild hers as if nothing happened. His words pierced me, triggering emotions I hadn't felt in years. The desire for justice, retaliation, and regaining what was stolen. Now, as I sit at my computer with the deed to the lake house beside me and the screen's glow lighting my face, I can hear Alex's voice ringing in my thoughts. For so long all I wanted was distance. But maybe distance is no longer enough. The narrative is far from done. And for those who are following along, I guarantee additional updates. The second update sees the mysteries finally being revealed. Sleep eluded me that night. I tossed and turned on the mattress of the half-renovated lake cottage. The ceiling fan clicked quietly above me, like a ticking clock that I could not stop. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw my father's expression. Lines deeper than I recalled, eyes clouded with the despair that had followed me to exile. He had gone to his grave believing I was guilty. That was the fact that choked me more than anything else. Another fact was making its way to the top. One of my cousins had been hiding for almost a decade. The storm broke the next afternoon. Gossip spread rapidly from the hospital halls, whispered by nurses, overheard by guests, and carried like wildfire across the little town. It came to me via a late-night message from an old high school friend, Matthew, whom I hadn't spoken with since I was 19. Dan, the note stated, you need to know this. She tested 7 men. 7. They eventually located the genuine father. I'm Halverson, the gym teacher. Can you believe it? I dropped the phone and stared into the dark light of the room, the name ringing in my head. Mr. Halverson, our gym instructor, the man who had yelled at me to sprint until my lungs burned, smiled at me when I struggled with the pull-up bar, and lived on the outskirts of town in that dismal house with peeling siding. My cousin had shattered my life by pointing a shaking finger at me despite the fact that she had always been with him. Rage, icy and suffocating, rushed through me. I remembered my father's face, my mother's angry remarks, and my brother's quiet. Everyone believed her. And all this time, the truth had been simmering below the surface. The next morning, I found myself in the office of Richard Crowley, a lawyer suggested by a former colleague. His office smelled of dust and leather, and the walls were lined with heavy volumes that had not been touched in years. He urged me to a chair and looked at me with piercing, searching eyes. Tell me everything, he asked. I did. Every information poured forth. The allegation, my family's treachery, the lover who fled, and the years of exile. Richard listened attentively, his pen scraping over a yellow legal pad. When I finished speaking, he leaned back and tapped his pen against the surface. Nathaniel, you have a case. This isn't just a personal tragedy. This is defamation, libel, and damages stretching over 15 years. Your cousin's lie cost you your education, your reputation, and your family. Now with the DNA evidence and the hospital gossip confirming the truth, we have leverage. A strong case. If you're willing to fight, I can help you. I gulped hard, my hands shaking. For the first time in years, I felt a fire inside me. Not just wrath, but purpose. I left his office and headed to the lake cottage, my father's final present. It appeared weary, as if waiting for someone to love it back to life. Cracked shutters hang freely. The porch steps sagged, and ivy climbed the walls as if it had taken control. I stood there, the key in my palm, talking into the still air. You wanted me to have this, Dad. Maybe this is where it begins again. Renovating my home became my therapy. The smell of sawdust, the sensation of sandpaper polishing aged wood, and the gratifying thump of a hammer on nails. It kept me calm, but it also brought me face to face with spirits. One afternoon, I went to the local hardware shop to get paint and tools. And there she was, Laura, my ex. The girl who had once held my hand under the bleachers, promised me forever, and then dropped me like a stone when my cousin's falsehood poisoned the air. Her hair was short and nicely groomed, and a gold wedding band glistened on her hand as she rang up a customer. She halted for a second, gazing at me as if she'd seen a ghost. Nathaniel. Her voice broke, the same voice that had once murmured love in my ear. I didn't know you were back. I clasped the goods in my hands, every muscle tense. Laura, I said bluntly. She took a step closer, her eyes sparkling. I'm so sorry for everything. I was 19. I didn't know what to believe, and I was scared. I should have stood by you, but I... Her words became noise. The betrayal still stung too deeply. I dropped the products on the counter, slipped the cash over, and turned away. Nathaniel, please, she pleaded, despair in her voice, but I walked away without looking back. My chest felt like it was collapsing in, but I refused to let her have the joy of seeing me crumble. That night, in the stillness of the study facing the dark lake, I unlocked my laptop. I had been carrying the weight of quiet for 15 years, but I was tired of hiding. My fingers trembled as I typed, describing every aspect of my trauma. The allegation, the exile, the years spent rebuilding my life while my cousin profited handsomely from my parents' guilt. I finished with the truth. The DNA test revealed that I was never the father. Then I pushed the publish button. By dawn, my phone had exploded. Notifications came in by the hundreds. Old classmates, who I hadn't heard from in years, were tagging, commenting, and sharing. Nathaniel, I'm really sorry. We should have known better. You did not deserve this. She completely damaged your life and got away with it. Unbelievable. Even those who had formerly mocked at me in the corridor expressed regrets. Some tagged my cousin personally, demanding answers. Then I saw it. My younger brother James had said, I'm sorry, Dan. I should have been there. I should have told you about Dad. I don't expect forgiveness. His words cut me like a razor. That evening, he arrived to the lake home. I saw him standing by my truck, the setting light throwing a golden shade across his face. He looked older, burdened down by remorse, and his voice was barely above a whisper. Dan, he answered. Please, can we talk? I crossed my arms and tightened my chest. What's left to say? He gulped. I was a youngster too. I didn't know how to handle it. I accepted what everyone was saying. I thought, you felt I was guilty. I snapped. And instead of staying by me, you abandoned me. You let me to rot. Do you know what it's like to sleep in a vehicle at 19 because your family thinks you're a monster? His eyes were filled with sorrow. I regret it every single day. I swear I do, but I can't undo it. You can't, I said coldly. And you can't give me back what I've lost. My education, my father, and my life. You didn't even tell me he was dead. Do you know how much I hate you for that? James's shoulders dropped. I was wrong. I was a coward. I don't expect forgiveness, but please don't shut me out forever. I turned away from him, the agony in my chest terrible. You're 15 years too late, James. I entered the home and shut the door. The stillness was terrible. My hands shook as I sat at my father's desk and opened the laptop once more. I had more to say. The world needed to hear. And as I typed, one thing ran through my head. This was not over. Definitely not. There will be further updates. Final update. Finally, justice was served. The courthouse was full, with every seat groaning from the weight of individuals who had formerly murmured about me, averted their heads as I passed, and crossed the street rather to meet my gaze. I could feel their glances on the back of my neck as I sat at the plaintiff's table, hands flat on the beautiful mahogany surface, throat dry, chest heaving with each breath. The study had been 2 weeks. I spent 2 weeks hearing my life examined in cold clinical terms. For 2 weeks, attorneys referred to me as the plaintiff, the accused turned victim, rather as Nathaniel Hayes, the guy. Claire avoided my eyes for 2 weeks. Her once sharp jaw dropped in embarrassment, and her husband sat stiffly at her side like a stranger. And now the moment had arrived. The judge's voice sounded out through the silence, calm and methodical. In the matter of Hayes versus Hayes, the jury finds in favor of the plaintiff, Nathaniel Hayes. The defendant was forced to pay $1.5 million in damages. Gasps echoed around the room. My knees almost crumbled under the table. I held the edge so firmly that my knuckles became white. The words had sunk into me like sunlight after years of darkness. I'd won. But it wasn't just about money. It was about being vindicated. It was about finally bringing the truth to light. Ms. Hayes. the judge added. You will also publish a public apology to Mr. Hayes acknowledging your false accusation and the damage it has caused. Claire stood slowly, her hands quivering as she unfolded a piece of paper and began speaking. I, Claire Hayes, fraudulently accused my cousin Nathaniel Hayes of fathering my kid, even though I knew he was not the father. My actions resulted in him being downed, losing his degree, family, and years of his life. I genuinely regret the pain I caused him. Her words rang around the chamber, thin and brittle. No one applauded. No one expressed compassion. They merely looked, their judgment as solid as stone. Claire's voice cracked with the final phrase, and her head bowed low. When she glanced up, her spouse had left. Robert had slipped out of the courtroom before she could begin. When the judge dismissed us, I rose, my legs shaky and my pulse racing. As I went out of the courthouse, the spring air hit me hard. The crowd outside dispersed, and there they were. My family. My mother stood in front of me, her hands knotted as if she were keeping herself together. Her face was pale and her lips trembled. Behind her James hovered, his face filled with shame, his gaze locked on me. Nathaniel, my mother said, edging closer. Nathaniel. Please. I came to a stop right before her, the courthouse doors still slamming shut behind me. The air smelled vaguely like cut grass and automobile exhaust, but I could only taste bitterness. You threw me out, I said, my voice angry but firm. 19 years old. I beg you to believe me, and you call me a liar. You didn't just turn your back, you kicked me out. Do you have any idea what that did to me? Her face collapsed, and tears flowed freely. We were scared. We thought. You thought I was guilty. I snapped. And instead of standing by me, you destroyed me. You let me starve. You let me freeze. I was a boy, Mom. Your boy. Her shoulders trembled from sobbing, but I felt no relief. Only the empty agony of years lost. James moved forward. Dan. He spoke quietly. I should have been your brother. I should have told you about Dad. I should have been there. I turned on him, my words burning and searing. You weren't. You stayed. You kept your head down while I fought to survive. You sat at the dinner table while I was sleeping in my car. You didn't even tell me when he died. My voice cracked. Do you know how much I hate you for that? He flinched as though I had hit him. I know, he muttered. And I'm sorry every day. I'm sorry. I shake my head. You're 15 years too late. The quiet between us was agonizing. I turned aside and walked past them both, my chest tight and my breathing ragged. Chloe's life rapidly crumbled after that. Alex filed for divorce within a month, and their custody fight was ugly. The truth of her falsehoods, the public apologies, and the harm she had inflicted all came tumbling down. Ultimately, the judge gave Alex full custody of Oliver. Witnessing her breakdown in court was like witnessing a house of cards crash, unavoidable and permanent. Oliver's procedure was successful. I paid him a visit in the hospital shortly after. The aroma of antiseptic lingered in the air, and the repetitive beeping of machinery broke the calm. He looked pallid and smiled faintly, his little hand grasping an action figure. Hi, I replied quietly, drawing up a chair. I'm Nathaniel, your cousin. He looked at me attentively. My dad says you're good. Are you? The question nearly destroyed me. I swallowed hard. I try to be, I explained. And if you ever need someone, you can call me anytime. His eyes brightened and he nodded. For a brief time, the years of bitterness faded. I relocated my construction company back home, spending the losses in expansion. New trucks, new equipment, and new contracts. The social media post that began as a cry for justice became the cornerstone of my future. People wanted to see me succeed. Jobs flooded in, and within a year, my firm was one of the most reputable in the state. I drove past the lake house one evening, the porch lights shining brightly against the water. I thought about my father. He didn't survive to see me vindicated, but his dying gift gave me the opportunity to rebuild. I muttered into the darkness, I'm trying, Dad. I'm really trying. Chloe, meanwhile, became a pariah. In town, she went by the moniker Poison. She lost her position at the legal firm. Her friends stopped calling, and her relatives murmured her name in hatred. She went through the streets, her head lowered. The once proud woman is reduced to murmurs and pitying looks. As for me, I began therapy. The first session was difficult. I sat stiffly on the chair, looking at the clean clock ticking on the wall, the aroma of lavender thick in the air. But gradually, I began to process the years of wrath, sadness, and shame. Slowly, I started to heal. My family is calling me rather frequently right now. I let the phone ring before responding, keeping talks brief and polite. I wasn't prepared to sit across from them. Wasn't prepared to share a table or a meal. But I said, baby steps. It was the first time in 15 years that I wasn't defined by a falsehood. I wasn't the boy who was kicked out. I was Nathaniel Hayes, a guy who had endured, fought back and succeeded. I flew halfway across the world to meet my online girlfriend after a year of daily chats, but she panicked and left me alone most of the trip. After a year of daily phone chats, I took a plane overseas to see my internet girlfriend. However, she suffered from panic episodes when we first met, forcing me to spend hours every day by myself in my hotel, until I was forced to leave. Since I honestly don't know what to think anymore, I, 29 male, need to get this off my chest. For backstory, I met this girl, 29 female, a few years ago in a Discord server where we both played a game thanks to some online pals. We immediately clicked since we had similar hobbies and senses of humor, and I was astonished by her professional ambition. She is quite passionate about her work, which is tech-related, I don't want to be too specific, and she is constantly discussing projects and other relevant topics. We increased the frequency of our conversations, and eventually we were chatting for hours every day. We occasionally had phone chats with other people, but once everyone else left, we would continue to talk until around 3 in the morning. To be honest, it didn't feel like the previous internet connections I had. One evening, when discussing films we enjoyed, we discovered that our tastes were nearly the same. We began using one of those sync services to watch content together. When she informed me she had feelings for me early last year, everything changed. She kind of blurted it out when we were on a video conversation, saying she had been feeling that way for some time but was afraid to speak because of the distance. We had been flirting a little, so I wasn't entirely shocked when I informed her that I was also intrigued. Our internet time together increased even further. Sometimes she would even hold her phone up so we could communicate digitally while she was cooking or doing anything else. Before deeming us official, I ought to have been more explicit about what I required, but I was in the heat of the moment. Even through a screen, there seemed to be a very unique vibe between us that is difficult to describe. To be honest, I hadn't connected with someone like that in a long time. Where I live, I've had a very blank dating life. It wasn't long before she began calling me her boyfriend in conversations with others close to her. She would tell me stories about how her mother would inquire about me, or how she would bring me up to her coworkers. Examples such as, "My boyfriend said the funniest thing today," or, "My boyfriend and I are going to see this movie this weekend." These statements were flattering, but I always believed that we needed to meet in person before formally committing to a relationship. However, it was definitely a mistake on my part that I never really corrected her. I suppose I assumed we would meet soon enough, and didn't want to offend her. We discussed getting together several times. She takes medication for a chronic health condition, and has rather severe anxiety difficulties. Although it makes traveling difficult, it doesn't truly affect her day-to-day existence. We decided that seeing her in Canada would be more sensible for me than having her visit the United States. Additionally, it's not exactly stress-free to cross the border with all the political outgrass going on right now. I won't get into politics here, but it's true that crossing borders is more difficult these days. I made the bold decision to plan a trip to see her around Christmas. Flights and a hotel cost far more than I should have, but I thought it would be worth it. Due to the short notice, the flights alone cost over $700, and the accommodation for 3 nights cost an additional $600. To be honest, I could hardly afford it. However, I had been saving for some time and felt that this was crucial. After all this time of communicating, I was rather eager to finally see her in person. In the days before the trip, we discussed it virtually daily. She also appeared excited, however she admitted to being anxious about her nervousness getting the better of her. When we first met, she informed me she had been discussing anxiety management techniques with her therapist. That gave me hope that she was making preparations to ensure the visit would be successful. She even compiled a list of the locations in her city that she wished to show me. I had every reason to believe she was as excited about this as I was, as we discussed visiting a museum she loves, and a few places she thought I might enjoy. I just got back from that trip this past weekend, and I'm still getting used to it. Actually, I've spent the majority of my frigging time here in my hotel room, where I'm composing this. I flew all this way to see the city, but I have hardly seen it yet. The trip got off to a rough start. After landing, I took a 40-minute Uber to my hotel, which cost about $60 because, of course, everything in this place is pricey. I was anxious as well. I've only visited Canada a few times. I've never been to this city, and I was going to meet someone I'd only ever seen on a screen. The entire Uber ride made me feel nauseous. She was replying to my constant texts with updates on my whereabouts, but they came out as hurried and tense. Since I was also anxious, I assumed she must be experiencing even more worry, so I made an effort to be understanding. I assumed she would be prepared to meet when I arrived at the hotel. She lives about 5 minutes away from my lodging. Even though that hotel was more expensive than others, that was one of the reasons I chose it. She had said that staying nearby would make things easier for her. I messaged her to let her know I was ready anytime she was, checked in, and showered a little. I waited after that. She texted me instead of coming over, stating she needed more time since her anxiety was so bad. I made an effort to be sympathetic. I was aware of the seriousness of her concern. However, it took her an additional 2 hours to summon the bravery to visit me. I was sitting in my hotel room, checking the window every now and again, wondering if this whole trip had been a mistake. I attempted to watch TV, but I was unable to concentrate. At one point, my flight had been so early that I nearly fell asleep. She was actually trembling and crying, like sobbing, when she eventually arrived. It felt weird at first when I went down to the lobby to meet her. I sensed her trembling as we hugged. The fact that everyone in the foyer was staring at us added to the unease. She nodded when I proposed that we head up to my room so she could relax in peace. She sobbed for about 10 minutes straight while sitting on the edge of the bed in my room. Other than sitting next to her and giving her the occasional pat back, I had no idea what to do. She nodded when I asked if she wanted any water, so I retrieved some from the bathroom sink. She apologized perhaps 20 times after appearing to cool down a little. She insisted that she had been all right until she really had to come meet me, and that she had no idea why she was feeling so nervous. After a while, she appeared to be well enough for us to speak. At first it was awkward, not at all like our casual online chats. But after a half hour or so, she proposed that we visit her. There, she claimed, I would be able to meet her brother, and she would feel more at ease. She and her brother reside in a modest home approximately 5 minutes' drive from my hotel. Her brother appeared to be a cool, amiable, gaming kind of guy. They also have a very adorable black cat who insisted on attempting to sit on my lap. As I had anticipated from our video talks, their apartment was tidy, yet lived in. Even though we spent some time hanging out at their apartment, she remained really nervous the entire time. Sometimes she would get silent, and I would catch her staring at nothing, as if she were deep in meditation. Her brother made an effort to assist by carrying on the discussion and inquiring about my flight, job, and other matters. Although it was kind of him, I became aware that I was speaking to him more than to her. She stated she was too anxious to drive, but she did say she wanted to take me around and show me parts of the city. She stated she was feeling too overwhelmed, and that perhaps tomorrow would be a better time. But I did suggest that perhaps we should all go, with her brother driving. She simply phoned me by Uber to return to my hotel at the end. Total time spent together on the first day, no more than 3 or 4 hours. She spent the majority of that time there with her brother as well. Around 9 o'clock, I returned to my hotel room and just collapsed. I was worn out after the day's emotional roller coaster and the journey. In addition, I had been awake since around 4 a.m. for my journey. She replied, "Sleep well. Sorry today was rough. Tomorrow will be better, I promise." I tried to concentrate on that promise as I drifted off to sleep after sending her a good night text. I got up really early the following day. I don't know, jet lag or whatever. I had nothing to do at around 7 in the morning. She normally sleeps in because she works nights, but I was just waiting to hear from her while I sat in my hotel. Despite my hunger, I didn't want to go too far for fear of receiving a message from her. In the end, I ate a terrible and expensive breakfast at the hotel restaurant. I just waited and waited after that. I took a shower, watched TV, browsed social media, and made a quick call to my mother. She eventually messages me 4 hours later to let me know that she's awake but not quite ready to see me, because she's still feeling nervous. She said that she simply needed some time when I asked if there was anything I could do to help. I thought there might be less pressure if we met in a public place rather than her coming to the hotel. Maybe, she responded, but I'm not sure yet. Said she would notify me shortly. I tried not to show my frustration at this point, but I was becoming rather annoyed. In order to have something to do, I decided to pick up some items from the drugstore that was within walking distance. I bought some Tylenol because I was about to have a headache, some food, and a portable toothbrush because I had forgotten mine. I was mostly simply passing the time. I discovered a small lunch area close by after spending far more time than was required exploring the pharmacy. Perhaps bringing her something to eat would be a kind gesture, so I thought I could get lunch for the two of us. After getting sandwiches for the two of us, I returned to the hotel to leave my belongings before visiting her. I messaged her to let her know that I had gone to get lunch and to ask if I could come over right now. After 15 minutes or so, she responded, "Sure, I could come over." I took the food to her apartment after calling an Uber. We were about halfway through day 2 when I eventually arrived at her apartment, which was approximately 2 hours later, and she hadn't even eaten the food I had brought. She thanked me for thinking of her, but claimed she wasn't hungry. I made an effort to hide my dismay. At least it wasn't wasted because her brother took the second sandwich. We spent some time sitting in their living room chit-chatting. She appeared slightly less nervous than she had been the day before, but not entirely at ease. She tells me that she, her brother and I, are going to a get-together with a number of their friends, just as I was beginning to believe that perhaps we could actually do something together. I came all this way to spend time with her, so I was a little taken aback, but I reasoned that maybe having other people there might make her feel more at ease. She replied that we would only be there for a few hours when I questioned how long. She replied that it was at her friend's house, which is a bit outside of the city, when I inquired where it was. I was disappointed, even though I attempted to appear excited about it. I had not anticipated our first actual day together looking like this. The drive there took roughly an hour in the end. I sat in the rear and she sat in the passenger seat while her brother drove. For most of the ride they discussed people I didn't know and inside jokes that I wasn't involved in. She would sometimes attempt to explain things to me, but it was never the same. I primarily just took in the vista outside the window, which was rather pleasant. There were about 10 people at her friend's house when we arrived. In fact, all of her friends were incredibly kind and hospitable. They were all aware of me. She had apparently been discussing this visit for weeks. She introduced me to everyone as her boyfriend, and it felt perfectly acceptable. It was a good celebration. Good food, a few beverages, and people playing board and video games. Everyone was polite and constantly approached me to chat. After hearing so much about me, a number of individuals expressed their happiness at finally meeting me. According to one female, "She never shuts up about you." Which, considering how little time we'd really spent together since I came, was both flattering and perplexing. Although we didn't really converse much, we stayed there for the majority of the night. She was off playing games with someone else or dragging me into discussions with her pals all the time. It was strange. We were usually in different areas of the room, despite my repeated attempts to stand close to her or get her attention. At 10 o'clock at night, we finally began to return. Given that she typically stays up until 3 or 4 in the morning, I assumed we would still have plenty of time to spend together. Perhaps we could just sit and chat like we used to do online, or we could watch one of those movies we were always discussing. She then asks her brother in the car if she can drive me to my hotel before they leave for home. According to her brother, "Sure." I'm sitting there in disbelief. She just met her boyfriend in person, who went across the country to see her, but she's too exhausted to spend any real time with him. When she glanced back at me for confirmation, I said, "Sure, that's fine," because I had no idea what else to say. Most of the drive back to my motel was quiet. She mentioned her anxiousness had been playing up more than usual lately, and once apologized for being so strange. It wasn't actually okay, but I told her it was. Could I say anything else? I couldn't really make her want to hang out with me. She said goodbye with a short hug and promised to text me in the morning when we arrived at my hotel. I felt completely whack when I went up to my room. After another few hours of hardly communicating on day 2, I began to believe that this entire vacation had been a huge mistake. Thus I find myself back in the hotel room, completely bewildered and alone. Even though my girlfriend is only a few minutes away, I'm alone in a strange country, and haven't really spent any time with her alone. I attempted to watch a movie on my laptop but was unable to concentrate. I ended up aimlessly browsing social media until around 1 in the morning. I was concerned that texting her about it might exacerbate her worry, so I refrained from doing so. However, I was also at a loss about what to do. I felt like I had met everyone in her life except for my real girlfriend by the time I was scheduled to have dinner with her family the following evening. I eventually texted her to let her know how I was feeling. I tried to be straightforward but gentle. I acknowledged that worry was difficult, but I was disappointed that we hadn't been able to spend more time together. I brought up the fact that I had come all this way to visit her, and that it bothered me that she seemed more at ease with me in public than with me alone. I made it clear that I was merely perplexed and a little depressed about the circumstance, not angry with her. When she finally reacted, it was a wall of text and took over 20 minutes. She apologized profusely, stating that she wanted to make the trip worthwhile for me, but was simply too exhausted, and that her anxiety was still through the sky. She made an effort to reassure me that she still had a strong interest in me, but she claimed that she is too anxious, and that nothing would happen if we were by ourselves. It seems that this is difficult for her because she hasn't been in a relationship for a few years. She clarified that when there are other people present, she feels more at ease since she is not under as much pressure to be fascinating or amusing. Claimed that she is constantly concerned that I am evaluating her, or contrasting her with her online persona. She added that she fears physical contact after a long period of time, and worries that I have unrealistic expectations for her. I informed her that there are several steps between an embrace and anything more serious, and that I wasn't anticipating anything intimate or physical. In fact, I haven't even given her a hug this trip. I simply wanted to talk to you and hang out with you like we do online for some real quality time. I told her that I wasn't traveling this far for sex. I finally got to meet the person I've been corresponding with for months. That appeared to relieve her, and she said that after meeting her mother, we would spend some time together. She mentioned that her mother was very excited to see me and that perhaps we could return to my hotel to watch a movie or something after supper. I accepted the plan since it seemed better than nothing. That night I couldn't sleep. I continued to reflect on the entire circumstance and question whether I had made a grave error in interacting with someone who suffered from such extreme anxiety. That seems harsh, and I don't blame her for having mental health problems. That's not her fault. But I began to question if I could handle the difficulties of a long-distance relationship. My last day here is today. Tomorrow morning I will depart early. This entire trip has seemed like a huge waste of both money and effort. Instead of spending most of my visit sitting by myself in a hotel room, I wanted to spend time with her. Since we don't have much time together, I genuinely assumed she would want to spend every moment with me. We've been discussing this vacation for a while, so I thought it would be rather different. After this, I'm not sure if this relationship can last. Am I going overboard? I understand that anxiety does exist, yet it seems pointless that I've come this far. Update. Several days have passed since my return, and because many people have been inquiring about what transpired, I thought I should provide an update. In the comments, several of you were really critical. Yes, I am aware that anxiety is a real illness. I am not a sex-crazed guy who was merely attempting to hook up. Furthermore, I don't believe she was taking advantage of me or anything similar. You folks come up with some crazy hypotheses. For those who are wondering why I didn't just go explore the city by myself, the answer is that I did some exploring, but it wasn't the main goal. I wasn't a tourist who traveled so far. To spend time with her, I went. In any case, I made the initial post on the last day of the trip after waking up quite early. After that, I anxiously awaited her message. Once more I didn't hear from her for a few hours. When she did text, it was a bit after noon. I had been up since about 8 o'clock, so I spent an additional 4 hours sitting in my hotel room, checking my phone like a teen in love every few minutes. She said I could take an Uber to her apartment at any time, and reminded me that we had supper with her mother later that day. Many of you advised me to simply call off the dinner plans, but I chose to go ahead and see how things worked out. I mean, I might as well meet her mother since I'd already traveled this far. I quickly showered, changed into my clothes, and went to her house. After the previous days, I was a little nervous, but I tried to remain optimistic. It was a pleasant difference that her brother was out when I arrived. Although she still appeared a little anxious, she was unquestionably less anxious than before. In fact, we watched things together for a while. We sat side by side on her couch after she recommended the show she had been eager to see with me. We sat close and it felt more like the quality time I had been hoping for, because she looked to be having a better day in terms of anxiety. It was pleasant that she even leaned slightly against me. We didn't actually engage in any physical activity. After some time, her brother returned home, although it was unquestionably better than the days before. She told me more about her friend's remarks about us at the party, and we discussed some of them. It sounded more like our internet chats. We began preparing to go have dinner with her mother at around 5 o'clock. This caused me some anxiety. It's usually a huge deal to meet the parents, and I wasn't sure what to anticipate considering how the journey had gone so far. I could sense that she was agitated once more as she drove us to the restaurant. I made an effort to divert her attention by keeping the conversation light. It was a charming, tiny Italian restaurant. When we got there, her mother was already there. As soon as she noticed us, she got up and hugged her daughter before turning to grin warmly at me. They have the same eyes, so I could tell right away where my girlfriend acquired her appearance. Her mother's dinner went unexpectedly well. Her mother was approachable and inquired about my work and family without being overbearing. Her mother looked sincere in her excitement about me and her daughter being together, and we clicked immediately. My partner appeared more at ease throughout dinner than I had observed throughout the entire trip. She was grinning, contributing to the discussion, and even putting her hand on my arm to emphasize a point. When we left, her mother hugged me, which was wonderful, and said I could come over at any moment. Even though I wasn't sure whether there would be another time at that moment, it felt good. We returned to her apartment after dinner. Although her brother was present, it felt more private because he tended to stay in his room. It was much the same as before. Hanging out, talking, and watching things. It felt more one-on-one than before, yet it wasn't quite alone time. Was this trip's final day what I had anticipated? Not at all. However, it was unquestionably superior to the initial days. She offered to drive me back herself, which surprised me because I was half expecting her to call me an Uber again as the evening wore on. It seemed like a minor triumph. We discussed the trip on the way back. I made an effort to be understanding when she apologized once more for the way things had gone. She acknowledged that I wished we had more time, like today, and suggested that since the first meeting was over, perhaps next time would be simpler. She accompanied me to my room when we arrived at my hotel. She assisted me in making sure I hadn't left anything in the bathroom or drawers when I was packing for the early departure. Despite its simplicity, it had an intimate feel that most of the tour had not. We kissed goodbye as she was ready to go. Just a good kiss goodbye. Nothing fancy. No makeout. It was short but sweet, and it got me thinking about what the journey may have been like if we had arrived at that moment sooner. After she went, we exchanged a few texts. She stated she wished we'd spent more time together, and I was getting ready for bed because my flight was so early. She said that although she had purchased a frame for a photograph of us, she had come to the realization that we hadn't really taken any quality group photos. The handful we had from the weekend didn't really fit her needs because they were primarily group photos from the party. That really disappointed me, so I suggested that perhaps I should simply take an Uber back, so I could get a decent photo. After 10 minutes or so without hearing back, I assumed she had either fallen asleep or became distracted. Then she texted me out of the blue to tell me to come downstairs. She explained that she had driven all the way back to the hotel. Anxiety be damned, she said. Just to take a picture and kiss me goodbye. At first I didn't understand. She was indeed in the lobby as I rushed downstairs. In addition to taking selfies, we also asked the night cashier to take a few group photos. Then we kissed again, more deeply this time. She gave me a tight hug, and said in a whisper that she was happy I came, but that the weekend wasn't what we had expected. Of the entire visit, that particular moment at the conclusion felt the most genuine and connected. I got up really early the following morning in preparation for my journey. Shortly after returning home, she must have texted me to wish me a safe journey. The return trip went well, giving us plenty of time to reflect about what had transpired, and what it meant for us moving forward. Overall, I'm going to maintain my optimism, even though it wasn't the ideal weekend I had hoped for. I believe that the decision to shorten the vacation was probably a mistake. Given her anxiety problems, 3 days isn't really enough time to get to know someone. Perhaps the last several days could have resembled that last night more if we had had a week. Since I returned, we've texted daily, and it's been nice to get back to our casual discussions. I've tried to be encouraging without being pushy, and she's been more forthcoming about her anxiety and the things that make it worse. In their upcoming appointments, she stated that her therapist wants to focus exclusively on her relationship anxiety, which seems like a good start. When she has to choose whether or not to travel down here for an event that is taking place sometime this summer, we'll see how things work out. I believe that will be the true test. I'm going to have to reevaluate if this can work in the long run, if she can't bring herself to come see me. However, there may be hope for us if she manages to make the trip, and things turn out better than they did this time. To address a few points raised in the comments, she does take medication and see a therapist, albeit a very new one. She has struggled with anxiety for many years, and it won't go away on its own. I wouldn't often be interested in a long-distance relationship, but our personalities and hobbies complement each other in ways that I don't often find with others in my area. And to everyone who thinks I'm being foolish or naive, well, maybe I am. I think that people should be given second chances, particularly when it comes to mental health. She wasn't attempting to ruin the weekend, really. She was obviously dealing with a serious and challenging issue. Whether we can discover a path forward that benefits us both is the question. I appreciate all of the feedback and suggestions on the first post. The next trip is in approximately 2 to 4 months, so I'm not sure whether I'll update again, but then I'll know for sure whether this can work or not. Thanks for watching and diving into this wild family drama with me. If you love Reddit family drama, don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications so you never miss the next one. My sister cried. Family shares everything. But I had already shared, for 2 years, $7,000 a month, quietly, while they said I lived off them. My name is Beatrix. In my Minnesota lakeside village, winters were lengthy, and everyone knew each other. As a kid, my family seemed normal. My mom was a county hospital nurse at night and my dad taught high school physics. Not affluent, not impoverished. Once, as an only child, I thought everyone loved me. Dad took me fishing every weekend, and Mom groomed my hair before work. We ate ice cream on the porch and listened to cicadas on summer nights. I considered that a warm family. It ended on a frigid January night when I turned 8. I woke up to urgent pounding and flashing lighting in the driveway at night. My Aunt Evelyn entered the house with a pale face and urged me to fetch a coat and other items. Mom was hospitalized, she claimed. After being born 2 months early, my sister needed special care. I was too young to understand. Yet that night altered everything. Lily, a tiny red living thing surrounded by tubes and machinery, lay still in an incubator. I couldn't approach her. We can't risk her getting sick, Mom said, watching the heart monitor. She slowly drew away as I touched her hand, like I was a threat. Everything revolved around Lily after she arrived home. Sanitizer in every room, air purifiers 24/7, and a bleach smell that burned my throat made our house sterile. Mom took me to Grandma's when I coughed or sneezed. It felt good at first. Grandma made delicious apple pie and saved me books. I slowly understood I wasn't welcome at home. They worried I might hurt Lily, their hope. I aced my first 3rd grade math test. I brought it home expecting Mom to place it on the fridge as she did. After reading the paper, she asked Dad if he had tissues for Lily, who looked stuffy. Father nodded and said, "Good job," without a hug or smile. Just finished. I tried everything to get their attention. Sketched images, won first in the school science fair, and told Mom about my great book reading. Every attempt was denied. Lily has a fever. She's asleep. She needs rest. Beatrix, please be quiet. My invisibility was enhanced. I kept to myself since Lily was irritated by my peppermint oil-scented chamber. Therefore, she was denied entrance. In the only place that seemed like mine, I studied art history, antiques, and the imaginary worlds behind every old painting. Rewriting history hurts more than ignoring it. Beatrix has always been strong and independent, Mom told my neighbors when I entered the gifted program. Never heard she understands that Lily needs extra care. My family vanished without warning. I realized expectations weren't for me as my parents praised, hugged, and seemed proud of Lily. I didn't need that stuff, they thought. Mom would say, "Beatrix is the type who takes care of herself," when asked about me. Independence doesn't mean rejecting love. I applied to work at Sugar Pines Bakery in 8th grade. Mrs. Lorraine, the owner, was my first non-family fan. She never asked why a 13-year-old wanted to sweep floors and sell pastries after school. She said, "If you work hard, you deserve a place in the world." I'll never forget when she touched my shoulder. Every day after school I knotted my hair and went to the bakery to wipe tables, wash trays and take orders. I performed homework quietly at my small corner desk. As long as I didn't startle Lily with hand soap, no one asked where I was or what I was doing when I returned. Lily was special. Except for buying her birthday cake, she never worked, cleaned her textbooks, or visited a bakery. This family sent flowers and a video camera to all Lily's events, from group presentations to church performances. Me? Mom just commented, "That's good," while slicing fruit for vitamin C deficient Lily, after my perfect SAT score. My senior year, I applied to 12 colleges. No one knew. I wrote essays secretly during bakery breaks and had Mrs. Lorraine proofread them. She taught me sincere writing. I wrote my recommendation letters, financial aid papers, and FAFSA. I walked silently, yet confidently. My parents weren't expected to pay for college, so I applied for merit, need, and first-generation scholarships. Every application line was my modest protest against being ignored. After working all summer, saving every tip, and saving in a piggy bank, I bought a bus ticket to a scholarship interview in another state. During my normal spring afternoon bakery counter cleanup, I received an email. Northwestern gave me a full scholarship. I stood immersed in the buttery cookie fragrance, eyes burning, smiling uncontrollably. Lorraine hugged me like her grandchild. My first cry was when someone was proud of me. Mom saw the acceptance letter I brought home that night. She looked, and put it on the table. "Congrats, but don't tell Lily, she's stressed out lately." I nodded, folded the paper, placed it in my pocket, and went upstairs while Lily laughed about her new dance shoes from the boutique I'd never been in. Following Lily's second-place school art contest triumph weeks later, the family partied. Dad even exhibited her drawing in the living room with a plaque that read, "The family's talent." I looked at the pink cat on a rainbow, then at my great paper, which a college professor praised, now in my desk drawer. Then I knew. I was the silent kid despite my efforts. Even everyday Lily was special. I swore to become someone they couldn't ignore again since I had the key to escape. I loved art history, and was tired of being told what to do. So I majored at Northwestern. When I was taken to her house, Grandma let me browse through boxes of vintage brooches, necklaces and earrings. Art Deco, European dynasties, and antique jewelry symbolic lectures brought back memories. Swan hairpins with delicate lavender stones come to mind. I was breathless when the light hit the jewel, but I wasn't sure if it was worth it. I spent hours admiring the window. Looking at an antique goes beyond interest. My only trustworthy instinct is this one. I interned unpaid for a small Chicago jewelry evaluation organization, mostly with local auction houses, after graduating with honors. My friends walked into large media or finance companies while I wore white gloves, crouched over a magnifying glass, and chronicled every tiny scratch on rings no one cared about. I didn't realize those nameless fragments would change my life. A costume jewelry brooch for a few $dozen was the first big change. For some reason, taking it up stirred me. The modest design had superb craftsmanship, excellent enamel, cleanly etched edges, and a little, virtually worn flaw on the reverse. Researching that mark took all evening. A French artisan who manufactured jewelry for aristocrats in the early 20th century lost his factory during the war. The brooch was rare and authentic. My employers heard my findings in a brief meeting. I talked with passion, not pride. Archival documents, design comparisons, and a university librarian friend helped me access a museum database for original records. The brooch was re-evaluated at $12,000. At the Seattle Antique Showcase auction, it sold for about $40,000. The company email introduced me with, "Beatrix has a sharp eye. Continue working as if nothing occurred," while more misjudged pieces fell into my hands. Cloisonné enamel necklaces were mistaken for copies. But this 19th century Russian one was authentic. Another of 30 platinum wedding rings for a Boston family's anniversary. More collections were my responsibility. My supervisor, Margaret, invited me to lunch for the first time. "Beatrix, have you ever thought about going solo?" she asked as she sliced a tart. I chuckled, thinking she was joking. She nodded. "Me? The girl who's worked unpaid for 2 years and survives on instant noodles?" "Exactly. The hungriest people find the rarest meals." I recalled her words. I verified for pawn shops, family-owned antique stores, and other small businesses that couldn't afford big firms. Although my charges were reduced, every aspect was checked. Be careful. Never skip. I unlocked the closet in my shabby fourth-floor home at night, and looked at the notepad my grandma gave me. The first page said, in disorganized handwriting, "It's not the rare item, it's the girl who sees it as treasure." I understood. If I was invisible at home, every object I touched defined me. I am determined never to be underestimated again, just as I never misjudged a hidden jewel. In the fall of my 27th year, I started a business. No one knew. Nobody asked. My family thought I worked a temporary job to break up Lily's long shifts. I rented a modest office on the third floor of an old Milwaukee building above an Italian cafe and next to a closed dentistry practice. A file box supported a wobbly wooden desk, a chair I salvaged from the trash, and a flea market light in the 300-square-foot office. The lamp clicked softly every time I turned it on, as if it doubted my dream. Everything faded silently when I named the company Aum and Iris. A for gold, Iris after the flower my mom planted in our yard before Lily was born. The start was challenging. I helped a local antique merchant identify platinum from plated mix, and an elderly woman authenticate her Great Depression engagement ring. I methodically performed gemstone microscopy and historical provenance tracking for less than huge businesses. I gained respect. One referral doubled. A small regional museum, estate lawyers and collectors asked for help appraising an inherited jewelry set that had never been appraised. My office grew in my second year. Near the Italian cafe, the glass-fronted ground-floor store had a sign. My first employee, Maya, a recent geology graduate with acute eyes and patience for small stones, was hired. She learned to study gemstone cutting under filament lamps, spot handcrafting with the naked eye, and most significantly, trust intuition. Growth was faster than expected. By year 5 I had Milwaukee, Minneapolis, and Denver offices. We validated million-dollar auctions, helped clients from both coasts, and specialized in forgotten storage, safe, and attic collections. Over $12 million was my net worth without almost 1 million authentication contracts. I lived in a little suburban house, drove a neutral-toned silver SUV, and used an old phone because I didn't need to display anything. My relatives didn't grasp. Beatrix, the rebellious daughter who declined a good office job, worked with old things, and missed dinner, maybe dusting antiques, was their view of me. I attended Sunday dinners and listened to Mom talk about Lily changing her major for the 4th time, this time to animal behavior psychology, and potentially discovering her passion. Still, her dad advised me to work at the local high school for its great insurance. Still watched Lily flick through Instagram mid-conversation, showing off a new designer bag she claimed was on sale, but it was a limited edition, never discounted. I smiled softly when asked what I was doing. No information was required. My pearl necklace belonged to an Edwardian British noblewoman, and my ruby hairpin was a rare early 20th century design. No one noticed, thinking it was flea market stuff. I didn't correct them. Lily joked over dinner, "Gab definitely has enough jewelry to establish a shop." I grinned, drank orange juice and answered, "Who knows?" I could have claimed that I was behind some of the region's largest authentication cases, that my company had just signed a contract with the National Museum, that I was invited to write for a major gemology journal, and that Lily's bracelet was false. However, sometimes stillness is the only crown the overlooked can wear without permission. I sent my parents money after my 5th year in business. After Lily switched to her 5th major, interior design, her monthly spending jumped from $3,000 to $5,000 to $7,000. Interior design was the field I wanted but couldn't afford. Mom called me one Saturday evening, softening after a few thanks. "Lily's really finding herself, you know. But tuition at Parsons isn't cheap, and your father's teacher salary can't cover it all." I nodded at my desk while reviewing documentation for a $400,000 antique jewelry appraisal. Can you assist? She asked after a pause. I said, how much per month? Lily hadn't graduated 6 years, but 7,000. But temporarily. Once Lily graduates, she'll assist the whole family. I never queried why they hadn't advised her to apply for scholarships or part-time jobs. Instead, I opened a company account and set up a $7,000 monthly family support, tuition help transfer. Every time the money went out, I told myself, not because they deserve it, but because I can. Some can't, Jessica Felix. I tried not to hear Mom tell the neighbors, Beatrix lives so frugally, she basically eats canned soup and rides the bus. Or Lily posted Cabo vacation images with luxury luggage captioned, I deserve this after a tough semester. Lily half smirked at me while I cut a roast for Sunday dinner. Ever considered earning an MBA? May aid your antique shop work? Mom nodded quietly. She's right. All have master's degrees. Returning to school may improve your work prospects. As I sipped water, I contemplated the design for the new New York gallery I signed last week. I authenticated every piece of jewelry for a $2,500,000 project. After a few beers at her boyfriend's birthday celebration, Lily told her friends, my sister, no idea why she's still chasing all that dusty old stuff. Pity-filled parents still pay her rent. My former customer, one of her friends, told me what she said, and I chuckled. Not unhappy or furious, but empty. Emptiness at being at the summit and looking down to see your family still at the base of the mountain, unwilling to climb but needing a rope. Like the antiquities I find in junk piles, silence can make anything interesting. Lily captioned her Instagram post with, rewarding myself after a rough semester. Hard work pays off. I knew the car cost over $90,000, and no Parsons student could afford it without quiet funding. Mum called me happily that day. Did you see, honey? Lily's doing so well. She's handling everything on her own now. She's definitely got the ability to succeed. I sat quiet again, but I was impatient. I want to know when people will see me, not their faded shadow. Thanksgiving was not planned that year. Solo escape was my plan. Mom called, sounding more vulnerable than usual. I haven't been feeling well, Beatrix. No one's really up to cooking this year. Everyone's looking forward to the holiday. You know how it is. I knew. Dinner is forgotten, but everyone would notice if I didn't show up. I said, I'll take care of it. You get some rest. Yes. I had contacted a Chicago high-end catering firm for my company's auctions. Private collector dinners featured custom-designed meals that were works of beauty from planting to seasoning. My company's secondary card covered everything. No one knew. Nobody asked. Expected to know several cooks. Thanksgiving morning, I arrived early. The caterers arrived an hour later with portable ovens, silver trays, and a talented tablescape designer. Lily whispered to Mom, isn't she overdoing it? Looks like she's impressing someone. A quick smile. Impress? I had nobody to impress. I wanted one real meal. Not dry, no mushy potatoes, not salty gravy that needed water between bites. Dinner arrived fast. Almost 20 people. Grandparents, aunts, uncles, distant cousins, Lily, and her new boyfriend, gasped over every dish. I smiled and served wine instead of talking. Mid-meal, I secretly watched a Tokyo auction in my former apartment upstairs. A unique Meiji gemstone set was bid on by my longtime client. I couldn't afford distractions. While Bluetoothing with my helper, I tracked bids using my laptop's authentication application. Then Lily arrived without knocking. Do you have an iPhone charger? My phone's dying, she asked, peering at the graph-filled laptop screen. Her eyes grew and shrank. Her smile was little. Mind if I borrow this? Let's show everyone just how cool your little antique work is. She brought the laptop to the dining room before I could stand. Guys, look what Beatrix is doing on Thanksgiving, she exclaimed as I chased her. Hi. She showed everyone the screen. No one spoke. Open tabs revealed a $12,600,000 bank account, a $400,000 authentication contract, and the latest internal quarterly report, showing over 4 million corporate earnings. Silence. Hear a fork scrape a plate in the silence. Mom broke it first. She shook her head after a little giggle and turkey bite. Come on now. Beatrix is probably just helping someone with paperwork, right, sweetheart? Inhaling, I adjusted my sleeves and entered. No, Mom. I'm the one signing that contract. I am the CEO of Aurum and Iris. My company operates 3 offices across 3 states, specializing in antique jewelry and estate asset authentication. Everything you're seeing is real. Dropped spoon. Aunt Evelyn gasped. My father leaned back, forehead sweaty. When Lily grabbed the table edge, her voice cracked. You have that kind of money and didn't say anything? Mom and Dad are in debt for me. I'm still in school, faced my mother. I've been transferring $7,000 to you every month for over 2 years. You never wondered where it came from? Her face blanched. Dad turned red. Lily cried. Shivering, she said, I have a right to know. I'm your sister, family is supposed to share. I looked at her. All of them. Profiteers mocked and denigrated me. I spoke honestly but politely. Family doesn't mean carrying the people who always look down on you. I left with the laptop closed. Someone shouted duty behind me, but I didn't turn. My heartbeat was all I heard, like an ancient gold watch ticking flawlessly despite dust and time. No one hugged me or said, Beatrix, we're proud of you. No genuine smile. Mom's voice slammed me after a long quiet. You've got millions of dollars and you still let your parents struggle. Did you even think about your sister? Lily cried and shrieked before I could answer. I deserve to know. I'm your sister. You kept it all a secret, and you just sat there watching us suffer. Suffering, I giggled. You call flying business class, wearing a Cartier watch, and buying a BMW suffering? A silent father hit the table with his hand. That's enough. No matter what you do, you're still a daughter of this family. Families share. You should be ashamed for keeping this a secret. I examined the table. They lacked familial eyes. They gazed at me like a broken safe. I've sent $7,000 a month to you and Mom for 2 years. Every time you called crying, saying you couldn't manage, I never asked why. I didn't set conditions. I just quietly sent the money. And this is how I'm repaid. Mom replied, Then why didn't you say anything? Why didn't you tell us you were successful? Was it because you didn't want us to rely on you, or because you wanted to keep it all to yourself? I spoke while clutching the glass. Because I got used to being ignored. Ever since Lily was born, I stopped being a priority. Every award I won, every exam I aced, it was all forgotten because your sister needs to rest. Faced my mother. Do you remember when I got a perfect SAT score? Or when I got a full scholarship? And Dad, do you remember my graduation? No one came. Everyone was too busy watching Lily's preschool ballet recital. Shaking hands. Mom. Her mouth moved but uttered nothing. And now, the moment you find out I did something none of you ever believed I could do, your first reaction is anger because I didn't share it. That's not it, Lily responded. I'm just shocked. I feel betrayed. You didn't trust me. Softly, I addressed my sister. You've never trusted me. You've always seen me as the shadow behind you. You mocked my work in front of your friends. You told them I lived off Mom and Dad, when I'm the one who paid for every semester you studied, every vacation you bragged about online. Lily froze, eyes wide. She didn't anticipate my competence. Beatrix, I'm not fighting. But you can't hoard that kind of fortune and expect everyone to act like nothing's changed, my mom shakily said. The family needs help. You could start a fund for Lily. She wants to open her own interior design firm. You mean use my money to fund a dream that's never been followed through? Unlocked my purse, took out my phone, pressed a few keys and said, I just canceled the automatic transfers. The room exploded. Mom. Beatrix, you can't do that. Your father and I were counting on that. Lily hasn't even finished her degree. Then it's time to start figuring it out. I've been on my own since I was 17. If I can do it, so can the rest of you. I rose. Chair dropped. No one stopped me, so I turned around again. If the only reason anyone wants to keep me in their life is money, then I'm sorry. But I'm done buying love. And I don't need it anymore. As rumors spread, I departed. Someone suggested a lawyer. Another said, she'll regret this. Only relief came from closing the heavy wooden door. Left Thanksgiving feast. No one saw me go. It was the first time I didn't regret choosing myself. My phone buzzed incessantly in my flat that night, like someone was holding down the call button. Text filled the screen. My mom sent the first. Beatrix, you're making everything worse. We need to talk. Lily's falling apart. Can't you see she's lost all faith? Family is where you come back to, not what you walk away from. Dad was more measured and cool. I don't know what kind of person you've become, but this is not how you treat family. Lily sent 37. You're ruining everything. You'll regret this. I shut off and placed the phone face down on the table to calm the storm. Next day, aunts, distant relatives and my dad's friend's wife, who used to say, Beatrix is sweet, even if she's not exactly brilliant. Spammed corporate emails. I hired a lawyer. His name was Marcus. I had him handle VIP estate matters. I conveyed messages but he didn't respond. His nod was straightforward. You need a clean break, financially and legally. I'll draft the cease and desist letters today. We officially told everyone on the list to stop pestering, threatening and asking for money. Marcus, please say this in easy language. Love shouldn't be priced. Lily posted a long cryptic note online a week later. Not everyone with money has a heart. Photos of me holding her as a baby, finishing high school, and grinning at her 17th birthday lunch were included. All the posts were passionate indictments trying to elicit sympathy. Do groups remark. One side called me a soulless ATM. Another inquired why an MBA candidate misused 8-year-old images. I stayed mute. Taking the 15-year-old pearl necklace Grandma Marie gave me from my closet's wooden box. I wore it around my neck like the memory that had sustained me for years. Grandma was my only unblocked relative. When I called to tell her everything, she wasn't surprised. She sighed. You finally did what you should have done a long time ago. I kept silent. She talked slowly, but firmly. Beatrix, family isn't the people who pull you back when you're trying to fly. You've lived in their shadow long enough. It's time you choose your own light. I offered her a few days next week. She brought some bags and handmade butter biscuits. She, who had taught me to tell truth from fiction with instinct, grinned like her whole life had been waiting for that moment, as we searched through a gem collection I'd brought from Switzerland in the living room. I changed all my numbers. Individual addresses were eliminated from the company system. My receptionist was directed to deny family claims without an appointment. I rented a guarded biometric headquarters. Marcus called Monday morning while I drank coffee and read an exhibit concept. I grinned because silence was unbearable. It didn't matter to hesitate. They didn't need to recognize me. Stop asking for permission to be myself. My grandmother observed, a true gem doesn't need to shout to prove its worth. It only needs to not be buried among the rocks. I was at the right spot and couldn't go back. My new home came in early March. Lake Mendota side mid-century cottage in Madison. Unassuming, private. AI-integrated surveillance cameras, a perimeter fence and a jewelry vault were installed. In my new office, I hand-assembled a warm amber desk light, a soft leather chair, and a vintage wood bookcase from a closing bookshop. I remember afternoons reading Nancy Drew in Grandma's attic with this smell. I first lived without shrinking. No need to downplay my success to appease others. No more mommy sneers or sorry stares. Lily no longer comments. That necklace looks like it's from Target. Normative Sunday dinners are over. I filled every vacuum by being myself. Everything made the company stronger, which astonished me. Previous clients contacted Lily after her cryptic social media post. Questions skipped. Some trusted me more since I kept it quiet for years. A famous fashion designer asked me to authenticate his vintage jewels for a New York exhibition. A major European organization asked me to conserve an 18th century jewel. I hired 2 appraisers, opened a Denver office, and teamed with 3 foreign auction houses. My CFO hesitated. We're in a position to acquire a smaller competitor in the South. If you're ready, Beatrix, this could be the time to expand our influence. I smiled. I never sought power. From the outset, I wanted freedom. Early one morning I sat at the second-story window with black tea, watching the lake mist. Grandma donned her favorite sky blue cardigan to water plants. She stayed longer than expected despite my efforts. Do you know what I'm most proud of? She asked me one evening while sorting gemstones in my office. Shaking my head. No hint of wealth or career. remarked, "that you stayed true to your values, even when the price was high." I remembered the phrase for days. I thought all the time I stayed quiet to avoid hurting others. The nights I came home with heavy shoulders, thinking I had to be enough to be noticed. I tried to be useful to be seen for years. Since I'd shown myself, I didn't need others' approval. During inventory inspection for restoration, I uncovered Grandma's pale lavender stone swan hairpin in that antique box. I kept it for years since it started everything, not its value. I placed the card in a blue velvet box with a brief note. "You brought light to the unseen girl." My private gallery's first shelf holds that box to remind me my trip wasn't privileged. It began with forgetting. I was invited to speak at a Paris Heritage and Value Conference soon after. Just once, I didn't hesitate. I stopped thinking about what others thought or how the stage might shrink my family. I was going under my real name, with the firm I started from scratch, with Grandma's white gold ring, and with the quiet pride of someone who had been ignored, yet never forgot who she was. Beatrix's story teaches that leaving family for truth and independence is brave. Though not everyone gets love, everyone can choose not to live in injustice forever. Beatrix's career took time. She found self-love without her assailant's approval. Correct, real healing, real freedom. Your thoughts on Beatrix's choice? Was being rough the only way to be herself? Leave a comment and subscribe for more touching family stories. Thanks for watching and diving into this wild family drama with me. If you love Reddit family drama, don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications so you never miss the next one. My mom drained my college fund and blamed my dad's affair, but he was planning to save us all along. Have you ever felt like your own family is purposely sabotaging your future? That is exactly what I'm currently dealing with. My mother and sister recently forced me to turn down a great job offer at a major tech company in San Jose, and I'm still trying to absorb what occurred. Let me paint you a picture of how we arrived here. 2 years ago, my father died in a vehicle accident on his way home from work. He was the type of father who never missed any of my coding competitions or academic events, even when he was overburdened with work. Every Sunday morning we had this custom where he'd cook his famous pancakes, which were simply regular pancakes with chocolate chips, but he was so proud of them. He'd tell us stories from his college days while flipping them and cracking us up with his bad dad jokes. Prior to the accident, our family life was not perfect, but it was stable. My parents had troubles, as do all couples, but they balanced each other out nicely. Dad was the calm, analytical kind who could settle any issue with his careful reasoning, whereas Mom was more emotional and impetuous. They made it work, and our home felt secure and predictable. Everything changed following Dad's death. It wasn't simply the evident loss, it was as if our entire family dynamic had collapsed. Mom got emotionally dependent on my younger sister Alicia. Perhaps it was the other way around. Regardless, they created a tight, even smothering bond that made me feel like an alien in my own family. Alicia became the focus of Mom's universe, while I was consigned to the role of the responsible one who was supposed to sacrifice everything for the family's benefit. I should clarify about Alicia. Even before Dad died, she was always the most theatrical member of the family. I was the quiet kid who spent hours coding in my room, while she was the social butterfly who required constant attention. Dad used to balance Mom's tendency to accommodate Alicia's every desire, but now he was gone. There was no one to provide a reality check. Their relationship evolved gradually but unmistakably. Alicia's little crises escalated into family emergencies. When she didn't make the cheerleading squad in her senior year of high school, her mother let her miss school for a week and maxed up her credit card with comfort items. When she didn't get into her first choice institution, Mom spent 2 weeks calling administrators and even applying for a loan to make a donation to the school. Meanwhile, I tried to keep everything together. I maintained a 4.0 GPA in computer science, worked part-time at the university's IT department to help with costs, and cared for my younger brother Tommy. Tommy is such a sweet kid. He's the only one who still appears to regard me as a real person, rather than a tool to be utilized when necessary. I graduated from college this year with a computer science degree, and against all chances, I received an incredible job offer from one of San Jose's top IT businesses. The interview process was harsh, with 6 rounds of technical interviews, coding challenges, and behavioral tests. I prepared for months, staying up late to learn algorithms and data structures while also fulfilling my family responsibilities. When I received the offer letter, I couldn't believe my eyes. The base salary was $125,000, plus a signing bonus and stock options that made my head spin. This wasn't simply a job. It was an opportunity to start a genuine career and potentially aid my family financially once I was established. I could finally repay all of the student loans I took out because Mom couldn't co-sign for me. She was too busy repaying Alicia's shopping debts. But last week, Mom walked into my room with that expression on her face. The one that implies she's ready to deliver a bomb that will destroy everything. She sat on my bed, took up the plush penguin Dad got me for my 16th birthday, one of the few things I still have from him, and said, "Olivia, we need to talk about your job offer." My stomach fell quickly. She went on to tell me that Alicia was struggling with her first year of college and needed to take a vacation. She apparently has anxiety and needs to return home. This entails additional expenses, which Mom cannot handle alone. She advised me to ignore the San Jose offer and seek a local job instead, so that I could help with the finances and care for Tommy. Alicia's worry manifests itself mysteriously when things don't go her way. She had no issue performing in a 3-hour dance showcase last month. But when her teachers required her to attend morning courses, she experienced crippling social anxiety. She can spend hours at parties with her friends, documenting everything on Instagram, yet she supposedly has panic attacks when it comes time to study for examinations. I tried to reason with Mom. I spent hours showing her my financial plans, explaining how I would send money home once I had settled in, and even promising to assist Alicia in finding resources for her purported mental health difficulties. But Mom would not hear it. Family comes first, she kept stressing, as if my desires and goals were not important to the family's well-being. What is the worst part? While I was talking with Mom, Alicia was in her room, sharing images of her recent shopping trip on Instagram. The same sibling who claims she is too anxious to continue college spent hundreds of dollars on new clothes and makeup. I saw the receipts in her email. Yes, we have a family computer. She spent $876 at Sephora last week. That's more than I've spent on groceries in 2 months. When I pointed this up to Mom, she became defensive. Alicia is sensitive. She needs these things to feel better, she insisted. You have always been the strong one, Olivia. You can deal with disappointment better. That's when it hit me. I was the strong one in this family, which meant that my feelings and dreams were irrelevant. The following days were a flurry of anxiety and desperate planning. I contacted my college advisor, who was outraged by the scenario but couldn't provide much assistance. I called the company's HR department to explain my predicament and request additional time, but they could only extend the deadline by a few days. Without family assistance or a co-signer for an apartment contract in San Jose, my options were quickly dwindling. I even attempted to appeal to Mom's sensible side. I produced a detailed spreadsheet demonstrating how my San Jose salary will benefit the family more in the long run than a local job paying half the amount. I looked for local therapists that could help Alicia cope with her anxiety while still allowing her to attend school. I volunteered to schedule regular video conversations with Tommy to keep involved in his life. Nothing worked. Mom's response, "Your father would be so disappointed in you for being so selfish." This hurt more than anything else. Dad was the one who bought my first computer, stayed up late to help me debug my first programs, and always encouraged me to dream big. Using his memory to control me seemed like a new low. Then something unexpected occurred. My Uncle James, Dad's younger brother, arrived at our home unannounced. He's always been the cool uncle who pays attention, but we hadn't seen much of him since Dad's burial. He'd apparently been trying to call Mom for weeks, but she was ignoring him. He looked at my face and knew something was amiss. While Mom was preoccupied with Alicia's current crisis, she was crying because someone had unfollowed her on Instagram. Uncle James and I sat on the back porch, where Dad used to educate me about constellations on clear evenings. I told him everything. The job offer, Mom's demands, Alicia's spending habits, and how I felt like I was losing my future. Tommy came out to join us as I was speaking, cuddling up next to me as he often does when he notices I'm angry. He's remarkably insightful for a 10-year-old. Tommy acquired Dad's quiet brilliance and empathy, whilst Alicia inherited Mom's looks and dramatics. Since Dad's death, He has been my primary source of genuine affection in this house. Instead of simply sympathizing, Uncle James had a determined expression in his eyes, similar to how Dad would appear when he was solving a problem. "Your dad would never have wanted this for you," he replied, his voice firm but gentle. Then he made me an offer that would change everything. He has a guest home near his business in a city about an hour from San Jose, and he's prepared to let me stay there for free until I get established. He even offered to co-sign any required loans. While we were conversing, I received a text from my probable future manager at the IT company. She stated she was impressed with my interviews and was excited to have me on the team. They are working on several cutting-edge AI initiatives that are completely aligned with my interests. Reading that message while sitting next to the lone adult who seemed to care about my future felt like the universe was sending me a signal. For the first time in weeks, I felt hopeful. However, when we informed Mom about this possibility, she exploded. The transition was sudden and frightening. She transformed from the passive-aggressive manipulator I had become accustomed to into someone I hardly knew. She accused me of abandoning the family, branded me selfish, and then dropped an unexpected bombshell. "You're just like your father. Always putting yourself first." Uncle James intervened quickly, telling Mom she was out of line. He reminded her that Dad had worked tirelessly to support this family, that he had taken a late shift at work, the one he was traveling home from when the tragedy occurred, to pay for Alicia's dance classes. The fight that followed was heated, with Alicia joining in to call me selfish and Tommy crying in the corner. The things Mom said during that dispute indicated a lot about how she truly regards me. Apparently, I have always been difficult. Even as a child, my preference for academics above socialization was unusual. Even my decision to study computer technology rather than something more suitable for a girl reflected my rebellious nature. It seemed as if years of animosity had finally been released. I'm currently sitting in my room, surrounded by half-packed boxes. Uncle James urged me to begin packing, just in case. I am trying to figure out what to do next. On one side of my laptop screen, there is a job offer letter, and on the other, there are San Jose apartment ads. The deadline is tomorrow, at 5 p.m. Pacific time. Uncle James is downstairs, ready to assist me in moving out, if that's what I want. But Mom's warning to cut me off completely if I leave still rings in my ears. Tommy left a note under my door a few minutes ago. In his shaky handwriting he added, "I love you, Olivia. Dad would want you to be happy." I'm trying not to cry on the page while writing this. I realize this is long, but I needed to get it out. I understand that this is tricky, but am I wrong in wanting to take advantage of this opportunity? Should I give up my work to protect the harmony in the family? Should I accept Uncle James's offer, risking losing my relationship with Mom and Alicia? I've spent my entire life as the responsible one, the one who is dependable and willing to make compromises. For once, I'd like to select myself. But my guilt is eating me alive. What if Mom is correct? What if I'm being selfish? I will provide an update after I have reached a decision. My hands are shaking so terribly that I can hardly type this. If you've read this far, I appreciate it. Any advice would be greatly appreciated. Thank you for the overwhelming reaction. I read every remark, even if I can't respond to all of them. Uncle James is assisting me in evaluating my alternatives, and I will provide an update as soon as possible. Update 1. First and foremost, I'd like to thank everyone who left positive comments on my previous post. Your remarks provided me the strength to make a decision. I accepted the job offer and sought Uncle James's assistance. But what occurred next surprised me. The morning after I made my decision, I got up early to begin transferring my belongings. Mom and Alicia weren't talking to me, as I expected. I didn't expect to see my laptop missing from my desk. Following a frenzied hunt, I discovered it in Alicia's room. She attempted to send an email denying my employment offer from my account. Thankfully, she was unaware of the two-factor authentication I had set up. When confronted, Mom defended her. Alicia was just trying to protect our family. That's when I knew I'd made the proper choice. Uncle James helped me load everything into his vehicle while Mom and Alicia watched from the window, not even coming down to say goodbye. Only Tommy ran out to hug me, putting his favorite action figure in my pocket and murmuring, "For good luck." The drive to Uncle James's house was relatively peaceful. He didn't force me to communicate, Just let me analyze everything while my favorite indie rock station played softly in the background. It reminded me of drives I used to take with Dad to clear my mind. Getting situated in the guest house was weird. It's little but ideal for me. A studio with a tiny kitchen and a workstation by the window. Uncle James had already set up a workstation for me, complete with 2 monitors. Your dad would have wanted you to have the right setup, he told me. The true shock occurred as I was organizing my documents for the new employment. I discovered an old envelope in Dad's work briefcase that Uncle James had kept in storage. Inside were letters from Dad to each of us kids, intended to be opened when we turned 25. I know I shouldn't have opened mine so early, but with everything going on, I needed some connection with him. The letter altered everything. Dad described his own experiences with family pressure. When he was younger, his parents wanted him to take over their modest business, but he chose to study engineering instead. He wrote about how happy he was of my interest in technology and hoped I'd have the fortitude to pursue my aspirations, even if it meant making difficult decisions. But there was something else in the envelope. Bank statements indicating that Dad had established a separate savings account for my college tuition. I never knew about this account, which had enough money to fund at least 2 years of tuition. When I showed these to Uncle James, his expression worsened. He made some calls and discovered that Mom had somehow acquired access to this account, following Dad's death, and fully depleted it. I started a new job yesterday. The staff is great, and the projects are even more exciting than I anticipated. My boss personally led me around and introduced me to everyone. During lunch, she mentioned that she had been cheering for me since my interview, especially after I solved a particularly difficult coding problem in an unusual way. Mom has been phoning non-stop since I left, leaving voicemails alternating between guilt and rage. Alicia wrote a lengthy diatribe on social media about how I had abandoned the family. I blocked them both because I need time to focus on my new beginning. Uncle James helped me open a separate bank account from Mom's, and I'm learning about financial independence from a coworker who also offers personal finance classes. I'm also looking at therapy choices that are covered by my new health insurance. The toughest part is missing Tommy. We video chat every night before his bedtime while Mom attends her evening yoga session. He had been telling me about his science project, and his eyes brightened up when I offered to help him code a simple game for it. I keep rereading Dad's letter anytime I'm feeling guilty. One statement in particular strikes out. Sometimes the bravest thing you can do is choose your own path, even when others try to hold you back out of their own fear. There's more to look into with the education fund, and Uncle James is assisting me in gathering information. I'll provide another update once I have more information. For the time being, I'm focusing on learning my new work and creating my new life, one day at a time. Update 2. It has been 3 weeks since my previous update. I regret the delay, but what I discovered necessitated thorough investigation and legal consulting before I felt safe publishing. Remember the college fund that I mentioned discovering in Dad's papers? Uncle James and I have spent the past few weeks trying to figure out what happened to that money. What we discovered was far worse than we had feared. With the help of Dad's old bank colleague, we discovered that Mom had not only accessed one account, but had systematically depleted multiple accounts Dad had set up. There was a college fund for me, another for Tommy's future schooling, and a general emergency fund. All were emptied within months, following Dad's death. Last week, Mom sent me a lengthy email. She sought to get ahead of the narrative, indicating that she was aware we were investigating. The email began with a half-hearted apology for possibly being too harsh, but gradually evolved into something else entirely. She wrote, "There is something you should know about your father. When I was pregnant with you, he had an affair." The email went on to explain how she uncovered the affair, how Dad sought forgiveness, and how she gently accepted him back. She claimed this was why she had always been away from me, that I reminded her of that horrible moment. She concluded by offering that if I discontinued my research into the accounts, we could focus on repairing our relationship. Here's the thing. Her story didn't add up. Uncle James and I dug through Dad's old records and discovered something unusual. While Mom alleged Dad was having an affair, he was actually working double shifts to pay off Mom's credit card debt. We discovered old credit card statements with enormous charges from that time period, all made by Mom. The major surprise occurred when we realized Dad's old email address was still operational. We discovered years of correspondence with his lawyer discussing his concerns about mom's spending habits. He had been recording everything, safeguarding valuables, and establishing separate accounts for his children's futures. He wasn't having an affair, he was attempting to shield us from mom's financial recklessness. The emails also showed something heartbreaking. Dad had intended to leave mom. Not for another lady, but because he was concerned about her influence on the children. The accident occurred only 2 weeks before he planned to file for divorce. I took all of this material to the lawyer that Uncle James recommended. She was appalled. Apparently, what mom did with the accounts following Dad's death was not only immoral, but unlawful. She had fabricated documents to obtain access to accounts that she was not permitted to touch. The lawyer also discovered anything concerning Alicia's alleged college expenses. The reason mom said she needed my help were mostly spent on shopping sprees and luxury stuff. We discovered credit card bills indicating purchases at high-end retailers, spa treatments, and even a secret spring break trip to Cancun, all while Alicia was allegedly too anxious to attend lectures. I spent hours scrolling through Alicia's social media posts, chronicling every extravagant purchase, luxury vacation, and shopping spree. The time frame coincides exactly with the loss of money from Dad's accounts. Mom wasn't just allowing Alicia's behavior, she was sponsoring it with money that was legally intended for all of us. The lawyer claims we have a good case of financial fraud. The data left by Dad, together with the paper trail of mom's activities following his death, creates a clear picture of systematic theft and deception. Tommy's predicament is what concerns me the most right now. He's still living in that toxic environment, seeing mom and Alicia spend money that should have gone for his future. Uncle James is exploring our options for obtaining custody. The lawyer believes we may have a case, particularly given the financial malfeasance. I have not responded to mom's email yet. The lawyer advised against any direct communication at this time. But mom and Alicia must sense something is wrong, because they've launched a social media smear campaign against me, portraying me as the ungrateful daughter who abandoned her family for a high-paying tech career. The truth is that learning of Dad's impending divorce has been both painful and validating. It's painful because Dad died before he could shield us from mom's toxic conduct. But it's also validating since it shows he knew what was going on. He wasn't naive to mom's manipulation and financial abuse. He was actively working to stop it. I'm preparing all of the documentation for legal action. Uncle James has been great throughout this process, spending countless hours assisting me in building our case. My employment is going well, and my team has been understanding of my need for occasional personal time to deal with things. The coming weeks will be critical as we move forward with legal processes. I'll post another update when I can, but for the time being, I need to focus on constructing our case and staying emotionally healthy through it all. My company's health insurance provides therapy, so I started seeing someone to help me digest things. At least I now know the truth. Dad was not the villain in mom's story. He tried to be our hero to the end. Update 3. The previous 6 weeks have been a blur of legal proceedings, life changes, and final decisions. What began with discovering Dad's buried letter has resulted in a full overhaul of our lives. The court case moved quickly, thanks to the tremendous evidence we had. The judge was particularly concerned about mom's methodical depletion of Tommy's education money. The most incriminating proof came from mom's scrupulous record-keeping. She had logged every unlawful transfer in her personal planner, perhaps not expecting anyone to uncover it. When mom was presented with the evidence in court, her veneer finally shattered. She admitted to everything, falsifying documents to gain access to Dad's accounts, squandering insurance funds, and systematically concealing financial data. The judge's decision was straightforward: full restoration of all diverted cash, plus interest. Mom is currently facing criminal charges for fraud. Alicia's reaction was revealing. Instead of supporting mom, she quickly distanced herself, claiming she had no idea where the money for her shopping sprees came from. Her Instagram influencer hopes were dashed when the court ordered her to return all products purchased with misappropriated monies. The most significant success was gaining custody of Tommy, rather than the financial settlement. When the judge recognized the pattern of financial abuse and deception, as well as evidence of mom's continued harmful behavior, she gave me interim custody, with Uncle James serving as co-guardian. Tommy moved in with me last week, and the difference is already evident. He's smiling more, sleeping better, and is enthused about the coding projects we're working on together. My career has accelerated in ways I never expected. My initiative has piqued the interest of high management, and I have been elevated to team leader. The steadiness of my employment and income played a crucial role in the custody decision. Mom made one final attempt at manipulation, offering to forgive everything, provided I dropped the accusations and returned Tommy. Her lawyer instructed her to stop when I provided recordings of her threatening phone calls. Elysia has been making passive-aggressive posts about toxic family members and betrayal, but her popularity has dwindled since she was forced to return her designer outfit. She's moved in with a friend, refusing to live with Mom now that the money has run out. Uncle James has been my rock throughout this. He's helped Tommy set up his new room, located a terrific school nearby, and even opened a new college fund for him, which Mom can't access. We have weekly family dinners where we talk about Dad's pleasant memories, which are slowly healing after years of manipulation. The guest house has become our home. Tommy's room is filled in science posters and programming flowcharts that we created together. He's joined a robotics club at his new school, and his passion reminds me of Dad. I started therapy to analyze everything, and it's helping me realize that none of this was my fault. Dad tried to protect us, and now I'm continuing what he started. Looking back at my initial post, I can't believe how far we've come. From nearly giving up on my aspirations to now completely realizing them while providing Tommy with the secure home he deserves. Mom and Elysia's true colors were revealed, but losing them gave us something more valuable: truth and freedom. To those who may be in similar situations, believe your intuition. If something feels off, it probably is. Sometimes the family you choose is more significant than the one you are born into. Thank you for giving me the courage to research while my world was collapsing. Your encouragement gave me the courage to fight for justice, not just for myself, but for Tommy and Dad's memory. You transformed our life. Thanks for watching and sticking around till the end. If you enjoyed these stories, make sure to subscribe and hit the bell so you don't miss the next drama-filled episode. Excluded from my sister's wedding, I went on vacation. When the wedding fell apart, my whole family frantically tried to reach me. "You're overreacting. It's just a wedding," my mother said. I was not invited to my own sister's wedding. Instead, I scheduled a trip. Days later, my relatives blew up my phone. I sat there, staring at my screen, reading the message for the 5th time. "Hey, just wanted to let you know the guest list is finalized and we had to make some tough cuts. Hope you understand. Love you." Tough cuts. Tough cuts. I wasn't some distant cousin. I wasn't an old family acquaintance whom they hadn't seen in years. I was her brother. And my sister, the same sister I had assisted through every crisis, heartbreak, and moment of self-doubt, had just cut me out as an afterthought. I glanced at the screen, a slow pang of unbelief spreading into my chest. I nearly laughed, because this had to be a mistake. I took up the phone and called my mother. She responded on the second ring, her voice upbeat. "Hey sweetheart, what's up?" I didn't bother making small talk. I just got a message from Emily. She says the guest list is finalized and I'm not on it. There was a pause. Just long enough to prove what I had previously suspected. "Oh honey," my mother sighed. She always used that voice to make me feel like I was being unreasonable. "It's just a wedding. Don't make a big deal out of this. Just a wedding." I felt a hot stinging coil in my stomach. "Are you serious?" I asked, my voice unusually calm. "Mom, I'm her brother. How am I not invited to my own sister's wedding?" She produced a tisk sound, as if I were a toddler having a tantrum. "It's not personal. They had to keep the guest list small and—" "Mom." I cut her off. "I just saw Emily's Instagram post. She invited 150 people." Silence. Then, a forced chuckle. "Well, you know how things are. Weddings are expensive. And maybe they assumed you wouldn't mind skipping this one." I felt like I had been hit in the stomach. "Wouldn't mind?" I asked. "Mom, I've been there for Emily through it all. I helped her relocate twice. When she lost her job, we covered half of her rent. And I was the one who helped her get over her last breakup. But now I'm not good enough to be there on her special day." "Oh, stop being dramatic," my mother remarked with a sigh. "It's just one day. You're overreacting." I laughed briefly and without humor. Overreacting, right? I could already predict how things would go. I would argue. My mother would shrug me off. Emily would certainly provide a half-hearted apologies later. I'd be expected to forgive and forget. Because that is what I have always done. Not this time. Something within me cracked. If I wasn't worthy of inclusion, then fine, I would not be. I hung up without saying anything and began browsing through my phone. If I wasn't planning to attend Emily's wedding, then I was going to be somewhere much nicer. I was going on a vacation. The more I thought about it, the angrier I became. I wasn't the type of guy who got upset over trivial matters. I had previously let a lot slide. Emily had repeatedly forgotten my birthday. She would only call me when she needed something. Our mother always wanted me to be the understanding one. Emily managed to get away with murder. But this was an entirely new level of disdain. I wasn't going to sit around moping while my sister and the rest of the family played happy little wedding without me. If I wasn't significant enough to be featured, then I wasn't significant enough to be present when they needed me. I grabbed my laptop and began looking up flights. If Emily could have the happiest day of her life, then I planned to enjoy the best week of my life. It took less than an hour to plan. I reserved all-inclusive accommodations at a 5-star resort in the Caribbean. Suite with an ocean view, spa services, and access to a private beach. I had always convinced myself that such a trip would be too pricey. Not this time. I wasn't just traveling for a holiday. I was making a statement. When the wedding weekend came around, I was already on a plane, enjoying champagne in first class. I made sure to upload a picture, legs extended out, drink in hand, with this caption. Guess I got cut from the guest list, but I think I'll survive. The reactions were nearly immediate. Some of my cousins sent laughing emojis. My aunt, the only rational member in the family, commented, "Good for you. Should have taken me with you." But what's the best reaction? That came from my mother. She sent me 3 texts in a row. Mom asks, "Where are you?" My mom. "Are you seriously missing your sister's wedding over this?" Mother. "You're being petty." Petty? I wasn't even close to finishing. I responded with a photo of the beach, complete with white sand, crystal blue ocean, and a postcard perfect view. Then I shut off the phone. I wasn't about to let them guilt me. Not this time. For the first time in many years, I was not putting my family first. I was putting myself first. And it felt incredible. By the time I arrived in paradise, I had entirely eliminated any lingering remorse. The moment I walked out of the airport, the warm ocean breeze touched me, bearing the aroma of salt and tropical flowers. A private car was waiting to drive me to the resort. A stylish black SUV with chilled towels and bottled water in the backseat. Yeah. This was far better than a wedding. As we drove down the coast, I reflected on how right I had been to accomplish this. Back home, my family was presumably busy preparing for the big day. My mother was probably making excuses for why I wasn't present. My sister was laughing with her bridesmaids, not giving me a second thought. But I wasn't treated as an afterthought here. Here, I was the priority. My priority. The resort was something out of a fantasy. The lobby has enormous palm trees blooming within. A massive open-air architecture that allowed in the ocean wind. And the kind of service where you were greeted with a cocktail before you checked in. My room? Unreal. Floor-to-ceiling windows and a private balcony and the most gorgeous king-size bed I'd ever seen. I threw down my things, strolled out onto the balcony, and simply took it all in. Then, just to make matters worse, I took a picture of the scenery and shared it with this caption. When one door closes, another one opens, preferably to a beachside suite with unlimited margaritas. I knew it would find its way back to my family, and honestly, I hoped it did. Because for once, they could understand what it was like to be left out. And I was only getting started. The first full day of my trip was simply fantastic. I began the morning with room service, which included fluffy pancakes, fresh fruit, and coffee that was so wonderful it ruined every cup I'd ever tasted. Then I spent the entire day doing precisely what I wanted. No responsibilities. There's no family turmoil. Just me, the ocean, and a timetable focused only on my own enjoyment. By the afternoon, I was lounging on a sunbed by the infinity pool, martini in hand, watching the waves roll in. Every so often, I'd check at my phone, not to check in with my family. But look at the growing amount of responses to my vacation blogs. The comments were gold. Cousin Jake. Bro, where are you even? Aunt Lisa. Okay, now you're just showing off. An old college acquaintance says, dude, invite me next time. Finally, I received a notification that made me smirk. Emily saw your article. Oh, now she was paying attention. I could just imagine her reaction, sitting in the bridal room, sipping inexpensive champagne, scrolling through Instagram only to see me having my best life while she is anxious about her wedding. Good. I leaned back, took another sip of my beverage, and thought, enjoy your special day, sis. I hope it's all you wanted. However, when the sun began to set, something unusual occurred. My phone started to explode. Initially, I ignored it. I figured it was just more people reacting to my photos. But then I noticed these names. Mom. Emily. Cousin Jake. Even Uncle Rob. Call after call. Texts are coming in non-stop. I raised an eyebrow and eventually opened my phone. The first text I saw was from my mother. Mother. Call me, it's an emergency. Is there an emergency? Attending the wedding? I sighed, debating whether I really cared. Jake then sent another message. Jake's reaction. Dude, you are not going to believe what just happened. Oh, now I was curious. I sat up and scrolled through the texts. And I quickly understood that the universe had given me the nicest wedding gift I could have ever hoped for. Because as it turned out, Emily's beautiful wedding had gone up in flames. I scanned through a torrent of messages, my sneer grew with each one. Jake replied, Bro. You dodged a bullet. Mother. Call me right now. This is a family crisis. Emily, please. Where are you? I need you. I stretched out in my lounge chair. I took another drink of my cocktail, and continued scrolling. Then I discovered a message that made me laugh out loud. According to cousin Melissa, the groom simply walked out. I almost choked on my drink. Did the groom leave? Oh, this was better than I could have expected. Curiosity got the best of me, so I eventually texted Jake back. My response? What do you mean he left? Jake. Dude, during the reception, full meltdown. He and Emily had some huge fight and then he just walked out. Straight up left the venue. Jake, again. Oh, and then Uncle Rob and Dad got into a screaming match over who was ruining the family's reputation. Grandma cried. The venue cut the bar early. It's a mess. I leaned back, smirking. My sister had refused to let me attend the wedding, believing that she didn't need me. And now? Suddenly, I was the first person they all ran towards. I could already hear my mother's voice in my brain. You need to fix this, Emily is devastated. Yes, no thanks. I opened the following message. It came from Emily. Emily says, answer your phone. Please, I need you. Oh, suddenly I was significant. I took a deep breath and typed back a single response. Me. Sorry, I'm a little busy enjoying my overreaction. Hope the wedding was fun. And then, I blocked her phone number. I blocked my mother. I also blocked Jake, just in case he got drawn into their guilt trip operation. Then I turned my phone to do not disturb mode, waved over the bartender, and ordered another drink. Because, while my family spiraled, I was in paradise. And for once, I wasn't bothered. The following morning, I awoke to the sound of waves breaking on the shore. The aroma of sea and tropical flowers wafted through my open balcony doors. I stretched and yawned. And for one lovely minute, I almost forgot about the pandemonium at home. Almost. Then I looked at my phone. Even though I blocked the majority of my family, I still had more than 20 missed calls from random numbers. They tried everything to contact me. Several voicemails had slipped through. Despite my better judgment, I pressed play on the first one. Mom's voice, frantic. I don't know what you think you're doing, but this is not the time for one of your tantrums. Your sister is devastated and we need you here. This family needs to stick together right now. I rolled my eyes before deleting it. Next voicemail. Emily is crying. I don't understand why you're doing this. You're my brother. I need you. Please, just call me back. Click. Deleted. The following one had me laughing. Jake whispered as if he were hiding in a closet. Dude, Mom and Aunt Lisa are planning to show up at your apartment when you get back. Just a heads up. Also, Grandma keeps saying the wedding was cursed because you weren't there. It's hilarious. Was that a voicemail? I've saved. I tossed my phone on the bed and stepped out onto the balcony. The sun had just begun to rise. Creating a golden glow over the ocean, I took a deep breath, allowing the warmth of it to sink in. Back at home, my family was scrambling to perform damage control. Meanwhile, I was here, sipping espresso while wearing a bathrobe, enjoying the best decision I'd ever made. And the best part? They were now feeling what I had felt when they cut me out. Unwanted. Forgotten. Left out. It was rather poetic, actually. But I wasn't finished yet. I grabbed my phone. I took a photo of my breakfast, which included fluffy pancakes, fresh fruit, and a mimosa that was so brilliant it might blind someone. And posted it with this caption: "Starting my day stress-free. Hope everyone back home is doing okay." Then, just for fun, I went through my blocked messages, grinned at all of the missed calls, and ordered another mimosa. I didn't intend to call them back. Allow them to clean up their own mess. I was on vacation. By midday, I was relaxing under a secluded cabana, sipping a tropical drink with an umbrella when my phone vibrated again. This time, the message came from cousin Melissa. "Melissa. Okay, I know you're mad. And honestly, you deserve to be. But you have to hear what happened after the wedding. Call me. You're going to love this." I raised an eyebrow. Melissa has always been the only cousin with a brain. If she mentioned that I needed to hear anything, it was probably worth the time. So, despite my better judgment, I called her. She answered the first ring. "Oh my God, you're finally answering," she said, unable to contain her joy. "Okay, are you sitting down?" I gazed about in my shaded cabana, the vast ocean in front of me and the chilled beverage in my palm. "Yeah, I think I'm in a good place for whatever this is." Melissa let out a breathless laugh. "Okay." After the groom left, Emily had a complete meltdown. And I don't mean a few tears. I mean yelling, wailing, and throwing objects at the wedding party. I smirked. "Sounds about right." Melissa continued, her voice brimming with enthusiasm. Everyone was attempting to calm her down. Mom overheard Aunt Lisa suggest that the disaster could have been avoided. "If you'd been there?" I blinked. "Wait, what?" Melissa giggled. "Yes, she was saying that you've always been the one to mend problems when Emily spirals. That if you were present, you would have talked sense into the groom or handled everything like you normally do." I burst into laughter. "So let me get this straight. The same family that barred me from the wedding is now blaming me for not being present to preserve it." "Oh, it gets better," Melissa remarked. "Mom told Lisa she was acting ridiculous. And then they started fighting. Loudly. Then Grandma became involved. Saying Emily brought this on herself. Because she offended the cosmos by not inviting her brother." I almost choked on my drink. Melissa was cackling now. Grandma lectured Emily in front of everyone, stating, "If you had treated your family better, you wouldn't be alone in your wedding dress right now." I leaned back smirking. "Wow, that's beautiful." "Oh, and then," Melissa said, "your mother attempted to contact the groom's family to resolve the situation?" His mother just smiled and said, "This is your issue now." I had to set down my drink before I spilled it from laughing so hard. "So," I said, collecting my breath, "where does that leave Emily?" Melissa sighed. "Still weeping. Still blaming everyone except herself. Last I heard, she was trying to save the wedding with some sort of backup plan. But let's be honest, she's not going to recover from this." I shook my head, grinning. "You know what the best part is?" "What?" I took a slow sip from my drink. "I don't care." Melissa roared with laughter. "Honestly, I don't blame you. I just thought you'd appreciate knowing that karma did its job." "Oh, I love knowing that," I remarked, smirking. "Thanks for the update, Melissa." "No problem," she replied. "Enjoy your trip, and for the record, you did the right thing." I hung up, more satisfied than I had been in years. They wanted a wedding without me. And now, thanks to their own selfishness, they had a disaster instead. I grabbed up my drink and raised it to the heavens. And I toasted to the best decision I've ever made. Then I turned off my phone and relaxed back in my cabana. Let the beach air sweep away the rest of my shame. For the remainder of the day, I didn't look at my phone. Instead, I scheduled a sunset cruise. Allow the warm breeze to wash over me, and had a 5-star meal by the seaside. My family was still picking up the pieces from Emily's wedding tragedy. I was enjoying the greatest steak I'd ever had. At some point, a notion occurred to me. Perhaps I should feel sorry for her. Then I remembered how she left me out without hesitation. Yes, no. I took a sip from my wine. I took one last shot of the view. And shared it with one caption. 0 regrets. Finally, with a contented smile, I turned off my phone again. Let them stew, I was done being their backup plan. The following morning, I awoke feeling lighter than I have in years. There is no guilt. There will be no tension. There were no last-minute family emergencies that became my job to solve. Just myself and the sound of waves. And an entire day of nothing but rest. I stretched, ordered room service, and, out of curiosity, I turned my phone back on. A big mistake. Within seconds, my notification surged. Mom said, You need to stop acting like a child and call me. Emily's response. I can't believe you're doing this to me. You are so selfish. Your mother. This isn't funny. Emily is heartbroken. Do you even care? Unknown number, possibly my aunt. We need to fix this family before it's too late. I groaned and shook my head. It was almost surprising how swiftly they moved from ignoring me to expect me to cure everything. Then, one message struck my attention. Melissa. Okay, I understand you are ignoring everyone, but please read this. Your mother is trying to gather the family for a discussion when you return. Just a heads up. I almost laughed aloud. Oh, they assumed I would return as if nothing had happened. As if I'd just come up and let their guilt trip me. And pretend the entire thing never occurred. Yeah, not happening. I quickly replied to Melissa. You. Thanks for the warning, but I won't be there. Melissa says. Wait, what do you mean? Me. I'm extending my trip. They wanted to cut me out? Okay. I'm cutting myself off altogether. I could almost see her reaction. A combination of astonishment and amusement. A few seconds later, she responded. Melissa. Okay, that's iconic. Tell me everything when you get back, whenever that is LOL. I grinned, set down my phone, and grabbed up my laptop. With a few clicks, my trip was officially extended. Another entire week. There's no family. There's no drama. No family discussions. Just me and the water. They never allowed me to have peace. And the best part? They couldn't do anything about it. Before going to the beach, I sent one final text. Me, Mom, and Emily. Oh, so you want me around? Sorry, I'm too busy enjoying my reactions. Have fun cleaning up your own messes. Then, for the last time, I blocked their numbers. I put my phone down. Ordered another drink. Let the sun warm my skin. There is no guilt. There will be no tension. No regrets. Just peace. And it was the best decision I've ever made. I used to be invisible in the family, always compared to my golden sister, even though I was the one carrying everything. I'm not sure this story is real. Maybe it's just a distorted memory, or a version my mind made up to make things easier to accept. Or maybe it's a story that's been told so many times that even I can no longer tell what's true and what's imagined. Either way, this is my story. And I'm going to tell it the way I remember it. Blood is thicker than water? Bullshit. In my experience, blood is just a sticky, messy substance that stains everything it touches. And family. Family is just a group of people who are legally obligated to make you feel like crap. Especially when you're the failure. My name's Nathan, and for as long as I can remember, I've been disappointed. The underachiever. The one who never quite measured up. And my mom? She made damn sure I never forgot it. See, I have a sister, Mary. And Mary was perfect. Golden Child doesn't even begin to cover it. She was the valedictorian, the Ivy League grad, the corporate climber. Everything she touched turned to gold, or at least that's how it appeared. Mom practically worshipped her. Showered her with praise, bragged about her to anyone who would listen, and constantly used her as a yardstick to measure my own worth. And I always came up short. It wasn't like I was a deadbeat or anything. I had a good job in IT. Steady, reliable, paid the bills. I even managed to squirrel away a decent amount of savings. But that wasn't good enough. It wasn't prestigious enough. It wasn't merry enough. And the constant comparisons drove me absolutely insane. Why can't you be more like your sister? Mary would never do that. You should take a page out of Mary's book. I swear, I heard those phrases so many times, I started seeing Mary's face every time I closed my eyes. What really ate at me wasn't just the constant put-downs, it was the blatant hypocrisy. I was the one who was always there, the one who quietly picked up the pieces, the one who actually kept the family afloat. See, Mary's high-flying career might have looked impressive on paper, but it didn't exactly translate into cold, hard cash. She was all about appearances, flaunting her expensive clothes, her fancy car, her swanky condo. But beneath the surface, she was a financial train wreck. And who do you think bailed her out every time? Me. I'd been covering Mom's bills for years. Mortgage payments, unexpected expenses, the never-ending parade of emergencies. I did it out of guilt, out of a misplaced sense of obligation. But did I ever get a thank you? Did I ever get a pat on the back? Hell no. I was just the ATM, the reliable source of funds that could always be counted on. And Mary. She was the star, the one who deserved all the praise, even though she was basically living off my hard work. And then came the day I finally snapped. Mom was at it again, comparing me to Mary, telling me how jealous I was of her success. I'd had enough. Years of resentment, years of feeling invisible, years of being treated like crap finally boiled over. "You're just jealous of your sister. She's the successful one, you'll never be like her," she said, her voice dripping with that condescending tone that always made my blood boil. I laughed, a short, sharp, humorless sound. "Good," I said, my voice dripping with sarcasm. "Then she can pay your bills." And just like that, the dam broke. I watched with a perverse sense of satisfaction as my mother's face twisted with anger. But I didn't stop there. I knew I was crossing a line, that I was about to unleash a storm of epic proportions. But I didn't care. I was done. "Why don't you call her right now, Mom?" I said, pushing my chair back from the table. "Ask her to cover the mortgage this month. Since I'm so useless, I guess you won't need my help anymore." My mother's eyes narrowed with suspicion. She knew I was serious. She knew I was about to pull the plug on her comfortable little existence. But her pride wouldn't let her back down. She snatched her phone off the table, her fingers trembling slightly. "Fine," she huffed. "She actually cares about this family, unlike you." She dialed Mary's number, put the phone on speaker, and waited. I could practically feel the tension in the room, thick and heavy. Mary answered on the third ring, her voice all sweetness and light. "Hey Mom, what's up?" "Honey," my mother said, her voice laced with that cloying, manipulative tone she used to get her way. "Nathan has decided he's done helping. I need help covering the mortgage this month." There was a brief pause, a moment of stunned silence. Then, Mary's voice changed. It lost that sugary sweetness, replaced by a sharp, clipped tone that I knew all too well. "Mom, I already told you," she said, her voice laced with thinly veiled irritation. "I can't right now. I just put a down payment on the new condo. You know how it is?" "But honey," my mother pleaded, her voice cracking slightly. "I don't know what to do. The mortgage is due, and Mom, I can't," Mary said, her voice firm, bordering on dismissive. "I just don't have the money. You'll figure it out." And that was it. Just like that, the golden child had crumbled. The facade of perfection had shattered, revealing the hollow shell beneath. My mother's face was a study in disbelief. She stared at the phone, her mouth agape, like she couldn't comprehend what she was hearing. The realization that her precious Mary couldn't, or wouldn't help her was a blow she hadn't seen coming. I decided to twist the knife a little further. "Wait a minute," I said, my voice dripping with sarcasm. "I thought Mary was the successful one. Shouldn't this be easy for you? What happened to all that big corporate money?" Mary's sharp intake of breath was almost audible over the speakerphone. "That's none of your business, Nathan," she snapped, all pretense of civility gone. "Oh, I think it is," I retorted. "Especially since I'm the one who's been bailing you both out for years." The silence that followed was deafening. I could feel my mother's eyes boring into me, a mixture of anger and dawning horror on her face. "You don't understand," Mary finally said, her voice tight and strained. "My expenses are insane. The condo, the car payments, the credit cards, it all adds up. So, the lavish life ain't so lavish after all, huh?" I said, leaning back in my chair and relishing the moment. The rest of the conversation was a blur. More excuses from Mary, more pleading from my mother, and more snide remarks from me. Finally, Mary hung up, leaving my mother staring at her phone in stunned silence. "Well," I said, standing up and grabbing my jacket, "looks like you bet on the wrong horse, Mom." I turned to leave, but my mother grabbed my arm, her grip surprisingly strong. "You can't just walk away from this, Nathan," she said, her voice shaking. I need your help." I looked down at her hand on my arm, then back up at her face. For the first time, I saw a flicker of something genuine in her eyes. Not love, not affection, but fear. "I thought Mary was handling it," I said, my voice cold and indifferent. "She will," she whispered. "She just needs time." It was the same empty promise she'd been making me for years. I raised an eyebrow. "And in the meantime? What happens to you?" Her hand tightened on my arm, her knuckles white. "You're my son, Nathan," she said, her voice pleading. "You can't let me lose everything." It was then I saw all the years of manipulation, all the years she forced me to follow her strings. It wasn't going to work. I pried her fingers off my arm. "You made your choice, Mom," I said, my voice as hard as stone. "Now you get to live with it." And with that, I walked out the door. I didn't look back. As I drove away, I felt a strange mix of emotions swirling inside me. Relief, anger, sadness, and something else. something dark and unfamiliar. Was I enjoying this a little too much? Over the next few weeks, I did my best to ignore the chaos that was unfolding back home. My mother bombarded me with calls and texts, ranging from desperate pleas to angry accusations. Mary went radio silent, probably too busy trying to keep her own life from imploding to worry about her mom. But I didn't waver. I knew I was doing the right thing. I had spent too long sacrificing my own happiness for the sake of a family that didn't appreciate me. It was time to put myself first. And then came the call that changed everything. It was Alexis, a family friend. She is one of the few friends my mom kept up with. "Nathan," she said, her voice grave. "I think you need to know what's happening with your mother." I sighed. "What now? Did she finally get evicted?" "It's worse than that, Nathan," Alexis said. "She's desperate. She's been calling everyone, begging for money. She's even been trying to sell off some of the family heirlooms." The news hit me harder than I expected. This was spiraling further than I wanted. So Alexis continued and then said, "Mary, that's another story." "Alexis, please just get to the point." I replied, my voice tight with growing anxiety. "I heard from a little birdie that Mary has loan sharks on her tail. Word of advice? Don't go near the action. You don't want to get involved. Goodbye." The phone call then hung up. The news stopped me in my tracks. I started piecing together all the things Alexis and Mom have been saying over the years. The fact that Mary was so tight on money, and how much she flaunted being high class. I decided to leave things as is. I was going to hide. I tried to brush it off, to tell myself it wasn't my problem. But I couldn't shake the feeling that things were spiraling out of control. I kept thinking about my mother, alone and desperate, and Mary who had done things that were wrong. She has put herself in great danger. My heart grew heavier, and there was nothing I could do. I decided to protect myself. I started diverting large sums of money into offshore accounts, making sure that no one, especially Mary, would be able to find them. Since they were out to use me as an ATM, I wasn't going to be used. That way I was free to do whatever I wanted. The guilt at the selfishness barely pricked my conscience. It was survival. A week later, I received a call from Alexis, again concerned. I picked it up immediately this time. "Nathan, I hate to be the one to call, but it's important." My stomach dropped. "Please tell me Mom isn't going to do something stupid," I said, my voice barely a whisper. "It's about Mary. No one can get a hold of her. She missed dinner with her co-workers who called to check on her since she hasn't been seen at work in the past week." I paused. In the past week, I've seen no calls or texts. It's odd, I thought, but at the same time, it wasn't. I was one of the few people Mom and Mary contacted. What did I know? "Is this about loan sharks?" I responded, dread creeping into my voice. "I don't know, but this seems to spell disaster," Alexis stated, her voice shaking. "All right, I'll head to her condo and check things out," I replied, hesitant to get involved. Each step closer felt like stepping into quicksand, knowing it could drag me under too. Part of me screamed at me to stay away, that I had done enough. But the other part, the part that still clung to some twisted sense of family, wouldn't let me turn away. As I drove to Mary's condo, I couldn't help but feel a sense of dread. The sky had turned gray, and the wind was picking up, as if foreshadowing what was to come. I thought about turning around, to stay away, but I was so close, and part of me needed to know what had happened. The guilt weighed heavily on me. I pulled into the parking lot of Mary's condo, and walked up to the door. As I went to knock on the door, it swung open, revealing a scene that would forever be etched in my nightmares. The air was thick with a strong, metallic scent. The living room furniture had been flipped and shattered. Broken pieces of porcelain were spread across the floor. I followed the red stains across the room and toward the bedroom. As I got to the door, I peeked in and immediately ran to a trash can to puke. What I saw is something I will never forget. Mary was spread across the bed with slashes all across her chest. Her condo had been completely ransacked and robbed. I was the first to the scene. She lay like a discarded doll, her perfect image shattered, her life brutally extinguished. I bolted out of the condo, gasping for air. I stumbled to a nearby trash can and emptied my stomach, the bile burning my throat. When I could finally stand, I pulled out my phone and dialed 911, my hands shaking so badly I could barely hold the device. The authorities swarmed the scene. The police, the paramedics, the crime scene investigators, a cacophony of sirens and flashing lights that only amplified the horror of what I had just witnessed. I was questioned for hours, grilled about my relationship with Mary, my knowledge of her debts, her associations. It became clear that I was one of the last people Mary had contacted. The detectives saw me as a suspect. Finally, exhausted and traumatized, I was released. They warned me not to leave town, that I was still a person of interest. I didn't care. I just wanted to go home, to scrub the images from my mind, to forget everything that had happened. But I knew that was impossible. I was forever tainted. As I headed back to my car, a chilling realization began to creep into my mind. This wasn't just about the money. It was about something more. Something darker. Something that reached back into our twisted family history, our poisonous dynamic. Had my refusal to help set this chain of events in motion? Was I responsible for Mary's death? It was 3 a.m. when I received a call from an unknown number. I hesitated, but the same sense of dread that had plagued me all day compelled me to pick up. The voice on the other end was distorted, almost robotic. It sent shivers down my spine. "Thank you for doing what you did. You have set your mom free. I hope you live a long life." Then the call immediately ended. My blood ran cold. Those words? They sounded like a threat. A promise. A confession. I checked my bank account, and saw that all of my savings and wealth had been transferred to an offshore account. An account of my own. What is going on? What have I done? The dread was creeping in. Was I next? I received a call in the morning to attend Mary's funeral, and I attended with a heavy heart. The call happened to be from Mom. I picked my mom up, and she's a husk of what she once was. There was no emotion. No feeling. We sat in the pews without expression. The words and prayers of the speakers did nothing to ease the atmosphere. I was getting stares and glares from all members of the family. I wasn't the golden child, and never will be. We drove home in silence, and it was a silence that I was going to have to carry with me for the rest of my life. As the days turned into weeks, I felt so empty. Although my life was financially stable and free from my family, I have no one to turn to. I have blood on my hands, whether direct or not. I receive a call from the police, and they say that they are closing the case for Mary, as they suspect it to be someone out of state. They give me their condolences and then hang up. I can never tell Mom about that. She's too fragile, and it may kill her. A year has passed. I received a call, and it's from an unknown number. I picked up, and I heard my mom tell me these words. "You're free. Finally, both of us are free. It was the only choice for me to take. Please don't find me." I tried to respond with the words, "What do you mean?" But the call immediately ended. I tried calling again, but the line went dead. It was then I realized that those are the words of someone who was on the brink. Of someone who had nothing left. The finality of these words was all but telling. I contacted Alexis about my mom, and we searched all day and all night looking for her. We posted photos. We called the authorities. And nothing. 3 days later, I received a call from the local police. A body has been found in the reservoir. I had to go to identify the body, and it was my mother. She was gone. She had weighed herself and jumped in the reservoir. I'm left with nothing. I didn't want this. I wanted to be free of them, but not for them to perish. I wanted to escape, not destroy. I sold everything and decided to move. I leave this place behind with the horrifying memories that have occurred. The offshore account? I left it untouched. It was tainted money, blood money, and I wanted nothing to do with it. I gave the details to Alexis. She could donate it, burn it, do whatever she wanted with it. I just wanted it gone. My sister ruined my life by helping my ex-wife force me to pay child support for a child that isn't mine, while hiding her own affair. I'll start by saying that I truly despise my sister, albeit this wasn't always the case. She is my older sister, and as we grew up I admired her greatly. However, she has shown me throughout time that she can be a dreadful sister. My ex-wife Susie and I had been married for 2 years before I found she was cheating on me. The information came as a complete shock. I recall the moment well. I was browsing through her messages when I came across a chat in which she confessed to sexting with her male best friend for 8 years. Susie had always told me that he was merely a friend who had been in her life forever. Despite occasional envy, I had a great faith in her. We had established our relationship on trust, so when I unintentionally discovered the explicit text exchanges between them, I was completely taken aback. It felt as if the basis of all I thought in our marriage had crumbled in an instant. When I challenged her, she broke down and apologized profusely. She argued that it was only a one-time mistake and that her friend meant nothing to her in that sense. She vowed to block him and assure me that it would never happen again. Despite my rage and pain, I wanted to trust her. We began going to marriage counseling because I was terribly hurt by her betrayal and needed to understand why it happened and whether our marriage could be saved. Susie appeared to be truly sorry throughout counseling. She accepted responsibility for her misdeeds and worked diligently to recover my trust. For a time, it seemed like we were making significant progress. She was attentive, open, and willing to work to repair our connection. I decided to stay and give our marriage another opportunity because I still loved her and wanted to believe that people could change and relationships could be repaired. However, as you may have predicted, it was a huge error. After a while, I discovered that my ex-wife was attempting to meet up discreetly with her male closest friend. She had told me earlier that evening that she was going out with a coworker, but something about her demeanor looked off, and I had a nagging suspicion she was lying. I trusted my instincts and called the coworker after Susie departed to check in. To my dismay, they informed me that they had no plans with Susie. I felt a wave of sadness and confusion rush over me. It was becoming brutally evident that Susie was meeting up with this guy. Otherwise, she had no reason to deceive me. My mind raced with thoughts of betrayal as I attempted to call her several times, but she disregarded each call. As the night progressed, I felt an increasing sense of dread and helplessness. She arrived home pretty late and utterly inebriated. I'd been waiting for her all evening, sitting on the couch in our living room, my head whirling with emotions. When she stepped through the door, she didn't acknowledge me. Instead, she stumbled past me on her way to the bedroom, as if I didn't exist. I sat there feeling invisible and completely saddened, understanding that the woman I once trusted and loved had become a stranger to me. Later, as I was about to fall asleep, I heard her phone beep on the bedside table, indicating a message notification. Susie had fallen asleep wearing her evening clothes, evidently too inebriated to change. I carefully covered her with a blanket and, filled with dread and curiosity, leaned over to see what message she had gotten. I knew the number right away. It belonged to him, her male acquaintance. My heart fell as I read the words. "That was so much fun. We should do this more frequently." The message ended with a tongue and a sweat drop emoji, which made matters worse. I felt a rush of sickness come over me. There was no way a guy would send a message with those emojis unless something big had occurred between them. My mind raced with frightening thoughts of what they may have done. I felt ill to my stomach as I realized that my worst worries were probably true. I attempted to relax myself, but it was impossible. The betrayal felt like a real agony in my chest, and I couldn't get rid of the thought of them together. I couldn't get any sleep that night. I tossed and turned in bed, my mind filled with fear and grief. I kept repeating everything in my thoughts, wondering how it had gotten to this point and what I should do now. The night seemed long, and by the time daylight arrived, I knew nothing would ever be the same. When I confronted Susie about that night and how she had lied, she tried everything she could to avoid accepting responsibility. Initially, she attempted to manipulate and gaslight me, stating that my lack of trust was the real issue and that calling her coworker was a violation of her privacy. She accused me of being neurotic and unreasonable. Her attempts to gaslight me were difficult and unpleasant, but I refused to give in. I brought up the message he sent and demanded an explanation. She dismissed it, claiming that's just how friends talk to each other, and dubbed me crazy for reading too much into it. Her dismissive tone simply strengthened my drive to discover the truth. I chose to play my final card. I told her that if she didn't come clean, I'd approach him directly. This warning seemed to hit a chord. She became visibly uncomfortable and attempted to persuade me not to contact him, evidently concerned about the repercussions. Susie eventually broke down and confessed, despite her initial resistance and reluctance. She stated that she had wanted to meet him for a long time and that they did make out after becoming intoxicated. Her statement was like a blow in the gut, confirming my worst concerns and breaking any remaining faith in her. She proceeded to defend her behavior, claiming that our marriage had grown dull and she was looking for excitement elsewhere. I firmly objected, pointing out that her adultery and deception were the very reasons our marriage had deteriorated. I reminded her that it was hard to go back to normal after realizing she was sexting with another man. Despite her attempts to excuse her behavior, I held firm. I made it plain that she was solely responsible for breaking our vows and shattering the trust we had built. I voiced my severe displeasure and informed her that I had reached my breaking point. I couldn't just ignore her acts and pretend everything was fine. Susie, recognizing the enormity of the situation, started appealing for pardon. She admitted her issues but begged me not to abandon her, emphasizing her willingness to work on herself and our relationship. Despite her vows, I realized that our trust had been irreparably shattered. The damage was too severe now, and I realized that continuing would just prolong the inevitable. Her infidelity had left a chasm that we couldn't mend, and our marriage was irreparably destroyed. After learning this, I had to make the most difficult decision of my life, ask her to leave my house. Fortunately, We had a prenuptial agreement in place, so I was relieved that it would safeguard me from any potential financial consequences of our divorce. Despite her desperation and attempts to enlist her friends to encourage me to forgive her, I stayed firm in my decision and eventually booted her out onto the streets. I know this may seem harsh to read, but I was in too much suffering. I had always imagined that we would grow old together, but her betrayal left me devastated, and I knew I would never be the same again. I told my parents and older sister, about what had happened between me and Susie. They were astonished and disturbed by the news, as no one had expected Susie's behavior. They informed me of their support for divorcing her, which gave me some consolation. Here is the punctuated paragraph, logically divided into pieces. However, appeared abnormally silent throughout this, which struck me as peculiar. When I asked for her thoughts, given her strong friendship with Susie during our marriage, she answered unexpectedly. Instead of embracing my emotions of betrayal as a result of Susie's behavior, questioned if I was definite about divorcing her, pointing out that, unlike me, Susie had family support. Na's remark surprised me since it appeared like she was more concerned about Susie's well-being than the emotional turmoil I was experiencing. I answered sternly to Na, indicating that I didn't care about Susie's support system because she had decided to betray me multiple times through infidelity. I made it clear that Susie's well-being was no longer my concern, and I wondered why she seemed more concerned about my ex-wife than about me, her own brother. Na justified herself, stating that she was only concerned about me and did not want me to make rash decisions concerning my marriage. She stated that she had always believed Susie and I were meant for each other and that she was still shocked by our divorce. As a result, she inquired as to whether I will have any regrets in the future. While I found her remark weird at the time, I didn't think about it too much later. The entire situation was already emotionally draining, so I concentrated on getting through my divorce first. Initially, everything appeared to be going well for me during the divorce proceedings, and my lawyer was certain that we would win. But suddenly everything changed. Susie announced a bombshell: she was pregnant. This discovery really caught me off guard. I had not expected it at all. Clearly, life had other plans for me and intended to hurt me even more. Susie and her lawyer asked me to put the divorce procedures on hold after hearing this news. They stated that we should strive to resolve matters for the sake of our child. Susie insisted on providing our child with a conventional family upbringing. I was taken aback and instantly responded, declaring that I no longer cared about her wishes and that this child could not be mine. Susie responded by arguing that she had never been intimate with anybody other than me. She highlighted that just because she had a sexual encounter with her male closest friend that night did not mean she could become pregnant from him. She continued to encourage me to think about what was best for our child and to fight for our marriage for the sake of the baby. But I refused to be influenced. I realized this was a desperate attempt to derail the divorce process and guilt-trip me into staying with her so she could continue to live a luxury lifestyle on my money. Susie was clearly grabbing at straws, but I stayed firm in my determination to leave the marriage. I remained steadfast, arguing that the divorce will continue as planned. I stated that when Susie gave birth, I would schedule a paternity test to determine whether the child was mine or not. However, Susie's lawyer refuted our case, arguing that because Susie was still legally married to me and had declared that she had not been intimate with anyone else, I was automatically the father of the kid. They stated that they would seek child support from me as a result of this. My lawyer vehemently disagreed, arguing that such allegations were baseless without a paternity test. Unfortunately, we were all too aware of the flaws in our judicial system, particularly when it came to defending men in cases like this. Susie's lawyer later sued me for child support, offering proof to back up their allegation that Susie had not been intimate with anyone else. They presented me as a controlling freak who attempted to avoid paying child support and accepting responsibility for my acts. They even called in witnesses to testify on Susie's behalf. My older sister, Na, was among the witnesses, which shocked me. I had no idea she would even be present. Initially, I figured she was there to observe and support me, but to my surprise, she testified against me, claiming that she had been friends with Susie for a long time and was confident that Susie could not have betrayed me by sleeping with someone else. My sister said Susie was still in love with me. Na claimed unequivocally that she believed the child belonged to me. Hearing my sister back my ex-wife over me was terrible. Na knew how much I loved Susie and how much she had wounded me, yet she was there to defend her deceptive behavior. Later, once we were out of court, I confronted my sister about her surprise testimony. I voiced my amazement and betrayal, feeling absolutely taken aback by her behavior. Na, on the other hand, stayed firm in her choice, saying that she was doing the right thing and that I would come to respect her stance in the future. I raised my voice, expressing my contempt and outrage at her for placing me in a position where I would have to pay child support for a child whose paternity had not yet been established. Na argued that I shouldn't be so harsh to an unborn child and that I should consider Susie's financial hardships if I didn't pay her alimony or child support. She told me that I would never comprehend her point of view since I did not have parental instincts like women. She persuaded me to see that covering the child's fees was the least I could do in this scenario. My sister's point of view left me feeling exploited and very uneasy. I couldn't understand how she could prioritize Susie's money demands over my emotional pain. My parents were also disappointed at my sister, telling Na that she had no right to testify against me. However, the harm was already done. My own sister testifying against me demonstrated to the court that Susie could be telling the truth and that I was attempting to avoid responsibility for our child. As a result, the court found in favor of my ex-wife, awarding her child support for me until the child turned 18. I was enraged and refused to accept the sentence, but despite our best efforts, my lawyer and I were unable to persuade the court. My divorce from Susie has been final for quite some time, and I have continued to pay child support for her kid on a monthly basis. Despite the fact that a paternity test proves that the child is not mine, he bears no resemblance to me. The truth is that because my ex-wife became pregnant while we were still married, the child is legally my responsibility. I'm now required to continue paying until he reaches the age of 18. This is why during this journey, my animosity toward my sister has grown stronger than it has toward my ex-wife. I totally blame Na for putting me in this situation. This is why, despite my parents' repeated requests to forgive her and move on, I have kept utter silence toward my sister and refused to acknowledge her presence at family functions. Everyone in the family appreciates and understands my position. Several cousins and relatives share my hate for Na, so they keep their distance from her. Na has repeatedly complained to our parents about how I have isolated her from the rest of the family. She defends her conduct by claiming that she did what she believed was best for the child. However, her attempts to elicit compassion have continued to fall on deaf ears, as the rest of the family realizes her folly and supports my decision. Nina married her longtime lover Joshua last year. Despite receiving an invitation to the wedding, I declined to go. My parents then told me that many other family members did not attend, which disappointed Na. She and her spouse spent some time after their marriage attempting to conceive. My parents had expressed to me their joy at the idea of finally having a grandchild from our family. I recently had to travel to a nearby town for a work conference organized by my company. Following the conference, my co-workers and I decided to unwind and relax at the hotel bar in our leisure time. Imagine my astonishment when I noticed my sister sitting with an elderly gentleman at the pub. She hadn't noticed me, and I kept it that way since I was curious about her appearance in a late-night club out of town, especially since she was married. I watched as she came in closer to the elderly man and murmured something into his ear that made him giggle. My suspicions intensified as they appeared to be flirting and acting unusually comfortable with each other. Without thinking about it, I reflexively reached for my phone and silently took a few photos. I took care to get clear images of my sister's and the older gentleman's faces, as I wanted incontrovertible confirmation of what I was seeing. As I saw them together at the bar, my mind raced with amazement and confusion. How could my married sister find herself in such a compromising situation? I watched in surprise as Na and the man continued their intimate talk, exchanging grins and laughter. After approximately an hour, the man motioned for Na to follow him to his room. She nodded and stood up to join him. My eyes widened as the truth of the scenario dawned on me and I realized I was seeing my sister prepare to cheat on her husband. I wanted to yell at her to stop, but from previous experience, I knew that cheats never learn from their mistakes. Instead, they must be given a lesson. After returning home, I decided to contact her husband, Joshua, personally. I believed it was necessary for him to know the truth rather than being caught off guard like I was. I located him on Facebook and made him a friend request, hoping he'd accept. After a few hours, I checked and discovered that he had accepted my request, so I instantly messaged him. In the message, I introduced myself as Nina's brother and stated that we needed to have an important chat. I requested him not to tell my sister about my text to him and gave him my phone number so he could contact me. I hoped he'd listen to what I had to say and waited impatiently for his call. A few minutes later, he called to ask why I had contacted him. He stated that he was already aware of me through Na and my parents, but was astonished that I had contacted him after all this time. I apologized to him for missing their wedding and expressed my concern that we were speaking under such circumstances. He then inquired what was wrong, and I honestly described what I had witnessed in the hotel between Noah and the older gentleman. I hesitated from immediately using the word cheating, because I wasn't sure if Na and he had an open marriage or not, and I didn't want to make assumptions. However, as I recounted the events to Joshua, he began probing with various questions regarding Na's attire and who the other man was, indicating obvious discomfort. To back up my story, I said that I had taken photographs of her with the gentleman, as I found it difficult to believe myself. I immediately shared those photographs with him to provide actual proof of what I had experienced. He was clearly moved by the revelation of Nina's infidelity and was wrestling with the seriousness of the situation. After a lengthy pause, he suddenly expressed gratitude for my candor and asked why I would go out of my way to assist him, given that we were virtually strangers and I no longer had a relationship with Na. His query struck a chord, prompting me to share my own experience, explaining how I had been in his shoes when my ex-wife cheated on me. As I probed more into the circumstances, I explained how Na had exacerbated my agony by testifying against me, resulting in my current burden of paying child support for a child who was not even mine. Joshua remained quiet for a few minutes after hearing my story. He then revealed that Na told him an entirely different version of the truth. Susie and my marriage, she claimed, were already faltering. And we had ceased being affectionate, prompting Susie to make a one-time error that allegedly led to our split. I was furious after hearing this distortion of truth, and I explained to Joshua that Susie had cheated on me twice, demonstrating that our divorce was not the result of a single error, but of her continually breaking my trust with her male buddy. To my relief, Joshua believed me and appreciated my candor in exposing my sister's dishonest actions. He informed me that he had no intention of staying with a cheating partner and planned to discuss this with Nina. In the days that followed, my parents regularly called to accuse me of wrecking Nina's life, since she was going through a divorce. They accused me of intruding unduly in her marriage and voiced disappointment at not being able to have a grandchild from her. Following this, I did not hold back in the dispute. I refuted their claims by explaining that it was not my responsibility that their daughter was unfaithful in her marriage. I suggested that instead of focusing on the prospect of having a grandchild, they should concentrate on teaching my sister better values and morals so she might become a better person. Na also sent me a derogatory text, accusing me of being a bitter young boy who couldn't keep his nose out of other people's business. She even said that Susie's infidelity during my marriage was legitimate, and that I deserved everything that had occurred to me. Her message enraged me, and it took me several hours to calm down after reading it. However, fate appeared to have its own way of balancing things, as I recently discovered that Na is presumably pregnant. She claims Joshua is the father, but he refuses to accept any responsibility. Joshua has contacted me, requesting that I testify for him when the case eventually goes to court, as I was the one who took those incriminating photos of Na and the other man. I accepted without hesitation. Not only to exact revenge on my sister, but also out of sympathy for Joshua. I do not want another man to go through the anguish and betrayal that I did with my ex-wife. Since then, my parents and Nina have persistently pressed me not to testify for Joshua. They continue to emphasize that family comes first. I can't help but find their sentiments amusing, especially since Na didn't emphasize family when it came to me. I am determined to teach my sister a lesson and guarantee that her husband does not meet the same fate as I did. Update 1. I'm shocked at how polarized everyone's reactions to my post are. I can't believe a few women are attempting to persuade me to support my sister, even though she has blatantly cheated. I say, shame on you. Believe me, I would have had no issues if my ex-wife had requested child support after demonstrating that the child was mine. But she didn't. She knew the child wasn't mine because we weren't even intimate at the time. As a result, she willfully forced me to accept responsibility for it because she couldn't pay it on her own. I couldn't show that she had intimate connections with that other guy because there was no evidence other than the text I discovered. As a result, I despise my sister Na for deceiving me and testifying for my ex-wife. However, now that Na is also manipulating her husband, I will not stand for it. I will testify against her and ensure that Joshua does not suffer the same fate. If it is discovered after the child is born that Joshua is the father, I am confident that he will step forward because he appears to be a lovely guy. But, until that is confirmed, why should a husband be required to pay child support when his wife has clearly been sleeping with other men? Na has expressed no guilt for her infidelity or for being the cause of her marriage's dissolution. Unlike my marriage, Joshua and Nina do not have a prenuptial agreement, which means he may be required to pay her alimony. On top of that, I feel he should not be required to pay child support for a child who is not his. I believe I'm doing the right thing, and I'm pleased that the majority of the comments support my decision. Update 2. It's been a long time since I posted anything here. Today, I testified against my sister in court. I described what I had seen her do with the older man, showing all of the proof and images. I could feel my sister's angry stare on me the entire time, but I remained determined. Despite her lawyer's attempts to discredit my testimony by suggesting I harbored a grudge against my sister, the judge accepted its credibility. I hope my testimony has a favorable impact on Joshua's case and that he is not required to pay child support, but the conclusion remains to be seen. In the midst of it all, my relationship with my parents has deteriorated. My mother called me, her voice strangled with tears, after learning that I had followed through on my pledge to testify against my sister. She was plainly disappointed, telling me that she and my father hoped I wouldn't do such a thing to my sister. As I listened, I couldn't help but become frustrated. I reminded her that they had never battled for me so hard when my sister had done the same thing to me during my divorce, and that they had even forgiven her for everything. Yet here she was calling me a letdown and wailing as if my troubles and pains were insignificant in comparison to my sister's. I informed my mother that it was unfair for them to chastise me for standing up for what was right and expressing the truth, especially because they had previously failed to support me. It seemed like a betrayal, and I made it obvious that I did not need them or my father in my life if they were going to favor my unfaithful sister over me. Since then, I've stopped talking to my parents and refused to answer their calls or respond to their messages. Update 3. I am returning with an update on my sister's predicament. I'm happy to say that Joshua has been exonerated of paying child support to my sister. I'm sure Na is upset. I can't help but feel relieved knowing that at least one person was spared the unjust weight that so many others, including myself, have had to bear. To clarify a few more points. No, I don't have a relationship with Susie's son. Even though I still pay child support. If the son grows up and contacts me, I will not hesitate to tell him the truth about his mother. Yes, my parents and I are still not communicating. And to be honest, I have felt much lighter and more comfortable since they stopped contacting me every other day and blaming me for not supporting my sister. Nah, she won't dare confront me since I'm sure she's still embarrassed that I testified against her. Also, yes, she will receive alimony from Joshua as we expected. No, my parents do not have a relationship with Susie's son because they know he is not my child. I'm not sure if they'll accept Nina's child, but maybe they will. That is all. My sil threw a fit when I refused to pay for her bachelorette trip and now she's blaming me for her fiancé leaving and the wedding being cancelled. My sister-in-law, Steffi, 26F, and I share a lot of history because we attended high school together. Back then she was a major bully, and I happened to be one of her favorite targets. Why not? I was a huge nerd in high school and my appearance didn't help. I was quite tiny and wore braces, making me the stereotypical nerdy girl in a teenage high school movie. Instead of glasses, I wore braces and my transformation did not occur until I was in college. Fortunately, I look considerably better now, having gained some weight and had my braces removed before beginning college. Not that there was anything wrong with my appearance before, but now I'm less likely to be bullied, which is all that matters. I met my spouse Andy at a college party a few years ago, when I was in my third year. He was 3 years older than me and previously worked as a DJ on the side. I got pretty drunk at that party, and because my apartment was so far away and no one else was accessible, he offered to bring me back. He was kind enough to drive me home and even wrote his phone number on the back of my hand, saying I could call him if I wanted because he liked me. The next morning, I awoke with a severe hangover, but knew I had met someone wonderful. I called him, asked him out for a date, and that was all. We got along incredibly well on that first date and I felt I'd found the one. But there was one issue, his sister. On our first date, we discussed our families, and Andy stated that he has a sister named Steffi. I joked about having a high school bully with the same name, but he looked at me seriously and said it could have been his sister, who had some behavioral issues back then. When he informed me the name of her high school, we discovered that his sister was my high school bully. It felt embarrassing, but I didn't let it interfere with our time together. I told him it wasn't a huge thing because I preferred him over his sister, and he agreed. After 3 months of dating, we decided to introduce each other's families. While it was reasonably easy for me to introduce him to my family, he found it tough and unpleasant because he was aware that his sister and I did not get along well. I was anxious the first time I had supper with his family, mostly because of Steffi. But it didn't go that terrible. His parents were really warm and friendly to me, and Steffi was cold and aloof, but it was still better than how she treated me in high school. I preferred this new version of her since it was much easier to deal with. She didn't say anything to me and kept our interaction to a minimum, which I viewed as a victory because it meant we could simply ignore one another and move on. I consider myself fortunate because this has been our relationship for the past few years. I haven't had much interaction with her, and she has never showed a desire in becoming friends with me. Even after Andy and I married 2 years ago, she only spoke to me as much as was necessary. So I'd say Stevie and I aren't particularly close, and we both enjoy it this way. After the way she treated me in high school, I doubt I'd want to be friends with her. Andy isn't bothered by this because he knows how harsh his sister can be. He doesn't mind that the two of us don't talk, and he understands that I haven't forgiven her for the way she devastated my high school experience because she has never expressed regret. You can't forgive someone who doesn't even apologize, and Andy understands that. He and Stevie have a regular sibling relationship, which I'm fine with because I know he does not perceive Stevie in the same way that I do. It's also been a long time since high school, and I don't want to urge my husband not to communicate with his sister or create unnecessary drama. She and I are now civil, and that is all that matters. Everything is okay in the family. I was surprised when Stevie contacted me a few weeks ago and asked if I wanted to join her on her bachelorette trip to the Greek islands. She didn't simply ask me over the phone, she invited me over to lunch. I was skeptical at first, but Andy urged me to try it, so I went. During lunch, she invited me to join the excursion. She was pleasantly kind to me, and she even apologized for how she treated me in high school. Instead of ignoring our shared history, Stevie addressed it for the first time. I was surprised since I hadn't expected her to admit to the constant bullying. When it eventually happened, I didn't know how to react. She apologized for how she had treated me, admitting she was just being a brat, and said she discovered her error too late. She also claimed that she had never brought it up, even after I began dating her brother, because she was uncomfortable confronting the past and didn't know how to face me after everything she had put me through. While discussing all of this, she even shed some tears, making it appear extremely sincere. As the naive emotional person that I am, I fell for it. I told her that I had forgiven her and that everything was in the past because I no longer had any issues with her. We were all adults, so we could deal with it the way we were supposed to, enjoy a few drinks together and forget about it. She appeared pleased with this, and we ended the lunch on a positive tone. She invited me to accompany her and her pals on their bachelorette vacation to the Greek islands because she wanted to make up for lost time and make me feel like a friend. Initially, I was apprehensive to agree, but she persuaded me. I eventually accepted since I believed it would be a nice experience and could help me develop a friendship with Stevie. I was tired of the tension we felt any time we were in the same room. After much debate, I agreed. I wanted to move on from the past and give our relationship a new start, and I saw no better way to do it than to go on a trip and let our hair down. That was a few weeks ago. Stevie and I have been in touch since then. She was being married next month, and we were due to leave for the vacation at the start of this week. However, the trip was cancelled due to a prank she played at the airport. She felt she could fool me into paying for the entire trip by breaking the news to me at the last minute, figuring I wouldn't cancel. She had no idea how easy it was for me to walk away, unlike her. I didn't care what her friends or she thought of me. We arrived at the airport approximately an hour before our aircraft was due to depart. We were all speaking when Stevie suggested we go get coffee, so I joined her. At the counter, she casually said, "Oh, by the way, I hope all your cards work internationally, because otherwise, you'll have a hard time paying for things." I informed her I was carrying cash for souvenirs and little purchases, but she explained that she meant hotel rooms, food, and even aircraft tickets, and that I would have to reimburse her for everything. I was really caught off surprise. We had never talked about this before, and half an hour before our trip was hardly the time to bring it up. She kept speaking in a casual tone, so I questioned if she expected me to pay for myself during the vacation. To my surprise, she said, "Not only for yourself, but for everyone on the trip, including my friends and me. I assumed you were going to sponsor the entire event, which is why I chose such an expensive location. I know you can afford it, will that be a problem?" I still recall her exact words and can hear her tone in my brain, as if it were the most apparent thing in the world. But we hadn't talked about it, and I had never agreed to something like that. I questioned whether she was serious, and she admitted that she had expected me to finance the entire trip. She claimed if I didn't, she'd think I was stingy and selfish because I had the highest salary she knew. She couldn't think of any reason why I would say no. But I could think of several reasons, beginning with the fact that I never agreed to this. She did not even ask if I was comfortable with it. Yes, I did earn more than most others she knew because I am the vice president of a relatively large corporation. However, that did not obligate me to support her travel. We weren't there yet, especially since we were still developing our connection. And I was certainly not going to consider paying for a vacation for a group of people I didn't even know. More importantly, it was my money and my decision. She could call me a miser or a stingy person, but it wouldn't matter to me since I wasn't going to spend a lot of money on a vacation I didn't even plan and on people I didn't know or care about. After a while of standing there while she grabbed her coffee, I decided to stroll back to where everyone else was sitting, gather my belongings, and leave. This was silly, and I didn't want to cause a commotion in a public place, so I left quietly. Stevie raced after me with her coffee, while her pals tried to figure out what was wrong, but I didn't believe it was necessary to explain anything to them. I just walked out of the airport, hopped into the first cab I saw, and went before they could find me. As soon as I got into the cab, I decided to block Stevie so she couldn't call me and bother me further. The next thing I did was phone Andy and tell him what had happened. I felt awful for him since he had been so happy that his sister and I were finally getting along. I expected this trip to help our relationship, but we were both mistaken. When I called him and informed him what Steffi had tried to do, he was much more furious than I was. He said that was inappropriate behavior and that he would call his parents right away to discuss it. I believe he was more disappointed with his sister than I was, because I knew she was a bad person and wasn't surprised by what had transpired. Andy and his parents, on the other hand, had undoubtedly anticipated more from her, and she had truly disappointed them. I believe that's what really messed things up for her after that, because as they found out what she was up to, they were all furious. Andy didn't say anything to her directly, but I could see he wasn't going to let this go since it was demeaning to me, and he was disappointed in his sister. When I returned home from the airport, Dad informed me I didn't need to speak with Steffi anymore. Not that I needed to be informed twice, I didn't want anything to do with her in the first place. I didn't hear from anyone in his family for the rest of the day, including his parents, but I knew Andy was on the phone with them all day. I elected not to discuss it with anyone because tempers were running hot. I knew everyone was already unhappy, and I didn't want to exacerbate it. I just stayed silent and waited for the storm to pass. 2 days passed with nothing happening, but I did chat with my in-laws. They apologized for how Stevie had treated me. I told them that it was no big issue because it was not their fault. I saw how wonderfully they had reared their son, so I knew their parenting was not the issue. Stevie was solely responsible for how she turned out. Andy and I got back to normal quite shortly after that. I didn't ask him about the implications of Stevie's conduct since I wasn't interested in them. All I knew was that I wouldn't have to engage with her anymore, which was plenty for me. But then, 2 days after the incident, I learned that the wedding had been cancelled and her fiancé had left her. That was the indirect result of what she had done to me. When Andy and I returned home from work that day, he informed me that Stevie was blaming our family for her breakup with her fiancé. I wasn't sure how that was even logical, given that we hadn't spoken to her since the airport incident. Apparently, this all happened because, after Andy told his parents what Stevie had tried to pull at the airport, they called her and asked her to apologize to me. However, Stevie didn't believe she had done anything wrong. Instead, she began telling her parents that I was harsh and stingy, and she was relieved I had left. This irritated her parents, who informed her that they would no longer be paying for the wedding and that she needed to find someone else to fund her lavish occasion. Stevie attempted to seem unconcerned, but it was going to be difficult for her to cover all of the wedding expenses on her own because she had just resigned her job and started her own business a few months ago, which had yet to break even. It was not feasible to pay for anything herself. Despite knowing this, she refused to apologize or accept responsibility for her mistakes. The wedding was only a few weeks away, so this was becoming an urgency for her. According to Andy, after speaking with her parents, Stevie informed her fiancé that her parents would no longer be funding the wedding expenses and that she expected him to take over. This sparked a massive dispute between them because it was clearly unfair for her to drop this on him with only a few weeks till the wedding. That fight eventually led to the cancellation of the wedding. After Andy told me the whole story, I asked him how he knew everything. He added that following the altercation with her fiancé, Stevie arrived at their parents' house and argued with them as well. She had blamed both them and me for what had occurred. She largely blamed me, which I thought was unfair given that I had nothing to do with the incident. Stevie stated that she had to cancel her trip with her pals because I refused to pay for it. She now believed she had to cancel her entire wedding and that her fiancé would most likely end their relationship. I strongly disagree with the vacation situation, because there was never any talk about me paying for it. It was absurd of her to anticipate that. However, I feel horrible that her wedding was cancelled. I've been feeling guilty about complaining to my husband and becoming so agitated over the situation. I guess I'm just sad for her because I know she was looking forward to getting married. Honestly, I'm looking for some reassurance. Is it my fault for whining to my husband about my sister-in-law expecting me to support her bachelorette trip for all of her pals at the airport? Update. First and foremost, thank you so much for informing me that I am not at blame here. I guess I needed to hear that. I was feeling bad about everything, and it didn't help that Stevie had been posting depressing things about being betrayed and such. It's been 5 days since the airport incident, and even though I've banned her everywhere, I know she's been posting bizarre sad phrases to get attention. When someone questions her about it, she tells them her side of the story while claiming to be the victim. Any sorrow I felt over her wedding being postponed has vanished because, plainly, she will stop at nothing to make me look like the villain in her story. I don't have to feel awful for her. She has even gone so far as to tell people that, while she anticipated me to stab her in the back, she didn't believe her brother would ever promote or tolerate something like this, but she was plainly mistaken, and her brother couldn't care less about her feelings. Again, I feel compelled to highlight that she had never asked me if I was comfortable or willing to cover the costs of the trip for her and her friends. The fact that she had to cancel at the last minute and return from the airport was totally her responsibility. According to her version of the tale, we had discussed it several times, but I flipped out at the airport, threw a fuss and left, which she considered a major slap in the face. She states that she and her friends had to return home without a trip, which was quite humiliating. It's infuriating how she's been spreading lies about me. However, I'm relieved that most of the relatives she's been saying this to have contacted me, as it seems out of character for me. I was able to clear the air and explain my side of the situation. Most people believe me, so whatever she's doing isn't working. She's coming across as a complete liar and moron. Andy told me he wanted to speak with her and tell her she couldn't keep lying about us, but I assured him there was no need. What she's doing is backfiring, and instead of harming our reputation, she's injuring herself. We can simply let her carry on. Update 2. It's been about 2 weeks since we learned that Stevie was no longer getting married. She had been complaining about us to all of her relatives, but it didn't work because most of them didn't believe her and turned to me for proof. I told them the truth, and within a few days, almost everyone knew what had transpired. She realized there was no use in attempting to make us appear terrible anymore, so she gave up. We assumed that was the end of the story, but evidently not. She has recently moved in with her parents because she and her fiancé broke up and she has nowhere else to go. Her fiancé, a good guy, had offered to let her keep the apartment while he moved out, but she couldn't afford the rent on her own, so she decided to move back in with her parents. Andy and I find it ironic. She had so much to say when her parents told her they wouldn't be supporting her wedding, pretending she had it all under control. But now her life is crumbling apart, and her parents are the only people she can turn to. My in-laws, being the nice people they are, took her in despite her bad behavior. But now that she's living with them, you'd think she'd have the common sense to stop talking negatively about me and Andy, especially in front of her parents, who are also Andy's parents. However, she is one of the most dumb persons I've ever met. Even after my in-laws made it clear that she was not permitted to badmouth us or behave as if we were the villains, she continued to do so in front of them. She was continually attempting to turn them against us, so my in-laws decided to inform her that she could either acknowledge her mistake and try to become a better person, or she would no longer be allowed to live with them. That, of course, irritated her, and she has now taken to emailing Andy every day, reminding him that I not only destroyed her bachelorette trip and wedding, but also damaged her life because her fiancé deserted her and her parents continue to support me. As if any of that were my fault. Andy has not blocked her yet because she is a family member, but she is on thin ice. A couple more texts insulting me, and I'm sure Andy will visit his parents' house to confront her in person. I believe she is only venting her feelings, but it is wrong. Update 3. We did it, I just couldn't handle it any longer. She was going too far, saying the worst things about me while messaging Andy, believing she could get away with it. Unfortunately for her, we are not particularly friendly. She had called me every name in the book, referred to me as jealous and insecure, and even said that I didn't look any better than I did in high school, which was a complete falsehood. She understands how sensitive I am about my appearance and makes it a point to pick on it whenever she can, which has gotten pretty obvious at this point. I also don't see why she thinks I'd be jealous of her, especially since my life is clearly better right now. She honestly has nothing to make me jealous or anxious about. Anyway, these were the types of things she had been texting Andy, attempting to irritate us, and she was successful. Earlier this evening, we went to my in-laws' house to address her because she needed to stop thinking she could say and do whatever she wanted without consequences. We had already spoken with Andy's parents, and they knew why we were there, so they didn't ask too many questions and simply allowed us in. Stevie was sitting in the living room and appeared shocked to see us. She had the nerve to ask her parents why we were there, as if we weren't supposed to be there. Her parents did not answer, so I took over the conversation. I told her she needed to learn to stop her mouth because I'd had enough of her bullshit and wouldn't put up with her constantly talking about me. I made it obvious that if she didn't stop talking about me to anyone, I'd make sure my side of the story became public as well, which would not be good for her. She quickly erupted, accusing me of blackmail and alleging her family had ambushed her. When we urged her to be quiet and simply apologize, she refused. Instead, she began packing her belongings and left within an hour, knowing she was no longer wanted and going to stay with a friend. I'm confident she'll be back in a few weeks because no friend will let her live rent-free for long. Given how much of a miser she is, I doubt she will pay when she can simply return to her parents and live for free. But for the time being, we are all free of her, and I must admit that I am much better off. I believe everyone would agree with me on that. My sister invited my abusive ex to my wedding to sabotage it. I exposed her infidelity to her boyfriend, and she lost everything. Hello Reddit. I, 32F, never imagined that I would be blogging here, but I feel the need to vent after everything that has transpired. I know the title sounds harsh, but bear with me. It will take a while to read this. I've always considered my family to be very typical. I'm the eldest of 2 sisters. Although they weren't severe, our parents instilled strong values in us and worked hard to provide us with a wonderful existence. When we were younger, my sister Catherine, 28F, and I were close, but during her adolescence, things began to change. She started to seek attention more and somehow kept getting into problems. Her problems, failing classes, sneaking out, and lying about where she was going, took up a lot of my parents' time. I, on the other hand, was consistent in my grades, complied with regulations, and never caused trouble. The tendency persisted after college. While Catherine changed employment frequently, never remaining for more than 8 or 9 months at one place, I was able to secure a steady work. She would get dismissed for a variety of reasons or quit because the atmosphere was toxic. Our parents continued to support her financially by paying her vehicle payments and rent when she was unable to. I also made an effort to assist by setting up 2 interviews for her at my company, but she was late for the first one and failed to show up for the second. 3 years ago, during my friend Lisa's 30th birthday celebration, I met my husband, Tyler. He worked with Lisa, and as soon as we spoke, everything made sense. He's thoughtful, steady, funny, and pretty much everything I've been searching for. I first became aware of Catherine's strange conduct during our year-long courtship before we moved in together. She would always arrive at our house without warning when she knew Tyler would be home. She wouldn't be able to visit if Tyler was working late. She began asking me strange questions about our relationship, such as if we had ever argued, whether I believed he was truly dedicated, and whether I was concerned about the 2-year age difference. I initially believed that she was merely protecting me or perhaps feeling envious that I was seeing her less. Since Brett, my ex, is significant to this narrative, I should bring him up here. In my mid-20s, Brett and I dated for 2 years. After a wonderful beginning, he gradually started to exert control over the relationship. He would arrive at work without warning, check my phone while I was asleep, and become upset if I went out with friends without him. He kept me apart from everyone but my family. And dispute about my messaging a male coworker about work was the last straw. He shoved me up against a wall and said that if I ever disrespected him again, it would get worse. That evening, I went to live with my parents and obtained a restraining order. Catherine even assisted me in moving my belongings out of his house, so the entire family is aware of what transpired. Tyler popped the question on a beach vacation last year. I was ecstatic, and it was ideal. I was too thrilled to notice Catherine's strange silence when we made the announcement at family supper. When I brought up wedding preparations, she became excited and virtually pleaded for my assistance. I was apprehensive because of her history of not completing tasks, but she appeared very excited and assured me that she would take it seriously. I persuaded Tyler to give her a try despite his skepticism. A huge error. The issues began modestly. Despite forgetting to relay vendor messages and scheduling conflicts, she always had an excuse and would make the necessary corrections just in time to appear as though she had saved the day. Then more serious problems began to arise. Although I had sent the money to Catherine weeks prior, the venue asserted that they never got our payment. Although Catherine insisted she had handled it, the florist canceled since final selections were never confirmed. We required food for 150 guests, but the caterer only had enough for 50. Every time something went wrong, Catherine would seem heartbroken and somehow repair it at the last minute, making herself appear heroic while I became angry with myself for having any doubts about her. I stood up for Catherine even though Tyler proposed that we handle the planning ourselves. She was my sister, and I believed she was genuinely attempting to assist. I saw her browsing Tyler's phone at our parents' place 2 weeks prior to the wedding. Tyler had left his phone charging in the kitchen while he was assisting Dad with something in the garage, and she had offered to help set up for Sunday dinner. She abruptly put down the phone when I entered, saying she was only attempting to show Mom some wedding pictures I had sent Tyler. It felt strange, but I ignored it because I had so many other wedding-related issues to handle. The wedding day got off to a fairly typical start. Everything appeared to be in order. All of the vendors arrived on time, the location looked stunning, and the flowers were just what I had requested. My bridesmaids and I were in the bridal room when I heard something outside. I glanced out before anyone could stop me and saw Brett and the security guys fighting. My heart stopped beating. I was making a big mistake, he was screaming, and he needed to talk to me. He was taken out by security, but I was shaken. How was the wedding even known to him? Since the restraining order ended 3 years ago, I hadn't spoken to him. My best friend Sarah, who has never been fond of Catherine, showed me something on her phone at that point. She was able to access her unlocked phone while Catherine was in the restroom after spotting her acting suspiciously. Brett and Catherine exchanged messages for weeks. She had informed him that I wasn't content with Tyler, emailed him all the wedding information, and persuaded him that I still harbored affections for him. She couldn't stand seeing me settle for the wrong man, so she vowed to help him win me back. However, things worsened. Sarah discovered correspondence between Catherine and Ryan, her boyfriend, in which Catherine expressed her affections for Tyler. She admitted that she had initially spotted him at Lisa's party but thought I had stolen him. In order to fully express her feelings to Tyler, she was attempting to call off the wedding. She even griped to Ryan about how unfair it was that while she was stuck with him, her plain older sister had landed such a great guy. Despite my devastation, I vowed not to let them spoil my day. Although it did not go as neatly as anticipated, the wedding did take place. Playing the role of the worried sister, Catherine pretended to be utterly surprised by Brett's appearance. When my parents learned what she had done, they were incensed, but we made the decision to handle it after the honeymoon. I showed Ryan everything when we returned, including Catherine's communications with Brett and her admissions regarding Tyler. Despite his pain, Ryan thanked me. At that point, he informed me of Catherine's questionable actions with her coworker, Mike. She and he had apparently been spending a lot of time together at work, going to lunch every day and messaging constantly. She consistently brushed off Ryan's worries, claiming that Ryan was being overly neurotic and that Mike was merely a buddy. That's what inspired me to seek retribution. Even though I may have gone too far, I don't regret it given what she did to me. Knowing that Catherine would be having her daily lunch meeting with Mike, I assisted Ryan in organizing a surprise visit to her place of employment. As they say, the rest is history. Update 1. Since I last posted, a lot has transpired. Yesterday's workplace altercation, which I assisted in organizing, was far more chaotic than I had anticipated. Ryan told me everything even though I wasn't there, and tidbits have also been coming in from other sources. Ryan did this by taking a day off from his own employment. For a week, he had been keeping tabs on Catherine's lunch habits. She consistently ate her meal with Mike, in his office with the door closed, and for precisely 75 minutes rather than the usual hour. Other staff members Ryan talked to said that this had been occurring for months. At precisely 12:45 p.m., when Catherine would undoubtedly be in Mike's office, he planned his visit. Ryan informed me that he nearly canceled at the last minute. He debated whether he truly wanted to know the truth for 15 minutes while he stood in the parking lot. He got the boost he needed though, when he recalled all the texts about Tyler and how Catherine believed she was settling for Ryan. Ryan was in without question after the office receptionist recognized him from company events. He headed to the third-floor office where Mike worked. He could see them sitting on Mike's desk chair together, heads hunched over Mike's phone, giggling about something, through the glass divider. Mike had Catherine virtually on his lap. Ryan claimed that they appeared to be a long-term couple who were totally at ease with one another. After a single knock, Ryan entered. He said that Catherine knocked over a cup of coffee when she leaped away from Mike. In a matter of seconds, her expression changed from shock to terror to rage. Given that Catherine had never brought up having a boyfriend, Mike simply appeared perplexed. She said that she couldn't wear rings while typing, which is why she had been wearing her promise ring from Ryan. Yes, they had exchanged promise rings 6 months prior, on a chain around her neck at work. Ryan gently made his way to Mike's desk rather than shouting or making a disturbance, as Catherine most likely anticipated. Printouts of Catherine's messages, including those about Tyler and her discussions with Brett about spoiling my wedding, were in a folder he put there. "She's all yours, yours," he murmured, turning to go after giving Mike a quick glance. Catherine began to panic at that point. She made a scene in the center of the office as she chased after Ryan and grabbed his arm. In tears, she said that she could explain everything and that it wasn't what it appeared to be. By now, a number of colleagues had emerged from their desks to observe the action. According to Ryan, other people were using their phones to record it. Those movies must be doing the rounds in the office right now. The higher authorities took notice of their argument. The department head and Catherine's immediate supervisor arrived to look into the disturbance. At this point, things truly took a turn for the worse. Catherine began disclosing inappropriate information in her haste to defend herself. She mentioned contacting Brett regarding my wedding during business hours. She mentioned using her business phone to make long-distance calls to him. She even acknowledged that she had printed wedding-related documents on the office printer. It seems that she had been printing wedding invitations for people using workplace resources as a type of side gig. With every admittance, the department head's expression seemed to harden. He called Et right away to retrieve her phone logs and print them out. They learned at that point that she had been making private international calls to a person in Europe, which was likely another secret she was maintaining. However, Ryan, who had had enough of being deceived, dropped the true bombshell. He told me something that made me feel sick. Catherine had arrived at the bar by coincidence the night before my wedding, at Tyler's bachelor party. One of Tyler's groomsmen, Ryan, was present. Catherine cornered Tyler outside the restroom and attempted to kiss him after the majority of others had gone. Catherine pleaded with Ryan not to tell me, but Tyler pushed her away right away and walked away. She sobbed, claimed to be intoxicated and disoriented, and vowed that it would never occur again. By threatening to destroy my wedding day if I found out, she coerced Ryan into remaining silent. I contacted Tyler as soon as Ryan told me about this section today. He stated he didn't inform me because he didn't want to start a commotion just before the wedding, but he did confirm everything. After we returned from the honeymoon, he intended to inform me. Tyler was attempting to keep me happy on my wedding day, therefore I'm not upset with him. However, I'm upset with Catherine for placing him in that situation. The consequences have been enormous. Catherine's supervisors are thoroughly auditing her computer usage and spending. Mike reportedly went to HR to defend himself, saying that despite his request to maintain professionalism, Catherine had been making inappropriate advances. Ryan's observations are totally at odds with this, but I suppose Mike is attempting to protect himself. Last night, Ryan left their shared flat. Until he can locate a new place, he is staying with friends. Everyone's phones have been blown up by Catherine, including Tyler's, Ryan's, our parents, and Trent's and mine. She alternates between acting like the victim and claiming that we all plotted to destroy her life. Our parents disagree about how to respond to this. Mom says I should have handled it privately as a family concern and believes I went too far by bringing up Catherine's place of employment. But Dad is really on my side. He asserts that rather than receiving another bailout, Catherine should finally experience the repercussions of her actions. I have no regrets about what I did. Perhaps I went too far, but she deserves everything that comes her way because of what she did to my wedding, attempted to do to my marriage, and has been doing to Ryan. This is only the beginning, according to what Ryan is telling me. The company audit will uncover much more than improper phone calls and mishandled office supplies. When I have more information, I'll update. Update 2. If it was conceivable, things with Catherine have become worse. When the audit results were released, they were much more detrimental than anyone had anticipated. The finding of systematic fraud resulted from an investigation into the misuse of business resources for wedding sabotage. Catherine had been submitting fictitious expense reports for non-existent customer appointments for the last 8 months. She made complex spreadsheets with fictitious phone numbers and email addresses that detailed encounters with possible clients. She even falsified the signatures on paperwork confirming the encounter. She falsely claimed more than $15,000 in reimbursements in total. The really heinous thing, though, is that she had set up a paper trail that implicated Jenny, her assistant. She had been gradually assembling evidence to blame Jenny for everything in the event that she was apprehended. There were documents stored on Jenny's drive, a phony confession letter saved as a draft, and suspicious emails written but not sent from Jenny's computer, which Catherine had access to because Jenny trusted her. All of this was discovered by the company's IT team while conducting their inquiry. The employer is filing charges against her in addition to terminating her. Catherine had designated me as her emergency contact rather than our parents, so yesterday the HR director gave me a call. He wanted to alert me to the fact that they would be filing a lawsuit. Their legal team is getting the documentation ready, and they have already called the police. The coworker she was becoming close to, Mike, has totally put her under the bus. He brought a thorough statement to HR alleging that Catherine had been pestering him sexually for months. He said that despite his repeated attempts to maintain professional boundaries, she had surrounded him in the break room, sent improper texts after work hours, and made unwanted physical contact. He even showed images of him requesting that she refrain from sending him late-night texts. I was shown a few of Catherine's most recent mails by Ryan. She has been sending him a ton of emails and texts, alternating between pleading with him to return and pointing the finger at everyone else for her troubles. In fact, she claimed, if my sister hadn't taken Tyler away from me, none of this would have occurred. She was aware that I was interested in him and that I had seen him first at that gathering, but she wanted to have him for herself since she has always been envious of me. These texts include terrifying delusions. She stated that Tyler was clearly settling for second best with me, that they made meaningful eye contact at family dinners, and that he would particularly chuckle at her jokes. Even though Tyler hardly recalls speaking to her during family get-togethers, she seems to sincerely think that they had a relationship. However, my mother made the most startling discovery yesterday. She contacted me in tears and said she had something to tell me that she ought to have told me years ago. Catherine had apparently engaged in a similar activity during her high school years. She sought to quit their relationship after becoming fixated with her best friend Rachel's boyfriend. She wrote fictitious love letters from the boyfriend to herself, circulated false accusations that Rachel was cheating, and finally attempted to kiss him at a party. She told everyone that he had attempted to attack her after he turned her down. When the truth was finally revealed, Mom sent her to counseling, but it was obvious that this didn't make much of a difference. Mom holds herself responsible for not informing me of this situation sooner. She kept it private to preserve Catherine's reputation since she believed that the conduct had stopped after therapy and that it was only a passing phase. She now understands that she ought to have forewarned me when Catherine began displaying excessive interest in Tyler. Ryan is now staying with friends after moving all of his possessions out of their apartment. He met a female at his gym, and he has already begun dating her. Catherine had a total breakdown after learning about it from mutual acquaintances. They threatened to call the police after she arrived at his gym crying and making a disturbance. She even attempted to persuade our father to speak with Ryan, but he turned her down, telling her that, for the first time in her life, she would have to deal with the fallout from her actions. She had another tantrum as a result, accusing our parents of constantly favoring me and forcing her to compete for everything. I'm done with Catherine, even though I'm not sure what will happen with the legal accusations. It was all an act, the sister I believed I had never existed. I can't help but notice her true identity now that the mask has come off. Update 3, a month has passed since my previous post, and things have finally calmed down, though not in the manner Catherine likely had in mind. The business proceeded with pressing charges. She faces official charges of embezzlement and fraud. Her attorney suggested that she accept a plea agreement, which would probably spare her from going to jail but would require her to serve probation and pay full reparations. She suffered financially as a result of losing her work. Due to the charges appearing in background checks, she is unable to get a new job. Due to her 2-month rent arrears, her landlord slapped her with an eviction notice last week. When prospective employers contacted her former company for references, she attempted to conceal her current residence by applying for jobs using our parents' address. Ryan has moved on entirely. He is formally dating Sarah, a girl from his gym, and they appear to be happy together. She is nice and totally different from Catherine, who I met last week. She leads a pretty drama-free life and holds steady work as a kindergarten teacher. There is no greater glaring contrast with Catherine. When Jenny, Catherine's old assistant, contacted me on LinkedIn, it was a true surprise. She wanted to express her gratitude to me for unintentionally revealing Catherine's plots. Evidently, Catherine had been claiming credit for her work and quietly threatening her job security for months, making her workplace a living hell. The corporation is funding Jenny's further certifications, and she has been elevated to Catherine's previous role. After Catherine attempted to place the responsibility for everything on my parents, they are now all disappointed in her. When she arrived at their home last week, she yelled that they had destroyed her life by constantly comparing her to me and made her feel inferior. She claimed Dad was controlling because he wouldn't give her the money to hire a lawyer, and she accused Mom of partiality since Mom assisted me more with wedding planning after Catherine ruined everything. She unexpectedly arrived at our house last night. She was crying because she needed aid and was about to be evicted. I remained in the kitchen while Tyler opened the door. He blocked her path when she attempted to push past him to reach me. She began yelling that he was stuck in a loveless marriage with me, that she had always loved him more than I could, and that they were meant to be together. Normally extremely calm and courteous, Tyler informed her she needed professional treatment and threatened to get a restraining order if she returned to our home. She cried out that we would regret it and that we would pay a price for ruining her life. I just replied, "Catherine, you ruined your own life." As I made my way to the door, "We simply revealed your actions." While she was in the middle of her tirade, I shut the door. I've blocked her on social media, email, and the phone. Our parents understood when I informed them I was done with her. Although they aren't totally cutting her off, they have made it clear that they will no longer give her money or allow her to control them. We have to move to a different state since Tyler received a promotion at work. To be honest, the timing of our move next month couldn't be more ideal. We need a new beginning away from all of this drama. Catherine won't know about the move until we're already gone, so we haven't told her and don't intend to. I've discovered that toxic is toxic, regardless of blood relationship, despite the saying that blood is thicker than water. I've come to terms with the fact that my sister never existed and grieved for her. I want to express my gratitude to everyone who helped me along the way. I'm excited to begin our new life without any drama. Paid for my wife's family vacation, but sister-in-law excluded me. At checkout, when she expected me to cover her bill, I made her pay. I never imagined feeling this depressed while lounging in an upscale Miami Beach resort. A family vacation that was supposed to be unforgettable has become a nightmare because of my sister-in-law, Ella, 38F. I am accompanied by my wife, Ray, 42F, her aging parents, 76M and 70F, and Ella. We have been married for 10 amazing years. I'm already at my wit's end because of Ella's treatment of me just 2 days into this vacation. Over the past 10 years, Ray and I have established a pleasant life together. We have both put in a lot of effort to get to the senior positions we currently hold at our respective firms. Our success is reflected in our lifestyle. To break up the routine of our hectic lives, we take at least 3 large vacations a year in addition to a number of weekend excursions. We are able to travel widely since we decided not to have children. We've made it a point to take Ray's parents along on one of our yearly vacations for the past 2 years. Her mother finds it difficult to travel with her father alone as his health has been progressively deteriorating. The trip this summer was particularly meaningful because Ray's father had mentioned that he had always wanted to go to Miami, where he and his wife had gone on their honeymoon almost 50 years prior. He spoke of it with a certain fervor that betrayed a dread that this would be his final opportunity to relive those treasured recollections. Given how expensive a week in Miami would be, I promptly turned down his offer to help with the costs. I wanted to do this for these individuals since they have been treating me like their own kid for the past 10 years. I can easily afford such costs because of my financial circumstances, and it was well worth the money to witness their happiness upon returning to Miami. When Ella asked to go with us, our journey took a very different turn. Ella has always been in a hard spot financially, unlike Ray and me. Her husband's salary hardly meets the necessities for her 3 school-age children. She would always remark that she hadn't been able to afford a real vacation since her honeymoon whenever we shared pictures from our trips. She came up to us directly this year about going to Miami. I consented even though I knew I would be responsible for all of her costs. Family should support family, after all. Ella's behavior seemed strange from the moment we arrived in Miami. Only a few hours after arriving at our beach resort, the first warning sign arrived. Ella recommended that the family take a picture in front of the breathtaking ocean scenery. In order to get everyone in the photo, I grabbed my phone and prepared to set the timer. She stopped me at that point. "Oh, would you just snap the photo for us? Mom, Dad, Ray and I are the only 4 people we desire." Her remarks were like a kick to the face. I said nothing, figuring they might have preferred a single picture of their original family. However, this was not an isolated incident. Ella made it the central topic of our trip. She would find a way to keep me out of every restaurant, tourist attraction, and special occasion. She kept saying, "Oh, just the 4 of us," or, "This one's just for family." I took over as the official photographer, spending all of my time behind the lens rather than creating memories with my wife and in-laws. Even worse, Ella began sharing these pictures on social media, fabricating a story about this family vacation in which I didn't exist. My in-laws would encourage me to participate in the pictures, and Ray would occasionally step in and stress that I was also family, but Ella always managed to sway the situation until I was back in front of the camera. For their ideal family reunion, I seemed to be nothing more than a walking ATM and personal photographer. I was looking forward to unwinding in the immaculate pool with its stunning ocean view after a long day of trekking and touring. I was about to enter the water when Ella hit me once again. "Will you be able to stay out a while? We want a picture of a girl that only includes Mom, Ray and me." What began as a seemingly simple request ended up involving me standing by the pool for an hour while Ella staged an ongoing photo session. The women appeared first, followed by a picture of a sibling and then another original family picture. Every time I attempted to join them, she would come up with a new combination that conveniently left me out. If my presence was such a hassle, I couldn't help but wonder why she had bothered to come on this vacation. The following day's boat ride incident was far more obvious. When we got to the tourist destination, they provided calm boat rides along the shore. Families with 4 people would love the boat's 2 rows of 2 seats apiece. However, we were only 5. Ella stepped right in with her idea before anybody else could offer a reasonable rotation scheme. She insisted that this arrangement would be perfect for family photos, and made arrangements for Ray's parents to sit together in 1 row while she took the seat next to Ray in the second. In the subsequent boat, I found myself surrounded by strangers. They also purchased a memento of their boat ride with the family. This is the text, punctuated and clearly divided into paragraphs. Currently, Ella's social media feed features the picture. My entire holiday experience was well captured in the souvenir photo from the boat excursion, when I was awkwardly crammed between strangers as my wife and her family had wonderful memories without me. I couldn't help but observe that I was always the one who had to be left out of any situation. Even though I was paying for this entire vacation, Ella never once volunteered to trade places or take turns being the odd one out. It was the same for dinner at the fancy seafood restaurant. I had been looking forward to this reservation for weeks, particularly asking for a prime table with an unhindered view of the sunset at one of Miami's most upscale waterfront restaurants. The hostess escorted us to a circular table for 6 when we got there, which was well situated to capture the golden hour light across the ocean. Ray's parents were seated across from us, and I had imagined us sitting together and taking in the scenery while we shared this beautiful time. Since Ella was a last-minute addition to our trip, she might have easily grabbed a seat on the side. Rather, Ella sat beside Ray before anyone could even bring out a chair, and her parents, of course, took the best seats. With my back to the sunset, I had deliberately planned this dinner around. I was forced into the worst conceivable position, between Ray's parents and the crowded server station. Ella's true colors came out when Ray attempted to defend me by proposing that we reorganize the seating. Telling Ray to stop being so clingy and reminding everyone that this was a family holiday, she yelled at her sister. As the evening wore on, the dinner only grew worse. I made an effort to engage in the discussion in the hopes of discovering some points of agreement, but Ella had other ideas. She would purposefully direct the conversation away from me and toward things like high school escapades, family inside jokes, and childhood recollections whenever I tried to participate. Ella would constantly interrupt and reroute the conversation, even when Ray and her parents attempted to incorporate me by providing background or making connections between stories and current affairs. I felt like an outsider peering in at my own dinner table because of the unbreakable wall of shared history she built. I had stopped attempting to join in by the time dessert came. It was during our scheduled spa day that the last insult occurred. I had carefully set up private suites in the resort's opulent spa, one for Ella alone, one for her parents, and one for Ray and myself. I believed that the 4 of us could still enjoy the spa treatments together until my father-in-law opted to stay back at the beach because he wasn't feeling well. Ella, however, saw another chance to keep me out. She smiled and said they needed a girls' day at the spa, so I should keep her father company instead. She was once again forcing me to cancel an event I had organized and paid for, and she was using my father-in-law's illness as leverage to make me appear self-centered if I objected. The manipulation was clear. Despite not going as planned, the day ended up being better than I had anticipated. My father-in-law and I had one of our most sincere talks ever while we were sitting on the beach. We connected in a level we had never experienced before as he told us stories about his life and gave insights from his years of expertise. I wanted to vent my aggravation that had been building up over the trip by telling him how his younger daughter was treating me. However, I couldn't bring myself to burden him with family trouble when I watched him relish the ocean wind and share his recollections with such contentment. One night in our hotel room, I had attempted to have a private conversation with Ray about this. She admitted that I felt upset, but her remark only made me more perplexed. She explained how their father's frequent military deployments had affected their childhood and implied that Ella's actions might not have been deliberate. Ella may be frantically attempting to relive those lost family times as their father's health deteriorates. They seldom ever took formal family holidays together. I started to doubt myself after hearing Ray's explanation. Did I come out as too sensitive? I was paying for the vacation, so was it improper of me to expect to be included? I realized how much Ella's actions had damaged my confidence since I was even doubting my right to be wounded. Update 1. The influx of encouraging comments I received after posting about my difficulties online confirmed what I'd been feeling all along. People remarked that Ella's exclusionary behavior was too regular to be coincidental and that her behaviors demonstrated deliberate aim rather than careless oversight. Their viewpoints made it clearer to me that this was about fundamental respect and acknowledgement as a family member, not about having the right to be included just because I paid. My wife attempted to use their early experiences to justify her sister's actions, but the truth was more straightforward. Whatever Ella's reason, what she was doing wasn't acceptable. The persistent isolation and disrespect had gotten out of hand by the last few days of our journey to Miami. My breaking point was finally reached the morning before we left. In our hotel room, I sought some alone time with Ray and confronted her about her passive attitude during the trip, but her response remained centered on maintaining harmony. Although she admitted to observing Ella's actions, she maintained that confronting her would just cause drama and ruin what might be one of their father's final family vacations. Although what she said made sense, it seemed like yet another betrayal. Once more, family unity was being sacrificed at the expense of my sentiments. Something changed inside of me at that very instant. I nodded in agreement with Ray's request to move on, but my mind was already working out a strategy. Ella had joyfully savored the opulent lodging and facilities I was offering her, and she had spent the entire vacation treating me like an unwanted stranger. She seems to have forgotten that I was paying for every meal, activity, and spa treatment she had received during this entire trip. Maybe it was time to let her know exactly what it meant to pretend that I wasn't a member of the family. I started my strategy on the last morning we were in Miami. Claiming that Ella and I would follow, I casually advised Ray to take her parents to the airport before us. Ray quickly saw through my motives. "I understand what you're attempting to accomplish," she muttered. Her little nod was all the acknowledgement I needed. "Sure you know," I said, "and now you can remain neutral, as you have been for the whole trip." Ray appeared prepared to let karma run its course after observing her sister routinely keep me out of every family gathering for a week. When they were gone, I brought my well-thought-out plan to the front desk. The hotel's billing method was advantageous to me. All extra fees accrued during the stay were paid at checkout, even though the room rates had been paid in advance. Assuming I would pay for everything, this included every room service order, spa treatment and poolside cocktail Ella had freely consumed. In an attempt to justify it for tax purposes, I asked the management to divide the bills by suite. The request was so routine that the manager didn't even bat an eye. I couldn't help but think about how Ella had never considered the financial or emotional consequences of her actions as I stood there watching him come to terms with the separation. That was about to change. I paid for my own accommodation and my in-laws' suite and then waited for the big reveal. Ray's father's mobility challenges and wheelchair arrangements required additional time, so she and her parents were already en route to the airport. Ella and I were alone in the hotel lobby after that. Ella's face was devoid of color as she gazed at the itemized bill in her hands when the manager summoned her down to settle her account. The sum was astounding, likely many months' worth of her typical spending. As reality struck in, her uncertainty turned to panic as her gaze shifted between the bill and my face. "You're not covering mine?" Then I remained calm. "I've already paid for my family. You can cover for yourself." Ella struggled with her credit card and gave it to the manager, her hand trembling a little. My suspicions were only verified by the declined transaction notification. She had been living far beyond her means for the entire week, confident that I would pay for it. Her credit limit was not even close to covering half of her debt, even when the manager swiped her card once again. She was now feeling the effects of all those girls-only spa days and fancy dinners, and this time, her assigned ATM wasn't saving her. It was pure theater for the next half hour in the hotel lobby. Ella paced back and forth, attempting to come up with a plan for dealing with this sudden issue. She would look at me frantically every few minutes, obviously hoping that I would give in and offer to pay, but I remained seated on the comfortable couch in the lobby, appearing composed while relishing every moment of her situation. I knew that if she had just apologized for her actions during the journey, I could have ended her agony with a swipe of my card. However, Ella's pride prevented her from doing so. Rather, as though she still had the right to my money after a week of treating me like an unwanted invader, she wanted me to offer to help. She finally took the call she had been putting off. As she described the circumstances, I could hear her husband's anger rising over the phone. He was demanding to know how she could spend so carelessly, as the bill she had accrued was almost equal to his entire monthly salary. The money was finally transmitted to pay the account after what seemed like an eternity of difficult conversations and perhaps some desperate promises on her part. Ella sat quietly in the taxi on the way to the airport, perhaps still analyzing her husband's reaction upon her return home. Her problems were far from done, but she was unaware of this. She found out I hadn't finished her flight check-in when we got to the airport, which was already getting close to departure time. She was left standing in the ordinary line, fumbling with her bags and getting more and more agitated as she watched the minutes pass, while I breezed through priority check-in. When I had discreetly booked business class upgrades for Ray, her parents, and myself at the gate, a pleasant surprise to round off their trip comfortably, that was the last straw. But Ella stuck with her original budget seat. The full tale was conveyed by the expression on her face as she walked past our roomy business class seats. She remained silent, but her stiff posture and clenched jaw said a lot. We had first-class service up front, but she sat in economy the whole time. At last, Ella's calmness broke the instant we touched down. Tears were streaming down her face as she started into her account of events, virtually running to her parents at baggage claim. Her dramatic account claimed that I had purposefully denied her the flight upgrades, humiliated her in public, and left her at the hotel. Conveniently, she omitted the bit about her week-long effort to keep me out of every family activity. As she went on with her performance, her father, who was already exhausted from the trip, became clearly upset. She was too preoccupied with portraying herself as the victim of my alleged mistreatment to care about his health, even at this precise moment. Throughout Ella's performance, I remained composed and waited for the appropriate opportunity to argue my position. When I did talk, I described how she had deliberately kept me out of every family activity while on a trip that I had paid for. One by one, I exposed every family-only picture, every stage sitting arrangement, and every purposefully private conversation. The reasoning was straightforward. Why should she ask me to pay for her costs as family if she didn't think of me as family enough to be included in the memories? When her mother stepped in, her performance abruptly stopped. Ray's mother had had enough of her daughter's antics after a week. Firmly, "Ella, enough," she said. "We don't want to get involved. We noticed you cornering him the whole time. We urged you to include him, but you had your own plans to sideline him. Now deal with it." Ella reacted even more brutally, refusing to take responsibility. When she accused me of controlling the family with money, her true colors came out. "You partnered with your husband to humiliate your sister, your own blood," she yelled, turning to face Ray. "You'll see what this man is going to do to you. He's going to sleep with another woman right under your nose, and you won't be able to do anything. You're blinded by his money." Ray responded angrily to the unfounded accusation, making the baggage claim area seem like a scene from a family drama. Without Ray's father, the situation might have been worse. He had sat in respectful silence the entire journey, watching everything but saying little. His straightforward remark, "Ella, your brother-in-law has done enough for you. If you can't appreciate it, better keep your mouth shut," put an end to Ella's outburst, but the harm to family ties had already been done. There was a profound stillness in the airport terminal following my father-in-law's last remarks. With quiet firmness, he asked to depart right away, and I hurriedly assisted him to the car. Ella stood there by herself as we drove off. Even though she was 70 miles from home, she was too proud to beg for a ride. I knew the taxi fee would be exorbitant because she had arrived with us and hadn't brought her own car to the airport. However, after a week of her purposeful seclusion, I lost the will to care. It was a quiet journey to my in-laws' house. They both sincerely thanked us for the vacation when we got there. The extended embrace from my father-in-law conveyed more than words could possibly express. Everything was validated by that hug. After we got home, Ray and I resumed our regular routines and at first avoided talking about what had transpired. Until Ray finally broke the quiet a few days later, the subject remained unexplored. She disclosed that Ella was dealing with severe financial repercussions. Her husband was seeking full reimbursement since he was upset over having to save her. Ella found it difficult to handle the payback as well as her usual credit card obligations when he declined to save her pompous butt, as he described it. Ray was in favor of what I was doing, but she subtly hinted that I could have gone too far. However, she admitted that her sister had required this wake-up call even as she was saying it. For years, Ella had treated people with disdain and exploited their charity. It felt like long overdue justice that she was now being held accountable for her acts. I was able to honestly respond that I didn't regret my choices when Ray asked. Ella had selected her own tuition, by her actions, and often the most expensive lessons are also the most successful. An update on Thanksgiving: I got a range of responses after posting my tale online. Some said that I was too severe and that I ought to have just paid the price to maintain harmony. In order to finance everyone's lavish vacation, they wanted me to be a doormat and silently accept being treated like an outsider. However, I refuse to be used that way since I'm aware of my value. I only wanted Ella to be treated with basic respect and included in family events. I never intended her to grovel or become my servant. Her pride was more important to her than making amends, yet even after everything, I would have paid for her expenditures if she had just admitted her mistake and apologized. In actuality, Ella and I never had a close relationship. When she would visit Ray, our interaction was limited to courteous greetings at family events. Over the years, we didn't have any meaningful conversations or a true connection. Nevertheless, because she was family, I readily agreed to pay for her trip when she requested to go on the vacation. That kindness ought to have at least gained her some fundamental respect, but instead it seemed to strengthen her resolve to keep me out of her life. Ella's husband was still furious that he had to spend all of his money to pay for her exorbitant expenses. She had accrued a bill that was almost equivalent to his monthly wage. If their spouse spent a week acting like a princess on someone else's alleged dime, no working individual would be pleased to see their hard-earned money go. However, rather than take ownership of her actions, Ella did what she does best, which is to fabricate a story in which I am the villain who purposefully humiliated her and she is the victim. Knowing that Thanksgiving might be one of the final holidays spent with my father-in-law due to his deteriorating health, My mother-in-law had been organizing an extra special celebration during the planning stages. However, Ella's husband's refusal to go threw a wrench in the preparations. Why? He couldn't tolerate being seated at the same table as someone who would make fun of someone who wasn't as wealthy. My mother-in-law finally had enough at that point. She sat him down and told him everything about Ella's actions on the trip to Miami. She said to him, "Check out the pictures from the vacation. Really look at them." Ella's own social media post had photo after photo of me being purposefully left out, shoved behind the camera, or forced to sit apart. It was impossible to ignore the visible evidence of my systematic exclusion. My mother-in-law described how she and my father-in-law had made several attempts to involve me, but Ella had always found new methods to keep me out of the picture. I had always respected Ella's husband, so this was very painful. Although we weren't close friends, we always had cordial and courteous interactions on Thanksgiving and other holidays. I had never denigrated him because of his financial circumstances. I had never even entertained such ideas. We were only two men who had joined the same family and were doing our best to provide for our wives and help out where we could. Ella would go to great lengths to avoid accepting responsibility for her actions, as seen by the way she had tricked him into viewing me as a classist villain. After everything that had transpired, I was hesitant to attend Thanksgiving dinner, but I went out of respect for my father-in-law. A convenient explanation of visiting his parents was used to justify Ella and her husband's absence. The true story, which was far more repulsive than I had anticipated, didn't surface until after my father-in-law had gone to bed. It seemed that a significant argument in Ella's marriage had been sparked by the Miami incident. Instead of gaining humility from the event, she had used her shame as fuel to continuously disparage her husband based on his income. Even though she only worked 20 hours a week as a part-time employee, she started pressuring him to take on a second job on top of his full-time job. He accepted the reasonable requirement that he take a break from childcare and domestic chores in exchange for looking for more work. This concession infuriated Ella. Ella's husband had sobbed while telling her everything, according to my mother-in-law. It was astounding how much was expected of him. While she had a relaxed schedule, Ella wanted him to work well over 40 hours a week and still handle his fair share of household duties. It seems that the entitled attitude that had been so noticeable during our trip to Miami was only the beginning. After spending a week accruing debt she was unable to pay, the woman was now criticizing her diligent husband for not giving her a more opulent lifestyle. Ella's mother-in-law had done everything she could to help her see the light. She tried to convince Ella that her demands were unrealistic, supported her son-in-law, and gave advice to her daughter. However, it appeared that Ella had become dangerously aroused by the taste of luxury during our journey to Miami. Once claiming to be happy with modest family holidays, the woman was suddenly consumed with leading a life she hadn't earned. The situation got so bad that my mother-in-law had to give a firm order at last. She bluntly advised Ella that she shouldn't count on the family's support if her actions resulted in a divorce. More significantly, she was cautioned not to discuss marital issues with her father because the stress of seeing his daughter's marriage fall apart due to her newfound materialism was too much for his health. Ray and I thought about how our well-meaning invitation had gone awry on the way home from Thanksgiving dinner. There's no turning back once you taste the luxury of a private island. I recalled a remark I'd seen on display at the resort. Once you experience the luxury of a private island, you'd never set foot on a public one. This also applied to someone who had entered business class after years of economy. Her spouse was now suffering because we had unintentionally allowed Ella to see a way of life she couldn't support. I felt bad about the whole thing. Not because I forced her to pay her own expenses, but because I exposed her to a lifestyle that had so thoroughly distorted her viewpoint. She momentarily had luxury, but now her husband, a kind man who worked hard to support his family, was being punished for not being able to sustain it. All I could do was hope she would change her mind before ruining her marriage to live a lifestyle she couldn't afford. Am I the jerk for refusing to confess just to take communion at my brother's wedding? Original post, I, 31F, have 3 siblings, 40M, 38F, 27M, and we have a good relationship despite the age gaps between some of us. My older siblings are both married and so am I. The wedding in question is my younger brother's. My younger brother Luke is engaged to his GF of a year Emma, 28F. She is nice I guess but we have never really clicked and are just polite to each other. Something important is that we are all Catholic, but not really hardcore ones and some of us are even lapsed. I do believe this whole situation started just when I met her for the first time. I look younger than Luke and it has always been a sibling joke that I'm truly the baby of the family. Most people that meet us assume he is older than me but nobody has had issues with it until Emma. The day I met her she kind of scoffed when I said I was happy the baby had a proper girlfriend. She has this weird thing about being the eldest in her family and refused to believe I was older than her until I showed her my ID. She has been hot and cold with me since then, often infantilizing me or trying to have a sort of boss attitude. I just let her be and usually ignore her since I have no time to try and beg for her friendship, so I'm just polite and civil, always include her when planning stuff but don't really make an effort. The family knows about it but we just shrugged it to different personalities. Then the wedding planning started. Emma decided I could not be in the wedding party since I was not married in a church, fine by me. Then she requested that the immediate family submit their dress planning so she could check it fits the wedding dress code, fine whatever. You see where this is going, I hope. You'll see I have not gone to confession or have communion in more than a decade. If I go to a mass for whatever reason I am respectful and simply sit or stay standing during the rites I don't participate in. Well, this is not good enough for her and she says I need to take communion during their wedding. I said no and she has not taken it well. For the most part I avoid her as I said before, but this time I wasn't gonna say yes or risk an issue. I told her that for taking communion one needs to go to confession and I didn't want to. She said all the immediate family is doing it and it will look bad if I don't. I told her sure fine, then I'll just go have communion in front of everybody but won't do confession. She said if this was gonna be my attitude I was uninvited from the wedding because I clearly wanted to ruin the day for her. I turned to my brother and told him thanks, gave him a thumbs up and went home. My family understood my reasoning and said they respect everybody's choices but I shouldn't have said what I said. I told them I really don't want to go to the wedding anymore and I don't owe Emma explanations on my life. I only called my grandma because she heard what happened and asked me not to disrespect the church by doing the communion without confession. I promised I wouldn't do it and she is fine with me now. I got a text from my brother wanting to compromise, so I replied by asking if the other lapsed people are being made to take confession too. He said no because it was only nuclear family members. I find it funny since all the others are clearly older than her and she just behaves like this with me and the youngsters. Tia? Some of OOP's comments. Commenter. You should alert the priest to her behavior. He will ensure that she stops with her actions. She cannot make rules that do not exist in the church. I would send a quick email to him and let her deal with the consequences of her own actions. OOP. I actually considered it but I don't think I will since my grandma might be doing it herself. She is lapsed herself but didn't want me to be disrespectful, but she knows the priest that will be officiating and is not really happy with all the shit show. Why Emma is pushing this? I honestly believe it's more her trying to have authority over me than her religious views. My oldest brother finds it ridiculous but said he would not intervene unless I ask him to, which I appreciate cause despite Luke acting like a dipshit I don't want more drama. Commenter. Just consider that the less you do the longer this drama will go on. Maybe getting more people involved would actually shut her behavior down for good. OP, I don't want to give her the attention she craves. My grandma said she will handle it with the priest and I will simply sit down. My whole family and most of the common friends know already. Luke and Emma themselves told them and shot themselves. Demand an apology in order to go. I already told my parents I am not coming no matter what. They are clearly not pleased with how she spoke to me, but even more displeased with my brother, but we agreed on not intervening more. If he wants to marry her it's his decision. He's an adult and needs no permission, but what he would lose has been made clear to him. Commenter. I would let grandma handle it. She sounds feisty. How old is she? Oopie, my grandpa used to say she was like a firecracker lol. She's 81 and has been lapsed for like 25 years I think. She still has friends in the church community and all but they respect her decision not to participate in the rites anymore. Commenter. Yeah, I would definitely let her handle it then. Please keep us updated. I really want to know if the wedding even happens. OOP. I am conflicted because I do love Luke very much but I dislike him right now. I know grandma is fair and just. Also now I am sure Emma doesn't even know why grandma is lapsed and might be in for a shock. Commenter. Can't you just go get a blessing? I'm an atheist but my parents are hardcore Catholics and my dad became a deacon last year. They asked us, me and my siblings, to go get blessings as a compromise as none of us are religious. I still declined personally but my understanding is that going to get a blessing is common for non-confirmed and considered an act of participation. If you're just lapsed, rather than actively rejectful, then that seems like a perfect compromise, and one where you can pretend to be going for communion before crossing your arms before the priest, or whichever signal said church uses. OP, my issue is not about the blessing, it's that she singles me out and wants to have some sort of authority above me. A bunch of my family are lapsed but she has not made a big deal over it except of me. Her stupid argument falls apart because my oldest brother is also lapsed, but she doesn't seem to care or maybe she has not realized it. She has not mentioned anything to him, but is making a huge deal because I don't participate. One of the top comments, lucky effective 1564, NTA who died and made Emma Pope. OOP. LOL, I will share this particular one with my grandma next time we talk. She is gonna love it. Update post 1. Things have moved, but I wouldn't call any of this a positive progress. I would like to clear something I kept seeing in the comments. I won't request a special blessing or go in the queue for communion. It isn't about the blessing or the compromise but the singling me out. I often just stay quiet or take a general family blessing if we go to weddings, etc. I have no issue with compromises. I have an issue with Emma and her ridiculousness. I don't know why she has this thing with me. I do look young but not like a teen or a child, obviously. She has 2 younger sisters and is very authoritative with them. I have witnesses her being very my way or the highway with younger people, so she has issues for sure. The confrontation from the last post was on Tuesday and today we had lunch at my grandma's. I think you should also know that my brothers have a tricky relationship, as in they are not as close with each other as they are with other siblings. My older brother Robert is very no nonsense and he has never been a fan of Emma, but he didn't think he should have to intervene because Luke is an adult and capable of navigating relationships. All this is going to be relevant, I promise. We visit grandma a lot since she lives by herself and we truly enjoy her company. Today we were all there because she is over this drama already. After a lunch, that was more like snacking to be honest, she asked us all to clear the air. Emma continued with her rant about me being a disrespectful person and that she was asking the bare minimum from me. My grandma asked her why she had no issue with her not taking communion and Emma said that she was her elder and for sure her reasons were more than a tantrum like it was in my case. She also repeated that she was asking this of all the siblings and I was the only one that was being difficult with her tiny request. This is where everything crumbled for her. I mentioned in the comments that Robert is also lapsed and he was already exhausted by this situation. He asked her why she had no issues with him not taking communion and she looked like a kid that was caught. She didn't have a proper answer. Robert then asked her if she even knew why he and grandma became lapsed. She shook her head and looked at Luke for help. Luke on the other hand was staring angrily at Robert and I but said nothing. Robert explained to Emma he was the reason grandma became lapsed. When Robert was a teen he came out as gay and was so worried about our grandparents' reaction since they were very active in the Catholic Church. Grandma felt awful about it and even worse when she went and spoke about this with the then priest of her church. That priest was super old school and told her that Robert was committing sins, he was going to hell, he needed to find his way, the whole 9 yards. Grandma didn't take that so well and simply stopped going to church and started spending that time with her grandchildren. Over the years she started getting into the whole community again, but she decided she was done taking the sacraments. She respects parts of the church but can't fully reconcile with it. Emma was a bit confused since Robert is married to a woman and he explained he is bisexual and ended up with a woman just as he could have ended with a man. He also commented they are not married in the church but that didn't matter to her, like it mattered when it came to me. He asked her directly what was her problem with me. Long story short, she said I was rude since the beginning and kept treating Luke wrong. Oh, and I also was very snarky about looking younger than her. Crickets. She is a beautiful, successful woman, so I still don't understand her obsession, but it seems like she wants people to see I respect her and what she says. I just started laughing. She started crying and saying I turned my grandma against her. My grandma told her to stop blaming people for her being a negative person and she was always going to side with me over her. Luke got upset at that and asked her why she was not supporting him and she simply said she doesn't support him being a lapdog for a crazy woman. More was said, nothing got truly resolved. I was kind of invited again but declined going. Grandma is undecided if she even wants to go at all. My older siblings told Luke they will go to the ceremony if he seeks couples therapy or at least therapy. My parents are having headaches and now dislike Emma so much they can't hide it. Oh. And yes, Grandma spoke with the priest and he wants them to do extra premarital counseling or he won't officiate. I hope they don't get married, but he is old enough to derail his life if he wants. I thank you for letting me vent and my grandma loved the Pope joke. Update 2. My brother has gone too far and I decided to be done with him. He made our grandma cry and I think permanently damaged a lot of his relationships. I want to mention some of my cousins and other family members thought I was just stubborn and creating drama, but now there is no longer my side or Emma's side. Maybe he always felt this way, but the issue he has with Robert is absolutely ridiculous. He was so upset with what Grandma said about him being Emma's lapdog that he called her to speak about it. I was obviously not present for the conversation, but Grandma told me what happened and Luke confirmed it. He told her that it was unfair of me to ask Robert for help since he was her favorite grandchild and would get her to side with me no matter how wrong I was. He also told her that many of the cousins believe this and that it was so obvious since she even left her religion for him. He claimed the other LGBTQ+ members of the family, most were not even born when Robert came out by the way, doubted if she would do it for them. So Grandma explained to Luke and then call every single one of her grandchildren to ask them how they felt and explain to each a part we didn't know. She said that when Robert came out and she spoke with the old priest, he hinted about knowing of places to set Robert straight. Grandma had heard horror stories from these places and so had Robert, and they both spoke with my parents together about that not being an option at all. My parents never intended to send Robert there and are very casual Catholics, but Grandma wanted to cover the bases just in case. I was told Grandma sounded like she had been crying on the phone, and after the first couple of calls, which went from oldest to youngest, the group chat started to blow. Robert is livid, our LGBTQ+ cousins are livid and say Luke lied, even the cousins that were telling me to stop being a stubborn head are livid. By the time I was up for my call, I was already on the way to Grandma's. 2 of my cousins were already there and the youngest one, Sarah, 16F, was ready to literally fight Luke. For a bit of levity, Sarah is about 35 centimeters smaller than Luke, and the image of her swinging at him made me laugh a bit. She asked if I was making fun of her and I just explained the whole mental image of her trying to hit him, and she admitted it was kind of funny. What I didn't tell her is I would love to slap some sense into Luke. My grandma has been through so much in her life and this is not what we want for her. She looks puffy-faced and kept asking everybody if they truly felt unloved by her, saying she would do everything for any of us. Explaining how Robert was the oldest grandchild, but that didn't mean she loved the rest any less. She is a strong woman, but I think something inside her broke a little with the thought she hurt her grandchildren. It was a shit show, a big one, and I was just so done with Luke. My parents have been passive towards the situation so far because I asked them to, but after they heard what happened they told him they need time away from him. Robert is simply disgusted and decided to not speak with him anymore, which he communicated through the cousin group chat, with Luke's response being that this is why Emma's help on reigning all us would be so beneficial if we just let her. He also added how Robert never cared for him or anybody really, and he just tried to be the center of attention all the time. He cited his coming out, his announcement he was gonna marry a woman, the birth of his child. It was ridiculous. He came out when Luke was a toddler, and for many years only our parents and grandparents knew. He announced he was gonna marry his now wife through a text but didn't interfere or took from anybody. His child was born 4 months before Luke's graduation, and apparently that was a big issue for Luke that he never commented. Maybe I'm biased, maybe I'm selfish like Emma claims, but I call bullshit on his tantrum. Every single one of the cousins has been helped, babysat, tutored, gotten out of trouble, you name it, by Robert. He isn't perfect, but he isn't the conniving ass Luke is claiming. Maybe Luke has always felt inadequate and we didn't notice. Maybe it was his last-ditch effort. Maybe Emma has manipulated him so far that he can't come back. It doesn't matter anymore. If he does marry Emma, I wish him the best. If he doesn't, I hope he goes to therapy. Regardless of what he decides, he burned so many bridges and hurt so many people. I don't see this resolving anytime soon. For now, I will focus on my grandma and making her feel better. I feel extremely guilty because it was Emma's situation with me that opened this can of worms. I know I shouldn't, but it's hard not to. Some of OOP's comments. Commenter: wow, it sounds like it is self-projection from Luke. He is the conniving asshole he is saying Robert is. OOP: Robert is the type of older cousin Sarah would call if she is drunk at a party and needs a safe ride. He also did it for Luke, which is why I don't get his deal. Commenter: irrational behavior is called that because it can't be rationalized. Luke is exhibiting very irrational behavior, which is why you'll never understand it. The best you can hope for is that he gets some serious therapy and pulls his head out of his ass sooner rather than later. OP: if he asked for help and apologized sincerely, I would be there in 2 seconds. He knew what he was doing when he spoke without Grandma. He knew it would cause her pain. He knew he would hurt Robert too. Robert might not be crying, but he feels bad about the situation. He has always looked out for everybody and even has pics of him holding every single one of us as babies all over one of his walls. I always knew they were not the closest of brothers, but this is too much. Commenter: this is not your doing. Understand this is all Emma's fault. She knows it too. I'd bet money she is realizing how much her need to feel superior to you is costing. Wait. OOP: logically, I know this is on Emma and Luke, but seeing my grandma so sad and trying to convince everybody she loves us makes me feel bad. I know she will bounce back though. Commenter: it may be that her purpose is to isolate him. Please tell your grandmother from another old lady not to doubt herself because Luke has decided to live in crazy town. OOP: I don't know anymore. He is still very active with our maternal family so far. I am unsure how they will react when or if they hear what happened because both families have a great relationship. He still has a strong support system when it comes to friends. Some even dislike or disapprove of Emma and are vocal about it. I am seriously on the wave that this was low-key less about me and more a poke to Robert. And thanks, she really needs a lot of love. Commenter. NTA your little brother and his fiancée sound insane, as he thinks y'all are obligated to let some unhinged random woman to rein you all in because he likes fucking her. With his tactics with your grandma, I think you need to stop saying this is all on Emma. Look back at her having an issue with you because of how you mistreat Luke. Which from your account doesn't seem happens. It sounds like your brother has created a narrative of the situation that is likely not recognizable as truth by anyone else. Maybe he resents being the kid and no one listening to him and figures he can get his way by acting victim. Who knows? OP, you hit a point I've been trying to avoid. Maybe he has been like this all the time and Emma is just putting a magnifier on it. I must say he was the center of attention when it was about him, graduations, birthdays, presentations, engagement party. He got celebrated on his achievements just as loud as everybody else. Grandma tried to always be there, so did our parents. He was always invited to stuff, always asked for his opinion on group decisions, he has always been loved. Commenter. I posted this on the other post, but if she is such a good Catholic she should know you can't take communion anyway, since you weren't married in the church. I wouldn't break the rules for this psycho. Hope your brother gets away from her before she hurts any more people. Oopie, oh that is so out of the question now, I wouldn't go to that wedding even if the Pope himself asked me to. I am going no contact with Luke and so are most of my relatives due to his conversation with Grandma. My family kicked me out because my sister falsely accused me of stealing her engagement ring. 3 years later, they discovered it in the garbage disposal. I never imagined I'd be telling this story, but here goes. I'm Elliot, 26 years old, and 3 years ago my life was flipped upside down by a false charge made by my older sister, Gemma, 29. I grew up in a little Ohio town with my parents, John, 55M, and Lisa, 53F, and my sister, Gemma. We lived in a modest 2-story house that my parents purchased when they first married. It was not fancy, but it was home. My father worked as a high school math teacher, and my mother was a nurse at the local hospital. They weren't wealthy, but they made sure we got all we needed. Growing up, Gemma and I were quite close. We'd spend hours playing in our backyard, climbing the ancient oak tree and inventing complicated games. She was always the leader, making up the rules and plots, while I was content to follow along. As we grew older, however, things began to alter. Gemma was always an overachiever. She was the top of her class, captain of the debate team, and appeared to thrive in whatever she tried. In contrast, I was more laid back. I performed okay in school, but I was never as motivated as Gemma. As we approached our adolescence, this disparity began to erode our relationship. By the time Gemma left for college, we had grown apart. She attended a prominent university on a scholarship, whilst I stayed local and attended community college. I didn't know what I wanted to accomplish with my life, so I took a range of classes to figure it out. Gemma relocated to the city after graduating from college and began working at a large marketing agency. She'd return home for holidays and occasional weekends, full of stories about her fascinating life and excellent profession. I couldn't help feeling inferior in contrast. I was still living at home, working part-time at the local grocery shop, and trying to figure out my next step. Despite our differences, I always assumed Gemma and I were fine. We weren't as close as we were, but I assumed it was just part of growing up. I had no idea how quickly everything might fall apart. Gemma and her boyfriend, Tom, 31M, were engaged 3 years ago. They had been dating for 2 years, and everyone was ecstatic. Tom was a lawyer from a wealthy family, and my parents idolized him. He proposed with a stunning diamond ring that has been in his family for generations. Gemma was overjoyed and couldn't stop showing it off to everyone. The engagement celebration was a large occasion. My parents brought what seemed like the entire town to our house to celebrate. I recall feeling a little out of place among the rich people Gemma and Tom had invited from the city. I remained close to my old high school pals who were still in town, feeling more at ease with them than with Gemma's sophisticated set. A month after the engagement, all hell broke out. It was Tuesday afternoon and I had the day off work. I was in my room, playing video games and enjoying the quiet house. Gemma was visiting for a week, taking some time off work to begin arranging the wedding with our mother. I heard Gemma return home from a shopping trip with Mom. They were talking and laughing downstairs. I didn't think much about it and returned to my game. Around an hour later, I heard Gemma scream. I ran downstairs to check what was going on and she accused me of taking her engagement ring. She explained that she took it off while doing dishes and left it on the kitchen counter. When she returned to grab it, it was gone. I was stunned and quickly denied taking it, but Gemma refused to listen. She kept shrieking that I was the only other one in the home, so it must have been me. She mentioned how I was always jealous of her success and how I probably wanted to sell the ring so I could finally move out and accomplish something with my life. Our parents arrived home in the midst of the chaos, and Gemma recounted her version of events. To my horror, they believed her wholeheartedly. My mother began to cry, questioning how I could have done such a thing to my own sister. My father merely looked at me with disappointment in his eyes. They began searching my room and turned everything upside down. They didn't find the ring, but they did discover some money I had saved from my job at the supermarket. It wasn't much, maybe a few hundred, but Gemma quickly picked up on it, claiming I must have sold the ring and that's where the money came from. I tried to explain that I had been saving for months and was considering taking some classes at the local community college, but no one listened. The following few days were a nightmare. My parents and Gemma repeatedly pressed me to confess and return the ring. They threatened to contact the police if I did not come clean. I was afraid and felt entirely alone. Nobody in my family believed me, and I was treated like a criminal in my own home. I tried contacting several of my pals, but the majority of them had moved away after high school. The few who remained in town appeared unwilling to become engaged in family strife. I felt more alone than ever. After a week of relentless accusations and threats, my parents made a decision that would alter my life forever. They told me I needed to go. They said they couldn't trust me longer and that I was putting shame on the family. They gave me 2 days to pack my belongings and leave. I was devastated. I had nowhere to go and didn't know what to do. My best buddy from high school, Ryan, 26M, who had recently returned to town after serving in the army, offered to let me rest on his couch for a time. But I knew I couldn't stay there long. His apartment was small, and he was still getting back on his feet. I packed everything I could into a backpack and an old duffel bag, including clothes, books, my laptop, and a few memories from brighter times. As I was leaving, I noticed Gemma eyeing me from her old bedroom window. I thought I caught a glint of doubt in her eyes, but she quickly turned aside. Walking out of that house, the only one I'd ever known, was the most difficult thing I had ever done. I felt deceived and abandoned by those who were supposed to love me completely. The saddest part was that I had done nothing wrong. For the next 2 months, I alternated between Ryan's couch and cheap motels as I could afford them. I took on any odd jobs I could find to make ends meet. I've worked as a dishwasher, dog walker, and even spent a few weeks on a construction job. It was a challenge, but I was determined to prove my innocence and succeed on my own. Eventually, I got a solid job at a warehouse on the outskirts of town. The job was hard, the hours were long, but the pay was consistent. The salary wasn't spectacular, but it allowed me to rent a modest room in a shared house with some other warehouse workers. I gradually began rebuilding my life, but the grief of what had happened never went away. I'd lie awake at night, repeating the events in my memory and wondering how they had gone so wrong. How could my family have turned against me so quickly? How could Gemma, who had grown up with me and knew me better than anyone else, believe I would do such a thing? I cut all communication with my family. They attempted to contact me several times in the beginning. My mother would leave heartfelt voicemails urging me to come home and make things right. My father sent a few terse text messages indicating we needed to discuss. Gemma did show up at the warehouse once, but I declined to see her. I couldn't bear to speak with them after what they had done. They were no longer my family. For 3 years this was how I lived. I made new friends at work and in my shared home. We'd hang out after shifts, drink beer, and watch games. It wasn't the life I had envisioned for myself, but it was mine, and I had created it from scratch. I worked hard and was even promoted to shift supervisor at the warehouse. I started attending online classes to learn business management. I was slowly deciding what I wanted to accomplish with my life, but there was always a part of me that was outraged and wounded by what had occurred. I missed my previous life and family, but I couldn't forgive them for not believing me. Every holiday season was challenging. When I saw families shopping together or heard Christmas music, I felt a sense of sadness for what I had lost. Then last week, I received an unexpected email from my father. The subject line simply stated, "We need to talk." The message was brief, stating that they needed to meet with me immediately and that it was regarding the ring incident. At first, I was tempted to dismiss it as I did with all of their previous attempts to reach me. But something made me hesitate. Maybe it was curiosity. Or maybe a small part of me still wanted a conclusion. After arguing with myself for hours, I decided to listen to them. I called my father, and what he said left me stunned. The ring had been found. Gemma had accidentally knocked it into the garbage disposal while doing the dishes. She only recognized this a few days ago, when the disposal began making unusual noises and they summoned a plumber to inspect it. My father claimed Gemma was upset when she understood what had transpired and that I had been telling the truth all along. He stated they all felt bad about what they had done to me and wanted to make things right. I hung up the phone, experiencing a swirl of emotions. On the one hand, I felt vindicated. I had always told the truth and now everyone knew it. However, I was angry. I was outraged that it took 3 years to find out the truth, that I had missed so much time with my family, and that I had fought alone for so long when I had done nothing wrong. Now I'm at a crossroads. My family wants me to return home. They claim they want to make things right. Gemma has been phoning and messaging nonstop, asking for forgiveness. But I'm not certain I can forgive them. They pushed me out without hesitation. Chose to think the worst of me, and left me to fend for myself for 3 years. Part of me wants to send them all to hell and let them deal with the shame of what they did to me. But another part of me misses my previous life and wonders whether there is a way to rebuild what we've lost. I do not know what to do. Should I give them an opportunity to make amends, or should I continue living the life I've created for myself without them? I'm torn and could appreciate some outside insight on this whole situation. Update 1. It's been a week since my previous post, and a lot has happened. I'd want to thank everyone for their advice and support. It truly helped me go through my emotions and figure out what to do. After much debate, I chose to meet with my family. I believed I owed it to myself to confront them and seek closure, even if I wasn't convinced about reconciliation. We decided to meet in a neutral site, a modest coffee shop in the next town over. I chose it because it was far enough from our hometown that we wouldn't run across anyone we knew, yet close enough that anyone could get there without too much effort. I was quite nervous on the day of the meeting. I hadn't seen my family in 3 years, and I wasn't sure what to expect. I arrived at the coffee shop early and chose a table in the corner where we could enjoy some solitude. When they walked in, it was like a hit in the belly. Seeing them after 3 years was intense. My mother burst into tears the moment she saw me. She was older than I remembered, with more gray hair and creases around her eyes. My father appeared weary and tired, his shoulders drooping as if he were carrying a huge weight. Gemma couldn't look me in the eye at first. She appeared smaller and less confident than the sister I recalled. We sat down, and for a time, no one knew what to say. They all started talking at once, with apologies falling out. My parents said they had failed as parents by not trusting me and kicking me out. They admitted that they had regretted their decision every day since, but pride and humiliation had prevented them from reaching out sooner. My father, who had always been a man of few words, talked for hours about how he had repeated those days in his head, trying to figure out how he could have been so blind. He claimed he had always prided himself on being fair and reasonable, but that emotion had clouded his judgment when it counted the most. My mother, through tears, told me how she had preserved my room exactly as I had left it, hoping that one day I would return. She stated she would wake up in the middle of the night, thinking she had heard me coming home, only to realize what had transpired. Gemma burst into tears, stating she would never forgive herself for accusing me and damaging our relationship. She mentioned how she had always looked up to me when we were youngsters, even though I was younger. She admitted that she had been so preoccupied with her own life and troubles that she had lost sight of what was truly important. As they talked, memories of our childhood came flooding back. I remembered how Gemma stuck up for me when I was bullied in middle school. I reflected on all the times we had laughed together, exchanged secrets, and supported each other during difficult times. It made the betrayal hurt even more, but it also reminded me of the fantastic times we'd had. I heard everything they said, but I couldn't bring myself to forgive them just yet. The anguish and resentment from the previous 3 years were still too raw. I informed them that I needed time to comprehend things. They appeared to comprehend and did not push for more. My mom wanted to hug me before we went, but I backed away. I wasn't prepared for that kind of closeness yet. The hurt look on her face almost convinced me to change my decision, but I remained firm. I needed to protect myself emotionally. After the meeting, I returned to my apartment and carefully considered what I wanted. Did I want to go back to my previous life? Can I ever trust them again? Was it worth attempting to repair our relationship? I recognized that, while I missed having a family, I had also developed significantly in the previous 3 years. I had become self-sufficient, robust, and had created a life for myself from scratch. I wasn't the same person they'd kicked out 3 years before. I reflected about my warehouse work, my online education, and the friends I'd made. I had worked hard to reach where I was, and I was pleased with what I had accomplished on my own. The thought of abandoning that and returning to my old life felt awful. At the same time, I couldn't deny that seeing my family had triggered a variety of feelings. Despite everything, I still loved and missed them. I wondered if I could have a relationship with them while still keeping my independence. After a few days of deliberation, I reached a decision. I called my parents and explained that while I appreciated their apology, I was not yet ready to fully reconcile. I informed them that I needed more time and space to heal. I also established some boundaries. I indicated I was willing to maintain minimal contact with them, but I wasn't going back home or pretending nothing had occurred. I told them that if we were to continue our connection, it had to be on my terms. They expressed disappointment but said they understood. They promised to respect my boundaries and allow me the time I needed. My mother asked if she might phone me once a week to check in, and I agreed, assuming it would be a nice approach to gradually re-establish trust. As for Gemma, I've decided to keep my distance for now. Her actions had affected me the most, and I wasn't ready to forgive her just yet. I told her I needed more time before I could consider having another relationship with her. She was upset, but explained that she understood and would wait until I was ready. It's been a rough week, with many emotional highs and lows. I've had moments when I questioned my decision, wondering if I'm being too harsh or if I'm passing up an opportunity to reunite with my family. But then I recall how quickly they turned on me, and I realize I'm doing the right thing by taking things slowly. I've also started researching therapeutic possibilities. Many of you suggested it in the comments, and I believe it would be beneficial to have a professional to speak with while I navigate this tricky situation. I've never been to therapy before, so I'm a little nervous, but I think it could be beneficial to me. For the time being, my primary focus is on my job and studies. I have a huge project coming up at work, and I'm determined not to let all of this family drama distract me from my goals. I am also thinking about moving to a better apartment. I've been saving, and I think I'm ready for a place of my own without roommates. Thank you again for your support. It's comforting to know that there are individuals out there who understand and care, even if we've never met. I'll provide an update if anything substantial changes. Update 2. It's been almost a month since my last update, and I'd like to share some developments. I've been sticking to the boundaries I've established with my family. We've had a few phone calls and text messages, but nothing particularly intense. It's been okay, awkward at times, but not as painful as I expected. My parents have mostly respected my wishes. They check in every now and then, but they don't ask for more than I'm prepared to provide. I can tell they are working hard to rebuild trust, but it is a slow process. My mother calls once a week, as we promised. These calls were strained at first, with extended silences, but they are becoming easier. We usually discuss neutral issues, such as her employment at the hospital, the weather, and my online education. It's not much, but it's a beginning. My father has been sending me short emails, usually simply to check in or share something he thinks I'd be interested in. Last week, he forwarded me an article about a new business launching in our hometown. It was a little gesture, but it reminded me of how he would clip newspaper stories for me. When I was younger, Gemma struggled with the barrier I'd created between us. She sent me many long, emotional texts apologizing and pleading for the opportunity to make things right. I responded simply, stating that I need more time. It's difficult, but I'm holding firm on this. I know she's hurting, but I'm not prepared to deal with her feelings on top of mine. The big news is that I have started treatment. I discovered a counselor that specializes in family trauma, and we've had a few sessions thus far. It has been difficult to bring up all of the grief from the past, but I believe it is helping. My therapist is assisting me in resolving my anger and trust issues, as well as providing me with strategies for setting good boundaries. In our last session, we discussed how the incident with the ring was more than just the accusation, but also years of feeling like I didn't measure up to Gemma's accomplishments. It's made me recognize that there were difficulties in our family dynamic long before the ring incident and that healing will require addressing those as well. One unanticipated result of all of this is that I've become closer to my pals, particularly Ryan. They've been extremely supportive throughout the entire ordeal. Ryan even offered to accompany me to any future family meetings for moral support. It's taught me that family is more than just blood. It's about who supports you when things go rough. Work has been a welcome distraction. I've poured myself into my career and even received a modest promotion. I'm now in charge of inventory management for my shift, which means additional responsibility and a minor pay increase. It is nice to have something pleasant to focus on. In terms of my living situation, I've decided to stay where I am for the time being. It's not much, but it's mine and symbolizes the independence I've worked so hard for. My parents offered to help me find a better place, but I declined. I have to do this on my own. However, I began to carefully consider choices for furthering my studies. A state institution located approximately an hour distant provides night classes. I am considering applying to their business program. It would be a significant move, but I believe I'm prepared for it. Overall, I'm taking it one day at a time. Certain days are harder than others. There are times when I mourn our easy connection as a family, but then I recall how fast they turned on me, and I realize I can't rush this process. My therapist thinks it's good to have mixed feelings about everything. She encourages me to be patient with myself and not feel obligated to forgive before I'm ready. We're working on techniques for dealing with upcoming family gatherings and holidays, which are making me more apprehensive than I'd like to admit. For the time being, my priorities are recovering and creating a life I can be proud of, with or without my family. It's not easy, but I'm positive about the future. I'm learning that it's all right to put myself first, and that creating boundaries does not make me a horrible person. Thank you for your continuing support. Your comments and messages have provided me with strength during this process. It's comforting to know I'm not alone in coping with familial issues like these. Update 3. It's been 6 months since my original post, so I thought it was time for a last update. A lot has changed during the last few months. The biggest news is that I've decided to relocate to a different place in search of a new employment opportunity. It's a significant advancement in my profession, and I'm looking forward to the new opportunities. The job is with a logistics company, and the work is comparable to what I did at the warehouse, but on a much larger size. It's a management role, which I've been working toward for a while. The income is much higher than what I was making previously, and it includes benefits such as health insurance and a 401k plan. Before making this decision, I had a lengthy conversation with my therapist. We talked about how this move will influence my healing process and my relationship with my family. Finally, we agreed that this could be a good thing for me, an opportunity to fully stand on my own 2 feet and identify myself outside of the family drama. I informed my parents about the transfer last week. They were astonished and disappointed, yet they expressed their understanding. My mother cried a little, stating she had hoped we'd have more time to restore our relationship before my departure. My father was more stoic, but I could see he was disappointed too. They were both concerned about me being alone in a strange place, but I told them that I'd be okay. Gemma took it the hardest. After I told her, she showed up unannounced to my flat, pleading with me not to go. She admitted that she felt like she was losing me all over again. It was a challenging conversation, but I held my ground. I informed her that this was something I needed to do for myself, and that our relationship was not in a position where her opinion could influence my decision. Our relationship is improving, but it is not perfect. We've enjoyed several family dinners in recent months. They've been uncomfortable and awkward at times, but we're gradually learning to be around each other again. Trust is still a major issue. I sometimes question their motives, wondering if they truly believe what they say or if they are simply attempting to relieve their guilt. My therapist has been crucial throughout this. She has helped me analyze my emotions and create boundaries. She has emphasized that forgiveness does not imply forgetting or pretending that the trauma never happened. It's about letting go of my anger in order to find peace of mind. I've taken that to heart. While I don't believe I'll ever forget what happened, I'm attempting to forgive my family. Not for their sake, but for mine. It was hard to carry around all of my anger and bitterness, and I'm ready to let it go. As I prepare for this relocation, I've been thinking about everything that has transpired. 3 years ago, I thought my life was finished. I'd lost everything, including everyone I cared about. But now I see how much I've learned from that experience. I'm stronger, more independent, and have a better understanding of my own worth than I ever had. I don't know what the future holds for me and my family. We intend to stay in touch once I relocate, with weekly phone calls and visits during the holidays. It's a start. Perhaps, with time and distance, we will be able to create something new. For the time being, my attention is focused on the future. I'm excited about my new work, the new city, and the opportunities that await me. I've started looking for apartments online and researched the region where I'll be residing. It's a mix of excitement and trepidation, but I'm largely looking forward to this next chapter in my life. Whatever happens to my family, I'm confident I'll be okay. I've shown to myself that I can deal with whatever life throws at me, and I've learned the value of surrounding myself with people that believe in and support me, whether they're related or not. Am I the asshole for stepping in to defend a teenage cashier after a rude customer made her cry at the supermarket? So, this happened yesterday, and I'm still wondering if I overreacted. I, 35F, was doing my usual weekly grocery shopping at a local supermarket. It was a busy afternoon, and the line at the checkout was pretty long. I was waiting patiently when I noticed the woman in front of me, probably mid-50s, becoming increasingly agitated as the teenage cashier, who couldn't have been older than 17, was scanning her items. The cashier seemed a bit flustered. I could tell she was probably new, making a few mistakes here and there, but nothing serious. The older woman, however, was not having it. She started muttering under her breath, rolling her eyes, and tapping her foot. Finally, when the cashier accidentally scanned an item twice and needed to call for a supervisor to void it, the woman lost it. She started berating the poor girl, saying things like, "How hard can it be to do this job? You can't even do basic tasks, you're wasting people's time." She just kept going on, and the more she yelled, the more flustered the cashier got until she started tearing up. I stood there for a second, hoping the lady would cool down, but she didn't. The poor cashier was clearly trying her best to keep it together. That's when I stepped in. I said to her, "You don't have the right to treat someone like that. She's doing her best, and it's just a mistake. If you're so unhappy, maybe you should try working like her for a day and see how easy it is." The woman looked stunned and told me to mind my own business. I replied, "It is my business when you're making a kid cry over something as stupid as groceries." The cashier's supervisor had arrived by then and stepped in to handle the situation, and the woman stormed off, still muttering and cursing. After she left, the cashier thanked me with teary eyes, but a couple of people behind me in line gave me looks like I was the one who had done something wrong. Now I'm second-guessing myself. So Reddit, Ada for telling her off? Now to the next story, story 2. My husband abruptly adopted a Burmese python, which caused me anxiety and fear. Years later, our marriage fell apart, leading to divorce. Original post, May 7, 2015. Maybe this would be more appropriate on our snakes, but this problem is less about the python itself and more about my relationship with my husband. So personally, I don't think so. 6 months ago, our corn snake unexpectedly died. My husband and I were both very upset. He was a cute little guy and still very young. My husband has owned several small reptiles during his lifetime, and he told me he was thinking of trying a milk snake this time instead of a corn or a garter. Instead, 2 months after our corn died, he came home with a baby Burmese python. Apparently it's always been his dream to own a Burmese. Not only am I pissed that he got something like that without consulting me, on the upside, where we live they are legal. But I had several reservations that have only grown since we've owned it. I have GAD and that thing triggers my anxiety like no other. When I was doing research about Burmese pythons, I kept reading stories about them killing pets, children, and even their owners. So now I'm freaked out and have barely slept for 4 months. This is made worse by the fact that my husband has no experience with large snakes, and the larger the python grows, the more it shows, and also by us having a cat. The other snakes we've had, our corn snake, and my husband's old garter snake, pose no threat, but now I constantly worry that the python is going to get out and eat her. I've taken to locking the cat in our bedroom at night, which interferes with our sleep since she meows and scratches at the door, and I constantly worry about her when she's home alone. I'll reiterate, this thing is fucking huge. He is already 6 feet long. I'm home more than my husband, so I have to feed it and change its substrates often. I hate doing both. So much. Especially now that he's graduated to eating rabbits and pigs. I honestly think that since my husband bought him without consulting me, that caring for it should be his sole job, but I'm not going to let it go hungry or live in its own waste out of pride. I honestly don't think we'll be able to give this snake the best quality of life, which I think is essential for all pets. He's getting too big for the tank he's in, which is his third since we've gotten him, and I don't think we have the room in our house for the enclosure my husband wants to build him. His food is very expensive and eats into our savings, but it's what he needs, so we can't downgrade. The python does not deserve to live in a tiny space and eat inadequate food because my husband wanted one as a kid. At the same time, it's a good possibility it could eat us out of house and home. I don't want kids while we own a python, and these things can live up to 20 years. I don't want to ever have children, which I've dreamed of, because of a python. Because of all these reasons, but especially the ones about our cat and its quality of life, I think we should rehome the python, preferably to a wildlife sanctuary or something. I've gently brought all of this up to my husband. How much mental anguish it causes me, how worried I am for our cat, how the snake is unsustainable, and all he's done is tell me to get over it, accuse me of not caring about his happiness, and tell me I'm being prejudiced against animals that aren't cute and cuddly. None of this is true, not even the last accusation. I liked his smaller snakes a lot. How can I communicate productively with my husband about this issue? He already loves this snake, and I think that's getting in the way of him seeing reason. Edit, fucked up the title. My husband is male. Edit 2. For the snake people, I acknowledge now that our husbandry is probably wrong, proving my point even more. Also, I have been informed that the snake probably wasn't a baby if it's at this size now, so take that into account. I am not the most knowledgeable about snakes. TL.dr. My husband adopted a Burmese python without consulting me. For a variety of reasons, most of all that I worry that it could kill us and the cat, that we don't have enough experience with large reptiles, and that its conditions are too expensive. I think we should rehome it. My husband thinks this means I hate snakes and is offended. I want to rehome the python. I need advice on how to communicate with him in a way that will make him see my perspective. Relevant comments, additional info, OOP on her husband's rebuttals to her arguments. Here they were. As far as worrying about the python getting out and killing the cat / future kids us. I won't let it get out. You need to go on new anxiety medication. Never mind the fact that both the corn and the garter escaped from their tanks. Well, what are you going to do? Let it starve just because you don't like it? That's cruel. He says that we have room for the enclosure and that we'll find money to keep buying it food. He says I'm ridiculous to not want babies while we have a python and says everything will be fine. I don't find any of his rebuttals particularly compelling because they're just, no, that won't happen to a concern of mine without explaining why it won't happen. Update 1, May 14, 2015. First of all, I have to say thank you for the outpouring of support I got, especially from the reptile enthusiasts who happen to be browsing this sub. You guys are awesome. Now I just want to say at the beginning what everyone wants to hear, the snake is gone and my cat is all right. Here's how it happened. Thursday night while I was replying to people in my post, several people suggested talking to my husband's friend, who owns Burmese pythons, is an experienced reptile keeper, and could be a huge help. I was too blinded by the situation, my own anxiety to even think of that. I messaged him on Facebook Thursday night and told him the situation. He was shocked at just how bad things were, but apparently he tried to warn my husband that owning small snakes and then jumping to a burn is like thinking owning house cats makes you qualified to own a tiger, but my husband didn't listen. He's been busy going to reptile shows, dude breeds venomous cobras, he's kind of a badass, so he only saw the snake in person once when we just got it and was immediately disturbed when I told him about the overfeeding. My husband's desire to start it on live food, and the fact that it free roams and is handed alone. He told me he'd come over the next day, Friday, and give my husband a real talk, as well as do anything he could to help us rehome it. I decided I couldn't live another day in the house like that and neither could my cat, so Friday morning I moved out to my mother's while my husband was at work. It was a bit sneaky, but I knew that if I tried to leave while he was home he'd try to convince me to stay. I called him on his lunch break though and told him I'd left until the snake was gone. He was very upset, but started accusing me of being so petty as to let a snake wreck our marriage. I had nothing productive to say to that. So I told him I'd talk to him later. Well, my husband's friend was so angry at what he saw of the snake that when he got to the house when my husband was home from work he gave him the tongue lashing of his life, and told him in plain terms that now that he saw how woefully inadequate we were as big snake keepers there was no way he was going to let the snake stay at our house. Being yelled at really affected him. When my husband drove over to my mother's to talk to me he looked like a kicked puppy. He broke down and told me that he loved me, that he was sorry for the hell he'd put me through, and that it had taken having reason yelled to him by an expert for him to really see what was going on and that he understood now that the snake could no longer live with us. I know that at that point that the sorrow he felt was due to having his snake taken away, not of real understanding, not yet. So don't worry, he's not completely off the hook. It was cathartic to hear though. His friend contacted a herpetology society he works with regularly and then, a member of that society whose specialty is rehabilitating snakes that irresponsible pet owners get and then mistreat on his ranch. So the snake went yesterday to this guy's ranch, where he'll be fed the right food, and go on a diet, apparently, and live in a space big enough for him. My husband and I have talked a lot about this and he acknowledged that his fervent desire to fulfill his childhood dream made him careless and selfish, that he wasn't trying to be malicious towards me, but he just wanted the snake so badly he'd do and say anything to keep it. It still seems like, though, that he hasn't learned, which I'm not expecting this early but is still a bit disappointing. He talked yesterday about getting a ball python and I put my foot down. I don't think we should get another snake for a long time. On Sunday I sat him down and asked him to tell me the truth of how he got the python, because walking into a pet shop for a milk snake and just finding a Burmese was sounding more and more implausible the more I thought about it. He admitted that he arranged to get one with a breeder online while he was telling me he wanted a little snake, meaning he was actively lying to me. This breeder is also a state away, meaning my husband participated in something illegal when he met up with him to get it, since transporting Burmese pythons across state lines is against the Lacey Act. I'm very angry about this. I'm upset about his lies, and I'm upset that he blew me off for months. He admitted he lied just because he knew I'd say no, which shows such an immaturity that almost disgusts me. I'm upset that he broke the law. I'm upset that he only listened to what I told him when it came from someone else. Apparently he's been having a quarter-life crisis that he didn't tell me about, Because he feels that he should have accomplished more with his life at 26, he never went to college. I feel sympathy for him. But that's no excuse to treat me badly. I moved back home with Kitty last night, but our marriage is in severe jeopardy right now due to the lying and the lack of respect my husband has shown me. But I made vows to stick with him and I don't take those lightly. We're going to be getting counseling, which I hope will make him really see what was wrong with what he did, rather than a knee-jerk response to being in trouble, so to speak, and will strengthen us. If not, well, I'll have to consider my options. P.S. People were saying in the other post that we were actually feeding the snake guinea pigs and that I was lying to make the snake look bad. Well, I was fudging the truth, but not the way. We were feeding it dead piglets. My husband's cousin owns a working ranch with several pigs, and my husband was buying them from him for a pretty penny. I didn't want to say it because I thought people would focus on the snake eating baby animals and start calling for its blood instead of offering me advice. TL.dr. I went to my mother's with my cat and my husband's reptile keeper friend caused him to see reason. The snake is gone, and I'm back with my very happy and healthy kitty. However, our marriage was severely hurt by this whole thing, and we're going to be getting counseling. Update to June 13, 2015. Hi, I'm back. The snake is still gone, but I guess I'm coming back out of desperation. People messaged me wanting to know how I was doing anyway. On the surface, therapy has been going well. My husband has been doing everything right. He's been contrite, open-minded, and treats me like a princess at all times. I can tell at home that he's making a conscious effort to listen to my opinions and thoughts, and incorporate our therapist's suggestions into our lives. I feel like the biggest bitch saying this, but I don't think it's enough. Over these past weeks I've had to come to terms with the fact that something about how I view my husband has fundamentally changed. And finally, after extensive soul-searching a few days ago, I realized what it was. I have no respect for his intelligence anymore, after all this. That is very, very important to me. And now it's just gone and I don't know how it can come back without him getting a personality overhaul. It killed my physical attraction to him. I normally have a high libido and prior to all this we made love 4 to 5 times a week. Now, since all this went down we've been intimate 3 times. To be fair, while the snake was here we were down to 2 to 3 times a week, but it was still more frequent than this. Despite all the changes he's making, he's still himself and I don't think I can like who I know him to be now. He's still his goofy, absent-minded self who needs me to balance the checkbook and pack his lunch. I can't respect that anymore. I don't want to be his mom or a naggy sitcom wife. I used to love doing these things for him. Throughout our relationship I've taken care of him, patched him up and helped him solve his problems. I always saw it as the ultimate expression of love. Now I'm just sick of it. He can tell something's still wrong. He's irritated about my lack of forgiveness and lack of a sex drive lately when he's objectively doing all the right things. But his lack of understanding towards my apprehension makes my feelings even more pronounced. I realized the other day that I love him dearly as a friend. I've known him since I was 9 years old but no longer as a husband. That devastates me. I can't believe I'm thinking divorce after less than a year of marriage. I feel like such a failure. I haven't broached these feelings in therapy yet, because they crystallized only a few days ago. But I don't know how to start because I know saying them will mean my marriage will be over. I have talked to my mom and friends about this, and they all tell me to wait longer, to stick it out, because I made vows. But I feel like I found out something fundamental about my husband that I wish I never had, and that nothing can be the same now. TL.er. I think I'm going to have to divorce my husband and it's killing me inside. Update 3 October 14, 2024, 9 years later. Basically, my ex-husband brought home a Burmese python after telling me he wanted a milk snake. I was really scared of it and anxious and he was dismissive of my worries. I ended up getting the snake shipped off to a reptile ranch, but it absolutely shook my trust in my ex because he was lying to me. It also made me realize he relied on me to do everything for him like a second mother and that I hated that. I really tried to work through the feelings I posted in the second update, but after 3 months, we separated. It's totally okay if you judge me for this because I judge myself. After being separated for half a year, we ended up having sex. My grandma had just died. I was devastated. And he came to the funeral to support me and because he'd known her forever and loved her too. We went home together after the family lunch and we ended up having comfort sex. Neither of us wanted kids at that point, but my IUD had slipped into my cervix at some point before this and I ended up getting pregnant. Both of us were unsure about introducing a kid into our relationship, but decided to get back together and make another effort. I had always wanted to be a mom, and didn't want to abort. We found out pretty early into the pregnancy that it was actually a molar pregnancy. Meaning that instead of a normal fetus, I was pregnant with a tumor. I had the mole removed, but I was one of those lucky people who develops cancer from their molar pregnancy. Luckily, the cancer was caught when I was only at stage 2 and responded really well to chemotherapy. I've been cancer-free since 2016. However, my ex's behavior when I was extremely sick from chemo, we had stayed together after losing the pregnancy, caused me to put my foot down and want a divorce. He wouldn't or couldn't pick up the slack around the house and I couldn't deal with it anymore. I felt like I couldn't depend on him for anything, not even when I had cancer. Literally a week after I was told I was cancer-free, I told him I was moving out and wanted a divorce. I lived with my mom for a year while our divorce was being finalized and a bit after it, and then decided to get a job in a new city because I needed a new beginning. I also decided to fulfill a dream of mine I'd been mulling over for a while and went back to college to get my BSN in 2017. I graduated in 2019 because I was in an accelerated program for people who already have another degree, and I now work as a neonatal nurse. The job can be really wearing and difficult, but it's so amazing watching tiny and sick babies grow and thrive and eventually leave. I feel like I've found my calling. I also met a guy in my class when I went back to school. We were just friends for 2 years, because I didn't feel ready to date, and then in 2019 we started dating. That guy is now my husband. We got married in 2022. My current husband is the most amazing man and partner I could have ever asked for. I can fully lean on him, and him on me. And I don't have to ask him to please pick his socks up off of the floor. He even does most of the cooking because I hate cooking. Due to my cancer treatment, I went into premature ovarian failure, so we are going to start IVF in the new year with eggs I had frozen before my chemo began. We also want to adopt and/or foster at some point and have been looking into that as well. I know for sure my husband is going to be a wonderful support for me and an amazing father. At the time of my divorce, I had no confidence my ex would be either of those things. I don't want to just bash my ex though. He is doing much better since we got divorced. A month after I left for good, he attempted suicide and was put on a 72-hour hold at the hospital. He took their advice to follow up with a psychiatrist seriously, and was diagnosed with ADHD. It explains so much about how he was when we were together. A little later on, he was also diagnosed with autism. I don't speak to my ex because it's too painful for both of us, but my mom is still close to his mom and has given me some updates. He's taking medication that's really helped his ADHD and was able to go to trade school. He has a much better job now and has been in a steady relationship. I wish him all of the best. I look back on my old posts and all I can do is shake my head. I was putting up with so much I would never put up with now. I also thought I was so grown up because I was 24 and married, but clearly I still had maturing to do. Part of me feels sad for my ex too, because he was struggling for so long and I was writing him off as unhelpful. However, even though he had a medical reason for being inconsiderate, I still had to do what's best for me, and I was at my breaking point. Considering his success, I think we're better off without each other. Oh, and I still talk to my ex's friend, the cobra breeder, from time to time. Bucatini the Burmese python is still doing great in his new home. TLDR, I decided to finally leave after my ex was no help when I got pregnant with cancer. We're both doing great after the divorce, and splitting up was the best thing for both of us. My wife cheated on me with our horrible neighbor while I was paralyzed, but a life-changing surgery gave me a second chance to rebuild my life. My name is Ethan John. In the last year or two, my life has been a roller coaster of unbelievable lows and surprising highs. It all began with a terrible accident that left me paralyzed and unable to move or talk. But this was only the beginning of my horror. What followed was a string of betrayals, abuse, and misery that nearly destroyed me. Despite everything, I managed to survive and even thrive. Here's my tale. I was involved in an accident. I was riding my motorcycle on a lovely afternoon when a truck driver, apparently unaware of me, pulled out onto the highway. The collision was terrible. I don't remember much of the impact, just a flash of metal and then darkness. When I awoke in the hospital, I was unable to move. I could not talk. I could scarcely blink. The doctors said I was lucky to be alive. Lucky? That word struck me as a cruel joke at the moment. I was immobilized from the neck down, unable to do more than breathe and blink. I couldn't swallow without trouble. Going to the bathroom? Don't get me started on the humiliation. The only silver lining, if you can call it that, was the multi-million-dollar payout I received from the transportation firm. All of my medical expenditures were paid, and I would receive a monthly stipend to sustain my wife, Laura, and me for the rest of our lives. We were financially secure, thanks to my disability payments and Laura's job as a paralegal. But money could not repair what was broken within me. After 6 months in the hospital, I was finally allowed to return home. I believed things would improve once I was in familiar surroundings, but I was mistaken. That's when my life took a darker turn. How's that? The counselor inquired, staring at me. I'm quite ashamed. I don't think I can even remember what happened in those 6 months, I remarked, a tear running down my cheek. That's okay, she responded in response. Everything you say here will remain confidential. Remember that I'm here to help you heal. I nodded and took a glass of water before proceeding. Let us start with your marriage. Tell me a little about that. I told her about my marriage to Laura, how we met in college and got married after we graduated. I was only 25 years old when my injury occurred, and we had been married for 3 years. I worked as a mechanical engineer, and she was a paralegal at a large law company downtown. We were able to afford a spacious 3-bedroom apartment. Originally, we intended to convert one bedroom into a nursery. We both used the second bedroom as an office, but after my accident, the nursery became my room because it was spacious enough to house all of my medical equipment. Laura did her best to care for me for the first month or two, but it was evident that she wasn't up to the task, particularly with the bathroom. So she sought assistance. Greg and Callie Wallace, our neighbors, offered to help in any way they could. At the time, I considered them pals. Greg, an attorney at Laura's business, frequently drove her to work. Callie was a nurse at a nearby hospital, so she would check in on me from time to time to ensure I was okay. She even helped us get a home health nurse to check on me during the day. Laura was clearly not up to the task after a month, even with all of the assistance. That's when Greg stepped in. The counselor asked, yes. It began innocently enough, but I could see he had feelings for my wife. She frequently broke down crying, and he was always there to soothe her. I could hear them in the front room, making out on our couch. Then he would take her into our former master bedroom and have sex with her. But it didn't end there, did it? The counselor inquired. I shake my head. No, I replied. Afterward, he would come into my room to taunt me, telling me how he felt after screwing my wife. I saw the counselor's expression. Sorry, I apologized. Where was his wife during all of this? The counselor inquired. Was she working? Yes, she often worked strange shifts, and it wasn't unusual for her to be gone all night, working the graveyard shift. I see, the counselor replied. Go on. I took a big breath before proceeding. After about a month, he entered my room as Laura was taking a shower. I was so ashamed that I couldn't finish my statement. Did he abuse you? The counselor inquired. I nodded as I wiped the tears from my face. Yes, I said gently. How often did this happen? The counselor inquired. I'm not sure, maybe a couple of times every week for about 4 months. He even said he was going to invite some of his friends over to have fun with me. Did your wife know this was going on? The counselor inquired. I shrugged my shoulders. I do not know. She was never present when it happened. She'd always come by later and say how great it was to have people like Greg to look after me. I'll never forget the day he hauled in that blasted monitor and installed it on my dresser. He linked it up to a camera and made me watch while he screwed my wife. Laura thought it was great that he brought it in. When did the abuse stop? The counselor inquired. The day Dr. Victor stopped over to see me. I remember that day like it was yesterday. Laura invited Dr. Victor and my attorney into my room, just a few hours after Greg had abused me. Dr. Victor was an older, slightly shorter, balding man with a German accent. I reflected on the visit. Ethan, there's a Dr. Victor here to see you, Laura remarked as she led him into my room. Dr. Victor approached and introduced himself to me. He also introduced an assistant with a tablet. My lawyer, Jacob Harrison, was also present. Ethan, I'm Dr. Franklin Victor, and I'm here to discuss a possible treatment for your condition. He looked at Laura before proceeding. I'll take care of it from here, Missy, he explained. Please wait in the other room. She exited the room, but I noticed a concerned expression on her face. He returned my gaze, pulled up a chair and sat down, looked me in the eyes before responding. Now Ethan, allow me to explain. I manage a high-end research facility on Lake Arrowhead. We've been conducting revolutionary research on 3D bone restoration and nerve healing implants. I believe your situation is tailor-made for us. I glanced at your record, and I know how much damage you've sustained, he said. I believe we can help you regain the most, if not all, of your physical ability. Is this something you might be interested in? Please blink once to confirm and twice to deny. What else could I say about something like this? Of course. Of course, I did blink once. Good, he replied with a smile. Now, you must understand that this is all experimental, but we have received approval for human testing. Thanks to external grants, it will cost you nothing. That was fantastic news, but I was apprehensive about the experimentation. I know you're probably concerned about this being experimental, he continued as if he could read my mind. Don't be concerned about that. Even if the operation fails, you will not be any worse off than you are today. But I feel you are a good candidate, and I'm confident that everything will be all right. In fact, if we're as successful as I expect, you'll be stronger than you were before the accident. That gave me hope, so I listened as he described the operation. Essentially, he said that all of the damaged vertebrae would be replaced with vertebrae composed of a composite material that was stronger than the originals. In addition, the new vertebrae would be created using a 3D printer and data from my own body. In principle, the new bones would be perfect replicas of the old ones, albeit stronger. In addition, he would put tiny electrical implants to assist mend the injured nerves. The operation would take 3 to 4 hours, and the recuperation period could be several days, depending on how quickly I healed. Dr. Victor also stated that he had already evaluated the data from my stay and began the process of manufacturing the new bones. I hope you don't mind, he remarked. Initially, we wanted to explore if we could recreate the injured bone using data from your records. We chose to proceed with the surgery after determining that we could. When I was strong enough, he indicated I could start physical therapy, which may last a few weeks. So is this something you would like to try? The man inquired. Blink once for yes or twice for no. Of course, I did blink once. He smiled as he rubbed his hands together. Very good, he declared. He motioned his helper to join us. Please let Mr. John read the agreement. The assistant came over and held the tablet as I read the agreement. When I was finished, Dr. Victor asked whether I agreed again, ordering me to blink once to indicate yes. I blinked once. Very well, he remarked, asking his aide to have me electronically sign using my thumbprint. Once that was completed, Jacob countersigned to confirm that he had witnessed my approval to the operation. Are you ready to get started? He inquired. Of course, I did blink once. He smiled. Let's get going. Greg, we have everything you'll need at our facilities. He directed to his aide to take me out of the apartment and into a huge van waiting in the parking area. Laura stopped us on our way out. Where are you going? She inquired. Dr. Victor stared at her before responding, Your husband has agreed to a procedure that could help him get back on his feet. Where are you taking him? She inquired. How long will he be gone? How much will this cost? We are transporting him to my facility on Lake Arrowhead, the doctor stated. He may be gone for several weeks, depending on how well he responds to the treatment and rehabilitation. His doctor and lawyer are well aware of what is going on and they have given their approval, as has your spouse. Cost is not a concern. Now if you don't mind, let's get started. Wait, I haven't seen any agreement and I don't even know what's going to happen. He doesn't need your approval, Mrs. John, Jacob said. He is crippled, not incompetent. Everything was explained to him, and he gave his permission. You want your husband to get healthy, right? Yes, of course I do, she replied. I could sense a hint of shame in her voice. Can I at least come see him? Perhaps after the procedure, when he's up to having visitors, you can come, the doctor suggested. Otherwise, you should probably stay right here for now. We will be in touch. Perhaps now is a good moment to say farewell and wish your husband well. Laura moved in front of me and kissed me on the lips. Get well, honey. Let me know when I can come to see you, okay? Of course, I couldn't say anything, but I felt hot inside. Dr. Victor and his aide rolled me out to the van. Once I was inside, the helper took the wheel and we were on our way. I could see Laura standing in the parking lot, watching us depart. I had no idea what she was thinking, but I felt like I'd just been freed from a hostage situation. A few hours later, we arrived at the facility and I was led into a very lovely room where many nurses began prepping me for the treatment. I hope you don't mind, Ethan, but I thought it best to get started right away, Victor, your doctor remarked. He turned to face the nurses. Once you have him prepared, please bring him to the operating room. Yes, Dr. Victor, one of the nurses replied. Okay, Ethan, I will leave you in the capable hands of your nurses, and I'll see you in the OR, he said before leaving. Soon, they had me undressed, bathed and dressed in a robe that revealed my back. They put me on a stretcher and transported me to the operating room, where 3 extremely large orderlies carefully scooped me up and laid me face down on the table. The anesthesiologist performed his duties and the last thing I heard before leaving was Dr. Victor saying, "Oh my." I had no idea what he was referring to. I awoke still face down, but this time I was in some sort of device that kept me immobilized. I had a tube down my mouth and an IV implanted into my arm. My right arm was fitted with a blood pressure bracelet. Suddenly, the device rotated and I found myself looking up at Dr. Victor. "You're awake," he stated. "Good. You'll be pleased to hear that the operation went smoothly. We'll have to keep you motionless for a few days to ensure proper healing. After all, we had to do a lot of replacing. You may have tingling or itching in your back. This is normal. That means the implants are performing their function. Both the nurses and I will keep a careful eye on you. Don't be scared. The apparatus you're in will rotate your body periodically. Just try to relax for now, okay? We'll talk in a few days." After that, he checked my vital signs, gave the nurses some instructions, and left. Relax, what else was I going to do? He was correct about one thing. I did feel a tingling feeling in the middle of my back, which irritated me to no end. I also felt itchy and wanted to scratch, but I couldn't. As unpleasant as it was refreshing to feel something for the first time in almost a year. That night, 2 nurses came in to wash me down. I could feel them washing my legs, buttocks, and back. I was more than startled, I was shocked. I could really feel what they were doing. They rolled over the bed and started washing me from the front. That's when I caught a good look at them. They were both very young and gorgeous. One had shoulder-length blonde hair, while the other was brunette. As they bathed me, I felt something different. Something I hadn't felt in a long time. I couldn't move my head, but I noticed a smile on their faces as they observed me. The blonde gazed at me. "Well, I'm no doctor, but it looks like something is working down here," she added with a smile. They giggled slightly but continued to do their work. They finished what they were doing and departed the room, but not before offering me some encouragement. I ended up being in the device for 4 days. The days were pretty much the same. Every morning, I had x-rays done, and nurses would massage my arms and legs. Later in the day, I received a thorough sponge bath. As the days passed, I became more aware of what was happening to me. On the 4th day, Dr. Victor came into my room and examined me attentively. He sat down next to me, pulled out a pin, and immediately inserted it in my calf. I felt something and made a noise. I couldn't say anything because I still had a tube in my throat. He stared at me. "Did you feel that?" he inquired. I blinked once and attempted to nod my head, but I couldn't because it was still strapped down. He smiled. "Very good." He asked me to try moving my toes. I was surprised to learn that I could. Then he instructed me to move my fingers, and I did. "Outstanding," he said. He checked my x-rays thoroughly and summoned some nurses. "I think it's time we got Mr. John out of this contraption." They took the tube out of my throat, removed my catheter, reconnected all of the tubes, and released me from the device. Then they carried me to a gurney and took me to my room, where they put me in a bed. Dr. Victor spoke with the nurses before sitting down next to me. "I can't tell you how pleased I am with your results," he told me. "We will need to start your physical therapy right away, and we will begin with some exercises you may do in your bed. I don't want to put too much pressure on your back right now." He inserted a cup with a straw into my mouth. "Take a drink." I did, and it felt great going down my throat. "Try to say something," he advised when I finished swallowing. "Wow," I muttered. He laughed and nodded his head. "That will do," he said. "How do you feel?" "Like a new man," I replied, my voice still feeble. I could feel my eyes beginning to water. This was the first time I'd been able to do or say anything since my accident. He grabbed a tissue and wiped my eyes. "I understand this is an extremely emotional moment for you, Ethan. For now, I want you to relax. Don't overdo it. Your back still has to heal, but the implants appear to be operating properly. I'm concerned that you've lost some muscle mass since the accident, so we'll set you up with a diet and exercise plan to assist you regain muscle function. Now I'd like to present you to the staff members who will be looking after you." He waved his hand and several young women entered the room. "I'm Emily, your nutritionist. Now will be your physical therapist," he explained, indicating to a short-haired muscular blonde who nodded once. "Rachel will be your day nurse," he announced, pointing to a tiny woman with short brown hair. "And this is Megan, your night nurse," he explained, gesturing to a taller, red-haired woman. Her eyes twinkled as she smiled at me. "Nice to meet you," I said. "Now, if there is anything you need, please feel free to let us know," the doctor remarked. "We all live here at the facility, so we're available 24 hours a day." He motioned for the women to leave the room briefly before returning to me. "Ethan, I need to talk to you about something. This is a difficult subject, so please let me know if you feel uncomfortable." "I'm curious," I stated. I detected a good degree of rectal damage when we began the surgery on you. I also collected samples of what I found in that region. I'm not here to condemn, but I was wondering. No, I murmured, feeling ashamed. I see, he replied. So you were abused? Tears started to pour down my cheeks. Yes, I was able to get out. He cleaned my face before speaking. You are aware that I have an obligation to disclose this to the authorities. In this state, abusing a disabled person is a felony, as well as a hate crime. I collected samples of what I discovered, and the lab is conducting an analysis that includes DNA. Do you know who did this to you? Yes, I said gently. Was your wife involved? He inquired. I do not know. She was never present when he did it. I see, he replied. Are you willing to name the person who did this to you? I nodded my head. Yes, I informed him. Good, I will call the authorities once we have completed the analysis. In the interim, I'll connect you with a counselor. Thanks. You are welcome. Now, shall we focus on getting you back on your feet? They fitted a contraption to the head of my enormous bed that allowed me to lift weights while lying down, but Dr. Victor didn't want me to use it right away. For the first week, they simply had me do hand exercises and brought in a machine to perform leg workouts. Na proved to be quite the therapist. As she yelled for cadence, I pushed with one foot and then the other. I spy drivey, she retorted in German, and I strained to keep up. I couldn't help but notice her accent was much stronger than Dr. Victor's. She would have made an excellent drill coach, I thought, as she urged me to move faster. Gut, she exclaimed. We'll feed you some protein to get your muscles back in condition. Every Fräulein in town will be after you, and probably a frustrated Hausfrau or two, she said with a wicked giggle. This gets us to the present. She set down her pen and looked at the counselor, who had carefully listened to my narrative. Ethan, the next few weeks will be very challenging for you. Frankly, I'm not sure which will be more difficult, the physical or mental recuperation. I'm delighted you feel comfortable talking to me about this, and I hope you take action against the people who harmed you. They breached the law and must be dealt with. I want you to know that I'm here for you, and you may contact me at any time. Okay? Okay, thanks. With that, the session was over, and I was taken back to my room. A few of the days later, Dr. Victor entered my room, leading a couple of men in dark suits. I realized Jacob was with them. After chasing the nurses out of my room, the doctor sat down beside me. Ethan, these men are here to talk about your circumstances at home. I also called your lawyer. I hope you do not mind. Not at all, I replied. Jacob appeared stunned when he heard me say, You're looking much better, Ethan, he murmured, standing over me. I grinned as I reached out to shake his hand. Surprised, he agreed and shook my hand. Thank you, I am feeling a lot better. I can now eat on my own. He is doing quite well, Dr. Victor added. If all goes well, he'll be even stronger than he was before the accident. That's good to hear, Jacob responded. Ethan, this is Agent Cole and Agent Davis from the State Police. They are come to take your statement. Are you ready to speak with them? Absolutely. The three guys took up chairs, and Agent Cole produced a recorder. Mr. John, I hope you don't mind if we record this interview, he said. Not at all, I replied. They spent the next hour taking notes and asking questions as I described the past 4 months of abuse at the hands of someone I believed was a friend. This was the third time I had to admit what had happened to me, and it was equally humiliating and agonizing. And you say this Mr. Wallace is the man who assaulted you repeatedly? Agent Cole inquired. Yes, I answered. I have the sample I took from Mr. John, along with the analysis, Dr. Victor stated. There was considerable rectal injury that needed to be addressed. That's all in my report. Agent Cole stated. We'll need to take that into evidence. Dr. Victor nodded his head. Tell me, Mr. John, Agent Cole asked, glancing back at me. Is this the same Greg Wallace who works at McMaster and Williams law firm? Yes, it is, I answered. And your wife works at this firm as well? Yes, she does, I informed him. And you allege that the two of them have been engaged in an affair during this time? He inquired. That's correct, I replied. Was she ever present when the assaults took place? Agent Cole inquired. I shake my head. She was at the apartment, but we never shared a room, as far as I recall. Indeed, she appeared to believe that he was assisting me in some way. I see, the agent replied. Nevertheless, we'll have to bring her in as an accessory. Even if she wasn't physically in the same room, it's hard to believe she didn't notice anything was wrong. Ethan, are you certain about all of this? Jacob inquired, surprised. I know Greg personally. And I find it hard to believe he would do something like this. Maybe you don't know him as well as you think, I remarked rhetorically. You have Dr. Victor's report, and you have the sample. I can't explain it, Jacob replied. I take it you're going to want a divorce from your wife. Absolutely, I said, nodding. Okay, I'll start the paperwork. I'll contact you before we file. I also want a restraining order, I informed him. I don't want either of them anywhere near me, and I sure as heck don't want them in my apartment. As of right now, we'll be treating your apartment as a potential crime scene, Agent Cole informed us. How much longer is Mr. John going to be here? He inquired. Hard to say, the doctor replied. At least 5 more weeks, possibly longer. It depends on how well he reacts to the treatment and therapy. Very well, Cole replied. At least he'll be safe for a while longer. He turned to face his buddy. Get a search warrant for the John apartment and arrest warrants for Mrs. John and Mr. Wallace. The other agent nodded and left the room. Cole turned around to face me. Just so you know, Mr. John, Cole explained, we're going to charge your wife as an accessory. If it comes down to it, are you willing to testify against her in court? Yes, I said. Okay, he replied quietly. Davis had returned and gave a thumbs up. The warrant will be ready when we get back to the office. Cole nodded and packed his gear, including the sample he received from Dr. Victor. We'll be in touch, Mr. John, he added. I hope everything works out for you. Thank you, I replied. After they went, Jacob approached me. Ethan, you are making serious charges. Greg might lose everything, his job, his license, and possibly even his wife. Are you very convinced about this? I'm 100% confident, Jacob. I honestly do not care if he loses everything. In fact, given what he has done, he deserves to lose everything. I hope you are on my side in this. Tell me right now if you aren't, and I'll get another lawyer. I am on your side, Ethan. It's only, I don't know. It's difficult for me to believe. I met his wife and ate in their home. I've never seen anything to indicate he'd do something so dumb. Well, he did, I explained. Can I sue him as well? I don't see any reason why not, Jacob responded. We reside in one of the few states where alienation of affection cases are permitted, so I will investigate that as well. However, you should be aware that they rarely travel far. I genuinely apologize for this, Ethan. I had no idea. It is not your fault. I had no means to let anyone know. We exchanged goodbyes, and he went. I felt slightly better knowing that something was going to be done. The next few weeks passed fast. Na had me standing up in no time. At first, she made me walk on a treadmill. Then she made me work with weights. Emily put me on a high protein and fiber diet, and I started to observe my muscle mass returning to normal. Meanwhile, the authorities were preparing a case against Greg and Laura. Jacob believed it was prudent to keep the divorce papers until she was arrested. Agent Cole and Davis returned several times with state prosecutors, seeking more comprehensive information from me about the assaults. They informed me that the analysis confirmed that Dr. Victor had retrieved Greg's DNA from me. Jacob also hired a private investigator to acquire evidence of their adultery. It wasn't tough because the two of them were very open about their romance. Greg's wife, C, appeared to be unaware of their actions, as she worked nights when they messed around and slept during the day when they were at work. After gathering proof and completing the paperwork, Jacob came out to review it with me. He intended to sue for divorce on grounds of adultery, neglect, and cruelty. He had lots of images, videos, and audio evidence to back up his claim. I didn't want to hear or see what they had done, especially because I'd seen and heard enough about them to last a lifetime. He also had papers against Greg and intended to sue the firm they worked for because Laura was technically his subordinate and Greg had plainly broken company policy. Furthermore, he intended to denounce Greg to the state bar organization and had papers prepared accusing him of multiple ethics violations. I couldn't help but notice that Laura never phoned the facility or came out to see how I was doing. Apparently, she and Greg were too busy screwing about to notice me. Oh well, I figured, this too would pass. And it did. After 2 months, the authorities raided the firm and detained them. Jacob's process server was also present, delivering the paperwork to all parties involved. My lawyer even contacted the media, which obtained footage of the 2 cheaters being placed in the back of police cruisers. Shocked by the charges and evidence we had against Greg, the business acted fast and settled with Jacob for the majority of what we requested. They also fired both of them and reported Greg to the state bar. CE learned of the arrest that day when Greg called her from the county prison, telling her he was in jail and needed her to be in court for his arraignment so she could post bail. Agent Cole and Davis met with Dr. Victor, and the three of them took me to the courthouse for my arraignment. CA noticed me as I was brought in for the hearing and ran up to me. "How is he?" she questioned Dr. Victor. I looked up to her. "Better," I replied, seeing her expression. It had been a year since she last heard me talk. "Haven't you heard? Your husband has abused me on several occasions during the last 4 months. At the same time, he has been banging Laura." "You did not know?" "Oh my God," she exclaimed. "I did not know, Ethan. Please believe me, I had no idea what was happening. I've also filed for divorce from Laura and am suing Greg for alienation of affection. If you like, I may offer you my attorney's name in case you decide to file for divorce." "Damn right. I'm divorcing the son of a," she explained. We entered the courthouse and saw the sheriffs bring Greg and Laura in, both dressed in orange jumpsuits, with their wrists and feet shackled and joined to another chain around their waists. They both looked terrible. The state prosecutor requested that both be remanded without bail, citing Greg's potential flight risk and a restraining order against Laura. He also informed the judge that I was going through medical treatment and had filed for divorce. The prosecutor expressed anxiety that Greg would physically retaliate against me. The judge reviewed the documentation in front of him and agreed, ordering them both imprisoned without bail until the hearing, which he scheduled for the following week. As they took Greg and Laura out, she noticed me seated in the back of the courtroom. Her eyes widened as I raised one hand, middle finger out. She caught up to me after Agent Colin Davis rolled me out of court. She halted them and knelt down to speak with me. "Ethan, I'm really sorry about everything. I honestly didn't know." "That's all right, C," I said. "How long are you going to be gone?" she inquired. I shrugged my shoulders. "I don't know," I replied. "Perhaps a couple more weeks. They actually did a great job. I can even walk around now." "That's great. Please stay in touch and let me know how you're doing," CA said. "I will, C," I said. "We really need to go now, miss," Agent Cole stated. CA nodded and stepped up. "I understand. Take care of yourself, Ethan," she said. "Thanks, C," I replied as Agent Cole wheeled me to the van. When we returned to the facility, I was escorted to the physical therapy room, where Na was waiting for me. "About time you showed up," she remarked. "Time to begin." She pushed me through my paces and even gave me extra workouts to compensate for being late. I was sore when she finished with me, but I felt amazing. Megan stayed after dinner to check my vitals and complete her papers. When she was finished, she approached the bed, made sure I was comfortable, sat down, and looked at me for a few moments. Something appeared to be bothering her. "Is everything okay?" I remarked. "You seem to be thinking about something." "I was just wondering about something," she explained. "What?" "Do you find me attractive?" she inquired. "Absolutely. I think you're a wonderful girl and an excellent nurse." "Why?" "It's just, you haven't made a pass at me the entire time you've been here. I was wondering if I had done anything to anger you or if you didn't think me attractive." I smiled at her before replying. "I'm actually very attracted to you. I told you. It's simply that, for one thing, I'm still married, and secondly, I'm relearning how to move around. I haven't been able to speak for a year. Besides, how about your other patients?" "You're my only patient," she explained quietly. "Dr. Victor is very particular about who he assigns to the night shift." "I see. So, in addition to being a medical genius and a miracle worker, Dr. Victor is also a matchmaker." She laughed at that. "It has happened before," she added. "Well, Megan, I tend to have a soft spot for shy, attractive redheads. And I'm getting divorced, so there's that." She grinned broadly and her eyes twinkled. "Would it be okay if I kissed you goodnight?" she inquired. "Definitely," I said. She leaned in and softly kissed me. After a second, the delicate kiss evolved into something more sensual, with our tongues battling in one another's lips. When she broke the kiss, I felt something. "I am here for you all night, every night. If you ever need anything, call me, okay? I know you're not ready to make love, but I'd love to just spend time with you," Megan murmured quietly. "I will, I promise," I replied. She smiled and softly exited the room. I fell asleep thinking about what she said, with images of red-headed angels dancing through my mind all night. The next several days sped by, with Na working me even harder. I discovered that I could walk many miles on the treadmill, and my muscles had improved to the point where I could bench press more weight than ever before. The daily X-rays revealed that my replacement vertebrae were performing even better than Dr. Victor had projected, with the implants repairing nearly all of the damaged nerves. Megan kept me company most evenings by lying on the bed with me and watching television, or simply talking. We would frequently share a bowl of popcorn while watching a movie and snuggle up together, the bowl on our laps. We always finished the evening with a goodnight kiss. I began to feel like a high school boy on a date with the most attractive girl in school. On top of that, I was falling hard for her. By the time Agent Cole and Davis arrived to pick me up for the main portion of Laura and Greg's trial, I no longer required the wheelchair, but Dr. Victor insisted that I use it nevertheless to ensure that I did not injure myself. He accompanied me as well, not only as a witness to my injuries, but also to ensure that I returned home safely. I sat in my chair directly behind the prosecutor, with Dr. Victor beside me. Laura and Greg entered the room and sat down next to their defense counsel. They looked over at me before whispering to their attorney. CA sat behind them, but she didn't seem happy. The jury, which had been chosen the day before, was seated, and the judge entered with the bailiff, issuing the order for everyone to stand. Using the rail in front of me for support, I rose up and noted Greg and Laura's shocked expressions. When the judge entered, he gave the order to sit and we all sat down. Dr. Victor calmly inquired if I was all right, and I nodded yes. The judge began the hearings by reading the lengthy list of allegations, noting that Greg and Laura had both pleaded not guilty. After both sides had finished their opening comments, the court went to the prosecution attorney, who called me as his first witness. Dr. Victor walked beside me to ensure I didn't collapse and then returned to his seat. Greg and Laura exchanged stunned looks as I sat in the witness chair. They were even more surprised when I talked after the bailiff had sworn me in to tell the truth. The prosecutor got up and walked up to me. He started by complimenting me on my improvement, then asked questions about my accident and the year I spent as a quadriplegic. I realized what he was doing. By asking these questions, he was informing the jury about my physical state before I was treated at Dr. Victor's facility. The majority of the inquiries at this point were on my home life. How Laura tried but was unable to care for me, and how she was able to arrange for home health care experts to care for me during the day. And during any of this time, did your wife ever attempt to see to your emotional needs? The prosecuting attorney questioned. No, sir, I said. Did she ever attempt to please you in any way? He asked her. No, she did not, I replied. Had she tried, would she have been successful? Wondered the man. I shake my head. No, I had no feeling from the neck down. I see, he replied. Did she ever hug you or kiss you or spend time with you, maybe reading a book or watching television? I considered my response carefully, but I couldn't recall her doing anything similar. She sometimes gave me a peck on the cheek, but that was about it, I replied. Did she participate in your care? He inquired. Did she feed you, help bathe you, perhaps help you in the bathroom? She tried at first, but she simply wasn't up to it. When did Mr. Wallace come into the picture? Almost from the beginning, I said. Were you friends before your accident? The prosecutor inquired. Yes, we were. They lived next door to us and we had spent time together before to my injury. I see. So you weren't surprised to see him in your apartment? No, I thought we were friendly. They frequently came over, and we would occasionally enjoy a beverage or dinner. You say he and your wife engaged in inappropriate activity in your apartment, the prosecution continued. When did that start? I'm not sure exactly. They could have been doing it while I was in the hospital, but I'm not sure. I have no confirmation of that. He frequently let her cry on his shoulder while they were both present. I believe it was approximately a month after I returned home from the hospital that I first heard them. Heard them? The prosecutor inquired. Yes. I could hear them kissing and moaning like they were making out. Laura wiped her eyes as I recounted what I had heard. Then I heard them in what used to be our bed, being intimate. What happened then? The prosecutor inquired. He would enter my room and harass me when she was showering. One day, he brought in a monitor in a box and said that it was so I could see a real man with my wife. Laura and the jurors let out a collective gasp. Your Honor, the prosecutor remarked as the bailiff brought out a trolley containing a large monitor and a black box into the courtroom. This is the monitor and box Mr. John is talking about. The box is a digital video recorder. The system also includes 2 video cameras, one in Mr. John's master bedroom and the other in his lodging room. We copied several hours of video footage captured by the device. The prosecutor turned back to face me. Is it your testimony that Mr. Wallace used this so you could watch him being intimate with your wife? He was asking. Yes, I said gently. Laura looked at Greg, astonished. You liar, she exclaimed. The judge hammered the gavel. Order in the court, he declared. Laura calmed down, and the prosecutor resumed. Did you know that Mr. Wallace placed a camera in your room as well as the master bedroom? My friend asked me. I shake my head. This was new to me. No, sir, I didn't. How did your wife react to this monitor? The prosecution inquired. She thought it was great that he got it for me. Apparently, she assumed it was so I could watch sports on TV. And was it about this time that the abuse against you began? The prosecutor inquired. Yes, it was, I answered. Please tell the court what would typically happen, the prosecution asked. After Greg and my wife had their fun, he would come into my room, turn the monitor off, then lift me up and abuse me. Is it in your testimony that he abused you? The prosecutor inquired. Yes, I said, embarrassed. Was your wife ever present when this occurred? The prosecutor inquired. Not that I'm aware of. He always appeared to finish around the time she was done showering. Afterward, Mom would come into my room and tell me how great it was to have a friend like Greg to look after me. How often did this happen? About 2 or 3 times a week, I answered. For how long? The prosecutor inquired. About 4 months. I heard members of the jury gasp, and when I looked around, I noticed several of them staring at Laura and Greg with venom in their eyes. Laura looked down at the table, while Greg sat stoically, staring straight ahead. So you estimate that this happened about 35 times overall? The prosecutor inquired. About that, yes, I replied. Were you aware that Mr. Wallace recorded his time in your room? My friend asked me. I shake my head. No, I wasn't. The prosecutor looked at the jurors. In fact, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Wallace recorded himself abusing Mr. John 36 times on this device, he told them. He paused while the jurors took it in. With friends like that, who needs enemies? The prosecutor remarked rhetorically. The defense attorney objected, and the judge upheld his objection. That's all I have for this witness at this time, the prosecution stated. But I reserve the right to recall Mr. John to the stand. Very well, the judge replied. Your witness, Mr. Bradley, he informed the defense attorney. Brad Bradley remained at his table, looking up at me before speaking. Mr. John, I am sorry to hear of your injuries, and I do hope you get better. Thank you, I replied. Just one thing, he added. At any time, did you ever indicate to Mr. Wallace that you did not approve of his alleged actions? I was unable to. I was totally crippled at the time, and I couldn't even speak. So the answer is no then? He asked. That's because I couldn't, I explained, growing agitated. You also failed to alert anyone about what transpired, including your wife. Isn't that correct? He questioned. Now I was upset. That's because I was completely disabled and couldn't, I roared and slammed my fist on the thick wood rail in front of me. For a moment, no one said or did anything. When I drew my hand away, I noticed that I had cracked the rail. I didn't realize I'd hit it so hard. I looked at the judge before speaking. I apologize, Your Honor. I lost my temper. Don't do it again, he told me. I nodded my head. That's all I have for this witness, Bradley added. The judge told me I may leave the stand, and Dr. Victor came to accompany me back to my seat. The prosecutor then summoned Dr. Victor to the stand. He informed the court of my injuries and the extent of my incapacity. He also said that he discovered severe damage, collected samples for evidence and testing, and then did everything he could to repair the harm. He also discussed the procedure he had conducted and my progress since then. And in your professional opinion, the only way for this damage to have been done is for Mr. John to have been abused, is that right? The prosecutor inquired. Correct, Dr. Victor said. That would also explain the presence of evidence. Thank you, the prosecutor responded. He turned to face the jurors. Ladies and gentlemen, the state tested the sample. Further tests and DNA analysis have proven with 99.99% certainty that it belongs to the defendant, Greg Wallace. He turned to face the judge. That is all I have for this witness, Your Honor. Your witness, Mr. Bradley, the court stated. Thank you. Dr. Victor, you run the Arrowhead Institute of Advanced Medical Research, correct? Yes, that is correct, Dr. Victor replied. You engage in some pretty cutting-edge research there, do you not? Bradley asked. Sure, Dr. Victor replied, slipping into his native German as he occasionally did. Bradley took out a piece of paper and started reading. Each of us has different protection mechanisms that assist us deal with harsh events. Sometimes we revert to an alternate version of ourselves, which could be regarded as an alter ego. The alter ego could present itself in a variety of ways. An otherwise calm, unassuming person may suddenly become noisy, arrogant, and domineering, for example. Those who are unfamiliar with that person's behavior will have a very different opinion of him or her, he read before returning his gaze to Dr. Victor. You also talk of an inner beast that is dormant within every one of us. According to your writings, you claim to have discovered a means to unleash the so-called beast to assist with a certain scenario. Is that correct? He questioned. I did write that, and yes, my research has found that to be the case, replied the doctor. Isn't it true that you once worked with Mr. Bill Dalton to help him discover his purported inner beast? Bradley explained that simply saying yes or no would suffice. I worked with Mr. Dalton, yes, Dr. Victor said. The exact nature of my work, however, is a matter of doctor-patient confidentiality. Is it not true that toward the end of his treatment Mr. Dalton's house mysteriously blew up? Bradley asked. The prosecutor quickly protested. Irrelevant, Your Honor. Your Honor, Bradley explained, we all saw Mr. John's reaction. If you'll allow me, I believe there is a connection. I'll allow it for the time being, Mr. Bradley, the judge remarked. But I would appreciate it if you could make your point and move on. I will, Your Honor. Thank you, Bradley replied. He turned back to Dr. Victor. Are you aware of what happened to Mr. Dalton's home? Bradley asked. I remember seeing something about it on the news, Dr. Victor remarked. I also recall the police claiming that Mrs. Dalton and her live-in partner were manufacturing medicines with highly volatile materials. I don't see any relation to this situation. According to police reports, Mrs. Dalton was seen running out of the house screaming about a monster, Bradley recalled. Apparently a result of the drugs she and her lover were manufacturing, remarked Victor's doctor. Your Honor, this is absolutely irrelevant to the case before the court today, as Mr. Bradley is fully aware. I insist that this line of questioning be stopped, the prosecutor stated. I tend to agree. Mr. Bradley, I've been more than fair. Please move on. Very well, Your Honor. I have no further questions for this witness, Bradley stated. The judge dismissed Dr. Victor, and the case continued. The prosecutor summoned state agents, who searched my residence. Both claimed they discovered what looked to be proof of abuse. Then he called home healthcare nurses, who testified that they saw symptoms of physical abuse. They documented it in their records, but the home care facility never followed up, thus the reports fell through the bureaucratic cracks. I have one last piece of evidence, Your Honor, the prosecutor stated. With your permission, I would like to play a portion of video taken of the abuse against Mr. John. Very well, the judge replied. The prosecutor looked at the jurors. Ladies and gentlemen, what I'm about to show you is shocking, he told them. I take no joy in this, but I believe it's necessary that you see for yourselves what Mr. John had to endure for months on end. He switched on the monitor and started playing the footage. The jury frowned as they saw Greg clearly abuse me. The prosecutor paused the video and enlarged the image. Ladies and gentlemen, let there be no doubt in your mind who is committing this heinous act to a man who once thought of him as a friend, he told the audience. After the jurors looked at the image for a few moments, tears streamed down my cheeks from shame. Again, the prosecutor paused the video. He stared at the stunned jurors. I rest my case, he stated with distaste. Mr. Bradley, you may present your case, the judge instructed once the prosecutor sat down. Bradley stood up and summoned Laura to the stand. Mrs. John, he asked, is it true that you had an affair with Mr. Wallace? Yes, it is, she replied calmly. Can you tell us why? He inquired. My husband, Ethan, was injured so badly, and I felt lost and hopeless, she told me. He was there when I needed someone to weep on. Yes, we had an affair, but it was nothing more. Were you aware of what Mr. Wallace did to your husband? Bradley asked. No, I wasn't. If you had known, would you have done anything to stop him? Bradley asked. Yes, I would have. Thank you, Mrs. John. That's it for now. Your witness, Mr. Foster, he remarked while sitting down. The prosecutor stood up and approached the monitor. He selected an image from the video that clearly showed both my face and Laura in the same frame. Mrs. John, he started, you testified that you were unaware your husband was being abused. Is this correct? Yes. Look at his face in that video, the prosecutor added. The hurt and humiliation were clear to everybody who saw it. Do you expect this court to think that you could look at your husband of 3 years in that state and not notice something was wrong? It didn't cross my mind at the time, she told me. Before Mrs. Wallace brought healthcare workers into the home, did you ever once feed or clean your husband? The defense attorney said. I tried, but I wasn't very good at it, she stated. What happens afterward? Did you even try to help? No, she replied gently. And why was that? The prosecutor inquired. I do not know. I felt Greg was helping him, and I had no idea what to do. The truth is, you basically abandoned him, didn't you? Bradley responded to the prosecutor's query with an objection. I withdraw the question, Foster promptly said. You said your affair with Mr. Wallace was purely physical, correct? That's right, she replied. And you claimed in your testimony that you still love your husband, right? Yes, she answered. Foster returned to his table, pulling out an audio recorder and a document from his briefcase. He walked back to the bench. Your Honor, this is a written report done by Samuel Jenkins, a private investigator hired by Mr. John's attorney, he stated, presenting the paper to the judge. A copy of this report and the audio were provided to Mr. Bradley, as evidenced by the accompanying affidavit. The report refers to an audio recording of a conversation between the defendants while out on a dinner date shortly after Mr. John was admitted to Arrowhead. With your permission, I'd like to play the audio for the jury. Very well, the judge replied. Foster activated the recording button, and Laura and Greg's chat could be heard in court. So have you given any thought to what we discussed? Greg's voice is heard on the recording. I have, and I admit I'm intrigued, Laura replied. Well, what do you think? I must admit, the last few months with you have been fantastic, she remarked in the recording. Much better than my life with Ethan has ever been. Are you sure we can pull this off? Of course, Greg replied. I'm a lawyer, you know. I can have a judge do whatever I want. It would be easy to declare Ethan a state ward. He can't care for himself, and you're clearly not trained to do so. Frankly, I can't stomach the idea of it, she told me. I mean, feeding him like a baby, wiping his drool, changing his diaper and cleaning his buttocks, yuck. It makes me nauseous just to think about it. I need a man, a whole man, a genuine man like you. You and I both know this Victor guy won't be able to do anything for him, Greg told him. Every doctor stated he'd be an invalid for the rest of his life. Once he is judged incompetent, we may seize his massive settlement and live like kings in Costa Rica or somewhere else. Wouldn't that be preferable to staying here and wiping the excrement off little Timmy? Yeah, it would, she answered. What about C though? Laura asked. Things haven't been great between us for a long time, Greg told me. She wants children, but I don't, and I'm tired of her continual pestering. I just want to be sure you won't go soft on me and tell me you still love him when we start dating. That will not happen. I love only you. The prosecutor paused the recording and looked at Laura. I felt like my heart had been ripped out again. So you and your lover intended to declare your spouse incompetent so that you could take his settlement money and go to Costa Rica? So were you telling the truth to your sweetheart or in court? Which is it, Mrs. John? Please tell me now so that I can decide whether or not to prosecute you with perjury. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she was forced to openly confront her own deception. I don't know, she exclaimed. I still loved him, but I loved Greg too. She looked over at me. Please, Ethan, forgive me. I shook my head, turning away from her. Foster glanced at her with disgust. I'm done with this witness, he stated before walking away. The court excused her, and Bradley summoned Greg to the stand. So Mr. Wallace, Bradley said when Greg was sworn in, we've seen video of you and Mr. John. There is no denying what we all witnessed. I only have one question. Did Mr. John ever tell you that he didn't approve of your actions? Not once, Greg answered with a snarl. Thank you, Bradley replied, turning away. Your witness, he informed Foster, who was already on his feet. Mr. Wallace, he said. You graduated from Harvard Law School, did you not? Yes, I did, Greg announced happily. And you graduated near the top of your class, didn't you? I did. In fact, you're highly regarded as a top litigator in your firm, Foster told me. Bradley objected. Relevance, Your Honor? Your Honor, I intend to show that Mr. Wallace not only knows the law, but he knew that Mr. John could not possibly have given consent, Foster told you. Go ahead, Mr. Foster, the judge instructed. Thank you. He turned back to Greg. You knew that Mr. John was disabled, didn't you? Greg sighed and said nothing. Didn't you? Foster bellowed. Yes, I knew, Greg said. And you knew that the law in this state says persons with Mr. John's disabilities are incapable of giving consent, didn't you? Foster inquired. Yes, I guess so, Greg said. Foster glanced at him with hatred for a few moments before shaking his head. I'm finished with this witness, Foster replied, walking away. Any more witnesses, Mr. Bradley? The court inquired. Bradley shakes his head. No, Your Honor, I rest my case. Very well, we'll take 15 minutes and reconvene to hear closing arguments. The judge pounded his gavel and everyone exited the courtroom. Dr. Victor gave me a cup of water. How are you holding up? He inquired as I sipped my water. I'll be okay, I assured him. He patted my shoulder. Good. Foster looked to check how I was doing. I'm sorry you had to relive all of that, he said. I believe we have made an impression on the jurors. We will see. This is nearly over, Ethan. Remain patient. Thanks, I replied. Soon, the break was finished, and everyone returned to the courtroom. Greg, Laura, and Mr. Bradley appeared less assured than they had earlier in the day. CA looked angry enough to spit nails. This was the first time she'd heard much about it. When the judge returned, the bailiff directed everyone to stand. All right, Mr. Bradley, present your closing statement, the court said. Bradley stood forward to face the jury. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, this is a difficult case for all of us. And contrary to popular belief, we hope Mr. John recovers. We have stipulated that the alleged abuse occurred with Mr. John. We're not debating that point, but this is a case about consent, or lack thereof. Mr. John confessed under oath that he never told my client that he did not provide approval. Mrs. John was unaware that anything was amiss, and she had no idea the alleged abuse had occurred. As a result, you are forced to conclude that my clients are not guilty. Thank you. He took a seat. The judge moved for Foster to make his final statements. On his way, Foster turned on the monitor, which displayed the image of Greg abusing me. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, thank you for your participation today. I realize this has been really difficult for all of you. The defense has attempted to avoid the issue by stating that Mr. John never stated that he did not consent to what was being done to him. There's only one problem: Mr. John is crippled. He could not speak or defend himself. According to the law in this state, people with disabilities like his are unable to give or deny consent. Mr. Bradley is aware of this, as is the defendant, Greg Wallace, who is a Harvard Law School graduate. They have admitted to the activities against Mr. John. You've seen the video and heard the audio. You know the defendants plan to fraudulently declare Mr. John incapable in order to grab what was rightfully his and depart the country. Wallace took Mr. John's wife with the intention of taking Mr. John's money while leaving his own wife high and dry. You have heard the defendants' plan and scheme against Mr. John. The defense has not raised any doubts about what happened. The defendant Wallace abused Mr. John 36 times, and Mrs. John did nothing to stop it. In this state, abuse and willful neglect of a disabled person is considered a hate crime. That is why I am advocating for the highest punishment permitted by law. The state has done its part. Now I ask that you do yours and give Mr. John the justice he deserves. Thank you. After Foster had taken his seat, the judge issued his orders to the jury and sent them off to deliberate. He then ordered the rest of the court to recess. Dr. Victor and I entered the corridor, where Jacob waited. I just wanted to let you know that Laura signed the divorce papers, he told me. She isn't contesting anything. I just came back from filing them. The judge will sign off on them in a day or two, and you will be free in 6 months. Free? I asked cynically. Why don't I feel free then? You've been through a lot, young man, Dr. Victor explained. Trust me, it'll get better. I hope so. And I think I know just the person who can help you feel better, the doctor added with a knowing smile. You mean Megan? I inquired. Dr. Victor grinned and nodded. Ja, he answered. She really likes you, you know. It was my turn to smile. I like her too, a lot. Good, Dr. Victor replied. Just be careful though. I don't want you to have sex for at least another 6 to 8 weeks. I don't want you to put too much strain on your back just yet, he said with a smile. By the way, I said, what's up with that rail? How did I crack that thing? I barely slapped it. Must be the supplements we've been giving you, he said with a joke. That and Na's physical therapy. Nothing to do with that inner beast stuff, I said. He laughed. No, not at all. That's an entirely separate project. Besides, I would not recommend it for you, especially with the custom-built vertebrae we've installed. We talked for a little longer, and after about an hour, Foster poked his head into the corridor. Jury's back in already? I asked. He nodded his head. That was fast. Yeah, it was, Foster replied. Hopefully that's good news for us. We went through the motions again as everyone returned to the courtroom. The bailiff directed us all to stand as the judge entered, and we all took our seats. On his signal, the judge inquired, has the jury reached a decision? We have, the jury foreman said. The bailiff received the paperwork from the foreman and delivered it to the judge. After reading it to himself, he told Laura and Greg to stand up. Bradley stood with them. How do you find the charges against defendant Greg Wallace? The judge inquired. We find the defendant Greg Wallace guilty on all charges, the foreman stated. And on the charges against defendant Laura John, how do you find? We find the defendant Laura John not guilty on the charge of accessory to abuse of a disabled person, Your Honor, and guilty on all the other charges, said the deputy district attorney. The judge nodded his head. Very well. he responded, facing the defendants. He poured his rage on them. I've seen and heard a lot in this courtroom over the years, but nothing as awful and egregious as what I observed here today. The two of you make me sick to my stomach. You have not only mocked your marriages, but also the legal profession. That is why I am handing you the maximum penalty permitted by law. Mr. Wallace, as a well-trained lawyer and court official, your actions disgust me beyond words. At the prosecutor's request, I am sentencing you to at least 450 years of hard labor. That's 12 years for each of the 36 charges of maltreatment, plus an additional 20 years for committing a hate crime. I additionally added 8 years for conspiracy to conduct fraud. Mrs. John, I disagree with the jury's not guilty finding. Personally, I don't understand how anyone with more than 2 brain cells could be unaware that your husband was being abused. Nonetheless, I shall follow the verdict. I am, however, giving you the maximum punishment for criminal negligence and conspiracy to conduct fraud, which is 15 years in jail under state rules, making you available for parole in 10 years. He raised his gavel, but Bradley spoke to the judge. Your Honor, he replied, Mrs. John has just informed me that divorce papers have been filed, and she wishes to speak with Mr. John before being taken into custody. Is that acceptable with you, Mr. John? I can give her a couple of minutes, the judge explained. Your Honor, that's fine, I said. The judge nodded and remarked, very well. He slammed his gavel, declaring the court dismissed. Laura approached me as deputies prepared to take Greg away. You look good, she replied. Thank you, I replied. I just wanted you to know that I'm sorry for everything. I honestly had no idea what he was doing to you. I would have done everything I could to stop it if I had known. I think you convinced the jury of that, I told them. I agree with the judge, however. I find it difficult to believe. You are not a foolish woman. At any rate, you'll have 15 years to consider it. Was there anything else? Yes, she responded. I wanted you to know I signed the divorce papers and I'm not going to fight you over it. That's what I heard, I informed her. Don't you want to know why it happened? She inquired. I shook my head. I really don't care, I told her. I'm sure it was all for greed and lust. You cheated me, plain and simple. The why really doesn't matter anymore. Do you think you could ever forgive me? She asked. Why is it all you cheating losers think you can come crawling and begging for forgiveness? I asked. You certainly didn't care about me when I needed you the most. To answer your question, no. I do not intend to ever forgive you. Instead, I'll do my best to forget you exist. Was there anything else? I know you won't believe me, but I do love you, she replied. I just wanted to tell you that before they take me to jail. You're correct, I don't believe you, but thank you for saying so. I suppose you should get moving. Those deputies don't seem happy over there. Okay. Goodbye, Ethan, she replied. She walked away with tears in her eyes. At that moment, I had absolutely no feelings for her. As I stood up, she approached me. How are you doing, Ethan? You look better now than you have in a long time. Thanks. I'm doing a lot better now, thanks to Dr. Victor. I just wanted to apologize for what my loser soon-to-be ex-husband did to you. I appreciate that, I told her. Did you get in touch with Jacob? Yes, I did. Greg's father insisted on a prenuptial agreement when we married, and it includes a very strict infidelity clause, so Jacob will have a field day with it. I'm glad to hear it, I said. If there's anything I can do to help, let me know. Thanks. I might need to borrow several copies of those videos from you. No problem, I responded. Whatever you need. I'll be gone a little longer, but I'm sure Jacob can make do with what he already has. One last thing, she added. I still have the key you gave me right after the accident. I'll clean up your apartment and remove Laura's belongings if you like. That would be a big help, see. Thanks. Not a problem. Good luck, and I'll see you soon, she said, kissing me on the cheek. We watched as she departed. I couldn't believe Greg was so dumb to cheat on such a nice woman. Are you finished flirting with all the women? Dr. Victor inquired. I'd like to get back to work if you don't mind. Works for me, I replied. But how are we going to get back? No problem, we'll take care of that for you, Agent Cole stated from behind. After all, we're the ones who brought you here at Dr. Victor's insistence. I sat down in the wheelchair, and Cole drove me out to the car, where we all climbed in. Actually, I was relieved to have the wheelchair. I'd been up and down much of the day and was feeling fatigued and achy. We returned to the facility, and Dr. Victor wheeled me into my room, where Megan waited for me. After supper, she helped me get ready for bed before going into the bathroom to change into her sleepwear, which was actually a long t-shirt. How are you feeling? she inquired as she slid into bed with me. Wiped out. It's been a long day, I explained. She kissed me and rested her head against my shoulder. Yes, it has, she replied. I realize it has been difficult, but it had to be done. Now you can start putting all of that behind you, and I'll be here to assist you in any way I can. Before I spoke, I took a long look at her face. I said, I love you, Megan, without thinking. She smiled softly and kissed my lips. And I love you, Ethan, she added. She rested her head on my shoulder and draped an arm across my chest. I felt happier than I had been in a long time. We soon fell asleep together. They exhausted me over the next 5 weeks. Na, in drill instructor mode, encouraged me to go farther and quicker with each session. On top of that, I was seeing the counselor twice a week to help me overcome the trauma I had experienced the previous year. Every day, they took x-rays to determine the condition of my spine. Megan stayed every night in my bed and we grew to know each other rather well. Finally, Dr. Victor said that I had recovered sufficiently to be sent home. By then, my body was in better shape than it had ever been, but Doctor told me to avoid strenuous exertion for another 3 weeks. He also scheduled me to come in twice a month for the following year so they could check my back. I was eager to get home, but I also knew I'd miss Megan. On the day I was supposed to leave, I wrote her a note in which I expressed my feelings for her. I also offered her to come visit me whenever she wanted. I finished the note as Dr. Victor entered my room in a wheelchair. I stared at him, puzzled. After all, I could already walk on my own. He shrugged his shoulders. Regulations, he stated. I understand. As I sat in the wheelchair, I wished I'd never have to use one again. He pushed me to the pickup location outside and I glanced about while waiting for the Arrowhead van. Instead, I noticed a dark blue Toyota RAV4 pulling up. The driver's side door opened, revealing Megan, my red-headed angel of compassion. She came around to open the passenger door for me. Surprised, I stared at Dr. Victor. Megan has a new assignment, he announced with a smile. She'll be your live-in caretaker, that is, unless you have any objections. Absolutely not, I answered, smiling. I shook his hand. Thank you, Dr. Victor, for everything. You're welcome, he replied with a smile. I'll see you in a couple of weeks. He stared at Megan. Please take care of our boy, okay? I will, she replied with a smile. After assisting me inside, she got into the automobile. I noticed numerous luggage had been stuffed into the back of the car. So how long are you going to be assigned to me? I asked. It depends on how long you need me. How long do you think that will be? Conservative estimate. I would say at least 60 years, I responded. Is that okay with you? Darn straight it is, I replied. She kissed me on the lips before pulling away and heading home. When we went home, I marked the calendar with the day Dr. Victor indicated I could resume normal activities. As it turned out, that was the day after my divorce from Laura was finalized. CEA met and married a doctor 2 years after her divorce. I never visited Laura in prison, but I did understand that she was undergoing treatment. After 15 years, she was freed on parole and worked as a server at a truck stop cafe on the highway. Megan and I married around 6 months after my divorce was finalized, which was a good thing because she told me a few weeks after we returned from our honeymoon that we were expecting children. We had 2 more children after that and felt that was sufficient for the time being. Our love for one another remained strong, and when our youngest child departed for college, we celebrated with an around-the-world trip. Even after all these years, she remains my gorgeous red-headed angel of mercy. My vertebrae strengthened, and it appeared that I was in better shape than I had ever been. The implants also worked, and all of the nerve damage I had sustained from the accident was reversed. Dr. Victor successfully repeated the operation multiple times over the next 10 years, and the treatment is now awaiting final approval. As I reflect on my life, I can't help but think of John Milton's quote, "Every cloud has a silver lining." Yes, I went through hell for a year after that truck hit me. It was my dark cloud. But what I have today is better than any silver lining. I suspect that my pregnant wife may have had an affair with her coworker. Am I the asshole for asking for a paternity test now? Original post May 9, 2024. My wife, 38F, and I, 39M, have been together for 12 years. I don't know how to describe it other than calling it the perfect relationship. I think in 12 years we've only ever gotten to the point of really raising our voices at one another maybe 2 or 3 times. We do everything together, but always have never had issues allowing each other to lead our own lives and follow our own interests. We bought a house where we wanted. We both have good high-paying jobs that have great work-life balance. Basically, it's been everything short of perfect. We've been trying for 2 years to get pregnant and it hasn't been happening. We were just about to start the fertility stuff when I came home from a work trip and guess what, she's pregnant. I had this weird instant thought of, wait, I thought we didn't try during the week last month because of the fertility testing. But I couldn't remember exactly because, to be honest, we were busy at it. So I just assumed I missed remembering. Now, I travel around the country pretty regularly for work. Other than COVID, I've been on the road as much as 40 weeks a year sometimes. Since COVID, it's been less but still more than a week a month. Over the last 4-5 years, my wife has gotten very friendly with a guy she works with. Let's call him Matt. Matt is slightly younger, I think 34 or so. I know him, he's married. I know his wife. They've worked together for I think 7 years or so. He's always been around, he and I've been friendly. Have I ever thought something was happening? No, but I've always thought. You'd be a fool to not think there's even a 1% chance your spouse would go outside the relationship. Maybe I'm naive, but I've always seen it as a safeguard to not take my wife or any other partner in the past for granted. She's never given me a reason to think she'd do that. But anything is possible. So about a month ago, I'm out of state for work and she's at home. I ask her what she's doing earlier in the day and she says Matt is coming by for dinner. Not out of the ordinary, Matt comes by from time to time. Sometimes with his wife, sometimes without, sometimes when I'm not there. I don't think much of it. We have a security system which includes cameras both inside and outside of the house, which we installed after an unrelated incident a few years ago. They record and are live accessible by both her and I. I often use those cameras to check on the dog when I or both of us are away, as the rest of the system is monitored by a company in case of an alarm going off. She knows I check those cameras. There's a system installed where I can talk through them. I'll mess with my wife and she will be with me if either of us are out of town. She travels for work as well, but far less than I do. Point is, it's known that I check them often when I'm not at home. So I turn on the camera and I see my 4 months pregnant wife, lying on the floor, on her side with Matt sitting, straddling her legs and using a foam roller to massage her hips. So I'm like, okay, what the fuck is this? I start rewinding through the footage and they are eating and talking normally, but then they get on the couch and get under the same blanket. Now, they are feet to feet, but that couch isn't that big. Then they move to the floor and that's when I logged in. Anyway, I text her, I'm still watching the cameras, they both look like deer in headlights, and he very quickly leaves. We get into an argument. She isn't mad at me accusing her, but she's adamant that nothing has or ever would happen, and that what I saw was innocent, and she was complaining about being in pain from the pregnancy. Which I know is true, she's already having some issues with back pain, etc. The biggest point of that discussion was I asked, if I were there would you two have been comfortable doing any of that in front of me? And she reluctantly admitted, no, probably not. I told her I didn't want to talk after that and we'd talk when I got home 3 days later. That's when it hit me. What if my weird gut moment feeling about her telling me she was finally pregnant was this? What if my 1% happened and this is not my child we are having? Now, it eats away at me while I'm at a hotel alone 1,000 miles away for 3 days. I reconcile with myself that, I think it's less likely than more likely that something between them has happened. But basically my 1% just jumped to 10%, 20% maybe. I get home and she's on eggshells and doesn't mention it. I kinda wait to see what she's going to do. 2 days later, she finally brings it up and breaks down. Swears nothing has happened. She would never. Doesn't do anything over the top to try and prove anything. Which I took as a good sign. But anyway, we talk out the issue and everything to a point of at least moving forward for now. I'm still coping and dealing with it, figuring out how to retrust after all this time. I'm getting more and more understanding of the fact that they are friends. They've been friends for so long, maybe he has intentions. But I don't see her having any, and I've never really picked up on it, and I've spent time around both of them together many times, and never caught anything. So the thing that is destroying me right now is, if I'm wrong and something did happen, while I can figure out how to deal with that, what if that child isn't mine? In the argument and a few long conversations we've had about the situation since, I've never brought that up, and she's not mentioned it. Mostly because I don't want to make the situation worse and crush her if in fact she's telling the truth, which I mostly believe. The only thing I can think to do at this point is to wait until the baby is born and immediately order a paternity test in secret. Should I do that? Should I tell her and have it dealt with now? If you're a woman in her shoes and you're telling the truth, would that destroy you, or your view of me? If you're lying, what would you do if I asked? I don't want to ask a super vague question, but what should I do? TLDR, Very small chance my wife of 12 years had an affair and she's 4 months pregnant and I can't bring myself to ask for a paternity test for fear of crushing her if nothing actually happened. But I am planning on doing it in secret when the baby comes. What should I do? Update. So many comments. Thank you everyone, more than I can address directly, but I'm going to keep reading a few things. 1. Stop DMing me about this, thanks. 2. Some have made some good points about addressing it now rather than later, and that's something that I'm considering more than I was before. Thank you. 3. To those focused only on my relationship. I get it, but that's not what I'm focused on. We've been talking about it a lot. My wife and I are pretty open people with each other. I'm not saying I'm convinced nothing happened, but I'm more focused on paternity right now. 4. If I need to track, spy on, life 360, my wife, then this relationship is over already. That's not the relationship we have and not one that I ever want, and in my opinion not one anyone should ever have. We are working on rebuilding trust. As I said in this long-winded post, my default of 1% possibility went up to 10% or so. Trust me, I'm taking my relationship seriously, but to those I've said this to already. If the kid isn't mine, then there's no longer any conversation to have. 5. I've already had this discussion with my lawyer. I don't live in a state where the birth certificate stuff will be an issue. If I have paperwork that this child isn't mine, then divorce isn't going to be much of an issue. Both of us are in an independent financial situation where it won't matter much regardless. I'll keep up with this post as long as I can and post an update when and if anything gets resolved. Update May 10, 2024. So she was out of state on a business trip until late last night. It's Friday, so she worked from home in our kitchen. So I asked to talk and brought it up and asked for a test. She immediately said yes and said there's zero doubt and nothing that she'd even have a second to worry about. But she has no problem doing it now. The only caveat I left it with is, if it's invasive at all per our doctors, then I'm okay waiting until it's low risk. I'm not a doctor, no clue what they'd have to do it now. So not sure when we are. But she's aware and we are getting one. It was a decent and longer conversation. We are currently sitting together getting lunch. She's got no clue I did this on Reddit. Hence the new account, because she is on here somewhere. Thank you everyone for your help and opinions. A bunch of you made me realize that we're already really open about everything, and if nothing happened then she wouldn't worry about getting one. I was more worried about her health and adding some insane level of stress if it was an issue, as she's an at-risk pregnancy and it took so long for us to get pregnant. So again, thank you all for the help. I suppose I can update if it's mine or not, but I'm not sure how long that will be. I'm 90 to 95% sure it is mine. But this will help us continue this conversation. Thank you. Update. Just because it seems to be more of a topic on this post versus the other one for some reason. Yes, I have the footage. No, I haven't talked to Matt yet. He's told her he wants to talk about it, but I've told them to wait on that. My relationship with my wife and paternity is what's important right now. I will eventually talk with Matt. No, I'm not going to get Matt's wife involved intentionally. I don't know why I would want to just be vindictive. I'm not going to cover for him obviously, but his relationship is his. And mine is mine. I'm not interested in making this worse. Whatever is going on between him and his wife isn't any of my business. Relevant comments. Upu, when asked why his wife thought she could be intimate with someone else. We've talked about it at length, nothing is being ignored. I could write you an essay about our past, her reasons and my feelings on it. But instead I'll just say, I'm aware of it. She's claiming innocence of anything further, but at the same time admitting that it wasn't a good look, but she wasn't thinking about it at the time. And that's what we are currently working through. When told it doesn't look innocent and asked if his wife goes to Matt's house when his wife isn't home, she's 4 months old. I was home. And we had been on the clock. To the point of the days blending together, trust me. We are pretty open people and pretty comfortable with ourselves and each other. I don't know if she's been to his house without his wife. I mean, the 3 and 4 of us all hang out probably once or twice a month, but they work directly together every day and have for years. So obviously there's a closeness there. They are both upper management in their company, and at my company I have long-term friends that are women. I've traveled with them. We've done dinner and hung out in hotel rooms together. But I've never done anything because that's not me. I'm married and love my wife and my life. I have no reason to. So I mean, the optics are bad. I just have to decide if it's only the optics. Or if she has a reason to. Maybe he has a reason too, and that's what I saw. That I'm not sure about. But that comes down to, do I trust her to handle that? She says if that's the case she's never noticed it. And she hangs out with him and his wife just about as much as he hangs out with us. She works in a building right near them. My company is based out of Chicago and I live on one of the coasts. So my coworker friends are much more spread out. We can't go to the bar to grab after-work drinks any day like they can. Honestly, I usually go to their work hangouts more than mine because of that. I'm friendly with her CEO because of it. So is it perfect? No. But I've always trusted her. I've never had a reason not to. In 15 years, this is the first crack or dent in it. OOP gives a clearer description of what happened that day. That's not what I saw. She said something. He froze. Said something I couldn't hear and she said no, don't worry about it. He put something in the dishwasher and she walked him out to the front door. He didn't dive out the window. You have to remember this is Reddit. I'm not putting every single nuanced detail in this because that would take me hours to write, and I'm not putting my security footage on the internet for strangers to see. The reason I have the security system in the first place is because of a stranger on the internet. I'm not saying anything beyond that didn't happen for sure between them. I'm saying I don't know now and I don't have any proof. That's what my wife and I are discussing just about every day and what we are working through. The original point of the post was, the only thing we hadn't talked about was paternity because I don't want to put her in a situation where she medically loses the child. Mine or not. Not only have I not been able to put every single nuanced thing in this, I've also sprinkled in false details about our lives, nothing pertinent to what happened but other mundane details. I was a very small public figure at one point, and some lowlife from the internet traveled across the country to make death threats against us because of something warped in his head. To the point where the federal government had to get involved. People here are wildly jumping at conclusions with much less information than I have and ignoring the original point of the post and the original questions asked. Has he told Matt's wife she is my wife's friend's wife? We don't meet up and knit together. I know her through my wife. I see her maybe once every few months at a bar after work, or if they come by for dinner or to hang out. We aren't besties. Again, what should I tell her? Hey, your husband was at my house. I knew he was there and I saw him run a foam roller over the outside of my wife's hip while he was sitting on her feet. It's super obvious they are fucking, and even though I'm not sure, it's possible she's carrying his baby. This isn't a soap opera. There's nothing I know that I can tell her, so why would she take my word on what tiny evidence there is? And why or how in the world would that help my situation? If all of this is false now, I've destroyed my relationship by acting like a child trying to drum up drama for what obviously looks like being vindictive. And I put them in the same situation we are in now. For something that I don't know is true yet. I believe you have entirely lost the plot here. Update 2 August 21st, 2024. Hi folks. So I haven't been touching this account at all as I was mostly bombarded by people telling me I'm an AI, wishing my wife a miscarriage, claiming she's going to get a secret abortion to save herself. Or that I'm a clown for not keeping it real, and destroying someone else's marriage over speculation only. I'm amazed that people are still following this and invested in it after all this time. Here's where we are at. Yes, my wife is still very much pregnant. She's hard to pick things up off the floor stage. She's due in 8 weeks. Holy shit, 6 weeks actually. Just looked at the calendar. We are getting weekly ultrasounds at this point. He's already about 5 pounds and has a big ol' head. She and I had some very long direct conversations about everything. She is adamant that nothing has ever happened and nothing ever would. For a while she was pretty upset with herself for causing this and causing my feelings of doubt. I've done my best to remedy that as I've got to keep stress off her as much as possible right now. But it will for sure be revisited after the birth. As I've been saying the entire time, I'm really only worried about the child and the birth going well, etc. Well, mostly maybe not only, the only thing we still really disagree on is I thought he was getting too close because he had developed feelings or was getting attention that he wasn't getting elsewhere, maybe etc. She doesn't see it that way but has also said it's possible, but if so she was blind to it. I told her I wanted a paternity test and she immediately agreed to it and said no problem at all. My only stipulation was that it couldn't be medically risky or stress-inducing at all as she's a high-risk pregnancy. We both spoke to her doctors about it and they basically told us that our only option was to go to the courthouse because they wouldn't do one without the law involved. Which we both thought was ridiculous. Her doctor was a bit thrown off by it so I didn't press very hard. It was honestly her pretty much demanding it. I knew there were other options. I looked into those other options and ultimately decided to wait until the birth, and I have a lab already set up to do it, ready to go. I'm 95% sure it's unnecessary, but I'm still getting one for my peace of mind and mostly so that nothing will come between me and my child. For those of you that have left me messages of support that I didn't get back to, thank you. I'm going to spend some time going through them tonight before I run off again. For those of you who've left messages that think I should be acting like a 17-year-old high school student and either getting violent, purposely cheating on my wife to prove a point, or other childish trash. Thanks for the entertainment at least. Stop watching TLC and TikTok. That dumbass drama ain't the way, kiddos. And to the one person who suggested I cause an accident with my wife, I hope you end up behind bars someday. It's really likely I'm not going to come back here after tonight until after I get the results from the lab. So if you're really still interested in the results, come back in 1.5-2 months. I've been told the results take about 48 hours once submitted. I'll give you your Maury moment then. OOP answers questions in a comment. Here, just as a preempt, I'm going to post something I responded to someone else on the last post just a minute ago, but I likely won't check this account until after the birth after this. Comment 1. People seem to be reading into the reasons I thought all this was more than what I said. I've seen dude, they were in bed together. You caught them. Or, they were cuddling under a blanket. Totally get how the telephone game works. But I never said any of that. So I'll clarify, I guess. Here's exactly what I saw. They were on the sectional couch in my living room at either end under the same large blanket, feet to feet. The massage. She was lying on the floor on her side. He was sitting by her feet and rolling one of those big foam rollers on her back and side, which is something I do all the time because she's been complaining about back and outer hip pain. Still enough for me to raise a concern with her. But people seem to be reading into that as they were basically dry humping and thought you couldn't see. Comment 2. I'm being told that I'm being oblivious and ignoring the obvious, and letting her and him off the hook. This is a direct comment I left someone giving my thoughts on that. I think they said something like, this is what guys who choose to have their head in the sand say. My response. Yeah, I'm pretty well aware of that. I've also stated many times that my wife is a high-risk pregnancy, so I've decided to try and not explode things until I know something for a fact and risk what would potentially be the only opportunity I have to have a child at my age. If it turns out I'm wrong and that happens because I blew all this up over nothing, I don't know how I could live with myself. And my marriage likely wouldn't survive that anyway. So, I don't see that as a winning option. If I deal with it calmly and like an adult, and if I'm wrong, then great, we can move on. And if I'm right, then it can still be dealt with accordingly with facts and not speculation. If the child is mine, and the birth goes well, then we have a healthy child and I can deal with the remainder of any damage she has or hasn't done without risking potentially the only child I'm going to have. Trust me. I'm not ignoring it, I'm choosing to support my wife to get through the pregnancy first. Then I'll deal with the rest of it. It's probably been the hardest thing I've ever done emotionally. But here we are. End of copied comment. I know I'm a sarcastic SOB in some of these comments, but honestly thank you for everyone's concern, and I have gotten some good advice from people. Mostly this has been a bit cathartic to write all this down, as most of my friends are toxic dudes who are more interested in fighting about golf or some other pointless shit. Love me. But I don't really have anyone other than her to talk to about any of this. So honestly, thank you. New updates. OOP added an update on the previous post. Quick update. Today is 9/14. We just got an induction date scheduled on the 26th. Update. 9/29, 1 a.m. Baby boy is here, born 9/27, 7 pounds 10 ounces. He had what the doctors in the OR said was the biggest meconium they've seen in a while on the table, so it was likely he was about 8 pounds when he was born. Labor was induced early morning on the 26th. Labor was like 30 hours. Pushed for like 3 HRS. No progress, ended up in a C-section. He's perfectly healthy, and kind of a tank. I was almost a 10 pounds baby. Mom is dealing with recovery and not having a fun time, but we are getting there. We are being discharged on Tuesday, they tell us. We live about 2 miles from the hospital. So I've been going back to the house to shower and sneak in like an hour or two a couple times. Otherwise I've been here the entire time. As far as paternity, just out of all that entails with the birth of a newborn and recovery, and honestly a bit of embarrassment. We haven't started the test, but it's set up and ready to start on Tuesday when we get out of here. So I'll give a final update after the results come back. So maybe another week to 10 days. My honest opinion after looking at this kid is, he is mine. Matt and I are physically very opposite. Different heritages. I'm 6'3", 240 pounds, he's probably 5'8", 175 to 180 pounds. I've always held the belief that babies all generically look the same other than obvious ancestral differences. But yes, this moose of a baby has some obvious traits that would only come from me. Still doing the test, but I'm very much not worried about it. I'll make a new post when I get the results back. Final update: results are in October 10, 2024 TLDR, Child is mine. The baby is as healthy as could be so far. Mom, on the other hand, has been having issues. Baby was born on 9/27. Labor was 30 hours, ending in a C-section. 7 pounds 10 ounces. Mom didn't do so well. We were supposed to be in for 4 days and ended up being 8 days. Mom has been back to the hospital twice since. I'm currently sitting in the car with the little guy because Mom's in the emergency room right now. She is making progress but still having a hard time with a few things. As I mentioned before, she has some pre-existing issues that we knew would make this hard. But there have been a few hurdles, but we are getting over them together. As far as paternity, the results came back this morning. Greater than 99.9999 match that I am the father. I did pretty much already know this, but now there is no question and I can put it behind me. My wife and I have had long conversations about all this leading up to the birth, especially around the time of the original post when all this started. We're in a good place, and while it's always going to be there, we both have things to work on communication-wise that came from all this. I did also see Matt today. That's been settled. I'm pretty satisfied that what I saw was it and there wasn't anything else beyond that, and it was a friend helping her with pain the same way I do. I do want to thank everyone who left a message or DM'd me. Good or bad comments, thank you. Talking to the void and all you strangers helped me wait this out. I appreciate it. I'm going to go enjoy my son's company now. Thank you again. Relevant comments. J7488 Congratulations. This may have gotten buried in the comments, but did your wife have a real understanding of the optics of what you saw? She realized how truly suspicious it looked. OOP, yay, she realizes it after she saw the video herself. Believable toadstool. Also, why are you still not informing Matt's wife of what you walked in on? Feels dishonest. She deserves to know and make her own decision. OOP, I didn't walk in on anything. His wife apparently was aware the entire time because Matt told her what was going on. My fiancé's best man is planning to slut-shame me during his wedding speech as a joke, and I'm unsure how to handle it. What should I do? Original post April 1st, 2024. My fiancé, best man, groomsman, and I have known each other since we were kids. We collectively met between 6th and 7th grade and have been running around in the same friend group ever since. The group has grown and shrunk over the years, but a small core of us have remained extremely close. Recently, my fiancé's best man Jay, 30M, has been making jokes when we're hanging out about the two of us dating that have now escalated. Admittedly, when I met Jay in 6th grade, I had the hugest crush on him, and everyone knew. I was much taller than average for a girl at that age, and he was one of 2 guys in the entire school as tall as me. That, though, is where the story ends. I had one hell of an awkward phase in middle school, and he was very clear from the start that he was not into it. Post-awkward phase, as friends and adults, it was something we constantly joked about, but never seriously, since everything between us had always been platonic. This joke of me being rejected by him has now recently turned into how he dated me first, whenever fiancé and I are around. Despite the inaccuracy and an increase of it being brought up, everything has remained pretty lighthearted in context, and while annoying, is something I have been able to brush off or quickly rebuttal. This escalated this weekend when 2 of fiancé's groomsmen were over hanging out with fiancé and I. The wedding was brought up, and after a concerning look between the two, they mentioned something had happened with Jay they thought we should know about. Apparently Jay had been telling them stories he was considering for his best man speech, with the main one centering around how I had been shared around and had made my way through the entire friend group. While they kept what was explicitly said fairly vague out of respect for me, they were clear it crossed the line and insisted I had slept with the entirety of the group attending the wedding. They were very clear with Jay that he could not say anything like this in his speech, toast. Jay responded with an I know, stating that I had already made it clear my maid of honor would be proofreading all speeches prior to the wedding, so he wouldn't be able to get away with it anyway. But ended the conversation by saying something along the lines of, but what if I could? Leaving the possibility open. Of all the groomsmen in the party, 6 including Jay, these 2 were the only ones in this core friend group, and the only ones I had any sort of history with that could potentially be notable. It was all prior to high school and very innocent. One I went on my first movie date with, where our parents had to drop each of us off because we couldn't drive, and picked us up afterwards. The other was the classic first 6-month relationship in middle school where it took 6 weeks to muster up enough courage to hug each other between classes in the hallway. Sure, we made out and very middle school level things happened, but this is something we've all laughed about now for over a decade. I wasn't the only girl in this larger friend group, and throughout the years, this was something that happened pretty frequently. Because we grew up in a smaller area, overlap happened like this regularly in every group and even more so as we went through high school. My fiancé is the only one I have seriously dated or had any sort of intimate relationship with of this friend group. We had an on-again, off-again relationship throughout high school that ended for a bit once I moved out of state for college, but we remained close friends and eventually reconnected when I moved back in 2019. We started dating in 2021 and got engaged in 2023. He's the only one in all of this I've ever slept with, who has seen me naked, and so on, making this situation even more odd and off-putting. Jay and I have been close friends since high school. When fiancé was in a toxic relationship that isolated him from Jay after I'd left for college, Jay would reach out to me for advice on school, girls, relationships and more. He had always been our number one supporter, advocating for fiancé and I to reconcile our relationship throughout college and into adulthood. He even took a bit of credit and would throw around an "I told you so" here and there when we eventually did reconnect. I'm not sure how to handle this. I could write an additional post about how frustrated, confused, wronged and uncomfortable I feel, all of which I plan to discuss in more detail with fiancé after sitting on the issue for a bit longer. We've all talked about it, recognizing the way Jay is framing things is wrong, but fiancé and the groomsmen are able to brush it off in a way I feel like I can't. I don't know how to move forward from this or what to do next. Additional information: fiancé and I aren't getting married until the end of next summer, so much of the conversations we had about toasts and speeches have been more theoretical, except that a few have asked for the opportunity to give a toast, including best man. We have loosely put this information in Save the Dates, on the website, and other prints. Fiancé and best man have been best friends since kindergarten. They were neighbors and inseparable until they each went their own way for college. My fiancé's parents basically raised him alongside fiancé. Jay has strictly only ever expressed platonic feelings for me. Even when both single, or alone together, we have only ever acted as friends towards each other after the embarrassing early middle school crush I had. TLDR, my fiancé's best man is lying about having history with me as well as my history with others, proposing the idea that he calls me out as a joke for being shared around their friend group in his best man speech, toast at our wedding. I don't know how to move forward from this or what to do next. Update April 3, 2024. First, I wanted to thank those who were clear and honest about how alarming the situation was from their perspective. When posting, I was still processing various feelings about the matter, and still am, which not only limited my ability to really look at the situation from a different perspective, but also left me in a state of paralysis of what to do next, both long and short term. Given the nature of this situation, there was a lot of historical context that was omitted to avoid making the original post too lengthy. I have done my best to include the context that seems most relevant based on the original comments in my update below. Update. Since posting, I have spoken in further detail to both my fiancé and one of the other groomsmen. I also confided in my maid of honor about the situation for an additional perspective outside of this specific friend group. After these conversations and reading through all comments on the original post, I've come to realize the significance of a few key details. Jay has a deep-rooted superiority complex. He always has, and it is something many in our friend group have become accustomed to. He has always been the type who seemed to believe he was the standout amongst his friends. Whether that be through education, athletics, his career, or with women. Jazz has also always been a bit egocentric, and a lack of accountability or consequences for his actions has been growing for some time now. Despite it almost always being unintentional, he more often than not is oblivious to the inconveniences and harm he causes others, as long as it is beneficial to his personal ego. This is about jealousy from a few different angles, but not about me specifically. When looking at the full picture, this escalation feels like a continued attempt to knock my fiancé down for reaching that next stage in life. Whether that is because fiancé has reached it before him or has moved onward without him, I cannot say for sure. Jay has issues with misogyny that have also been escalating in tangent with everything else. His lack of respect for the women he has dated has also seemed to increase. Much of the personal tension he and I have had recently pertained to his perspective of women that have begun to veer into a more disrespectful realm, alluding to an increased belief that due to their gender alone, women are inferior. The good friend he was to me over the years, who was always kind and supportive, who never overstepped boundaries and was always there when needed, can exist in tangent with the above information. They are not mutually exclusive. Life happens and people grow, sometimes in opposite directions. I spoke in depth with one of the groomsmen to have further transparency of the situation and what was explicitly said. He acknowledged that the conversation initially centered around the excitement they had for the wedding, and Jay clearly stated he wanted to give fiancé and I the best wedding and experience possible. The conversation evolved and Jay mentioned looking for icebreakers for his speech toast and began bouncing a variety of distasteful jokes that focused more so on the expense of my fiancé than anything else. Then the idea was proposed about explicitly stating that my being passed around the friend group was how they all remained relatively close since middle school and high school. Jay was immediately shut down by the other groomsmen, told to know his audience, and also recognize he was openly alluding to things that were untrue and that could have an extremely negative impact on me personally. The conversation stopped shortly after this, and the groomsmen, without context of how this issue had been escalating, chalked it up to a one-off situation with Jay acting full of himself in the moment. Fiancé and I are the first of our cohort to get married and have a full-blown wedding with a ceremony and reception. These comments did not start escalating until after our engagement roughly 1 year ago, following Jay's breakup with his long-term girlfriend. Jay has never made comments like this to me or my fiancé privately or when it is just the three of us together. Any scenario where this has been an issue has been in an environment which involved others, and mostly others that are not a part of this cohort from middle school. So what next? As mentioned in my original post, I spoke with fiancé in detail about the situation and how I was feeling. When all of this had been brought to our attention a few days prior, in an attempt to preserve myself in the moment, I brushed it off more so than I probably should have. I do not blame fiancé for not having any immediate or strong reaction in the moment, because I had avoided one myself. I think it's important to note that Jay is not a day-to-day character in our lives. While he travels frequently for work that brings him to our area, we live states apart. He has not lived in the same area as me or my fiancé since high school. Much of this evolution with his personality has happened in the last few years as well. I recognize this is not an excuse for the lack of accountability on our part, but felt it added important context that this was not something that was observed and ignored daily, but one that has slowly been recognized over time, since we maybe see him 4 times a year at most. Fiancé was extremely open in conversation, immediately brought up having a conversation with Jay, but admitted to not viewing this as anything more than Jay just being Jay and that he was all talk. At this point, we had only discussed how Jay had continually escalated the situation and how uncomfortable I had now become from this. The lack of accountability fiancé had made for Jay's action definitely hurt, but then I recalled a commenter who had asked if I still considered Jay a friend because he actually was, or because that was how it has always been. To sum up what turned into a lengthier and much more productive conversation with fiancé, I told him that while I recognized his friendship with Jay was something that had always been a part of his life, I did not personally want to be friends with him anymore after this. I brought to fiancé's attention that while the scenario was explicitly about me, and attacking the integrity and character of a 12-year-old girl, every action or usage of the scenario was used against him to invalidate his accomplishments of getting married or make him come off as less than. I told fiancé it was up to him on how he handles his conversation with Jay. But regardless, the disrespect Jay had shown me in this was a clear statement of what he thought of our own personal friendship. I firmly believe it is not my place to force how my fiancé handles his own personal relationship with Jay in this. All of this was deeply taken to heart, and you could tell that fiancé had started coming to his own realizations as the conversation progressed. He recognized that if the roles were reversed, or if it had been any one of my bridesmaids slandering me or him in any way, he would be firmly advocating for me to reevaluate my friendship with them. Fiancé asked for a few days to stomach the information himself and reflect on what he wants to say to Jay. He asked if it would be acceptable for him to bring up that I no longer wanted to be friends with Jay personally, and I said yes. I was clear that if Jay wanted to talk with me following their conversation as well, it would need to be the three of us and not a personal conversation. I am still evaluating how to approach the speeches toasts at our wedding and be open to perspectives and ideas. For now, I reserve the right with my fiancé to omit Jay from giving a speech and having my fiancé choose another groomsman to do so in his place, potentially canceling the speech's toasts altogether, and if Jay is allowed to give a toast, telling the DJ to cut the mic if need be. All of which he agreed with. There is still plenty of time for the situation to develop, and for potential future updates, but I wanted to again thank those that emphasized the seriousness of this issue, gave their honest input and advice on how to handle the situation, and provided perspective on what they believe should be done next. When originally posting, I was still in a state of shock, trying to accept the situation as it had unfolded. Your responses constructively pushed me into the reality of what was happening, and what I was feeling. Relevant comments. Additional info, miserably winning. Wow, I have a couple of comments. How were you fiancé friends with this guy for that long and been okay with his behavior? Why is his best man so comfortable to even joke about something like that? Why does he need time to digest cutting him off? Why is he even still involved in the wedding? Personally, I wouldn't allow anyone to disrespect my significant other, let alone someone I'm supposed to be marrying. Best man or not. I think they are both walking red flags. Jay for being a misogynist and your fiancé for not cutting him out of the wedding and his life. These things can be taken as a joke for sure, but the level of disrespect is too great and your fiancé should stick up for you if he has any shroud of decency and respect for you as his fiancé and soon-to-be wife. OOP happy to answer, since I think it will be helpful for many. I also added a very small edit to the update to acknowledge a bit of this. Much of this behavior has developed over time and apart from all of us. As a kid he always had a superiority complex, but he was also very kind and respectful. It came off more as immaturity than anything else. Plus, at the time, we were kids too. Following high school, Jay and I each moved a significant distance away from where we grew up. He still lives that far away. We get together maybe 4 times a year at most, and I genuinely believe he did not see me as more than some woman to use as collateral to knock his friend down when he made those comments. Fiancé has no brothers, and Jay has always been a part of his life, filling that space. Jay also has no immediate family in his life and hasn't for quite some time, making fiancé's role a bit more impactful. It is much more similar to him cutting off a brother than just another friend. Fiancé has also always been extremely kind and had a very peaceful soul. Don't get me wrong, while fiancé prefers to avoid conflict, he has always been willing to stand up when necessary as well. I don't believe he realized how much had been at his expense as of late until after our conversation. Given their long history, I believe he's reflecting on a lot more than just this specific situation. The wedding is still over a year away, and not until the end of next summer. And this all has happened in less than a week. Neither fiancé nor I have talked with Jay yet, so I did not feel it was right to post about any hard decisions regarding cutting him from the wedding, and so on. These things can be taken as a joke, but the level of disrespect is too great and your fiancé should stick up for you if he has any shroud of decency and respect for you as his fiancé and soon-to-be wife. This was a huge part of the larger conversation we had and something my fiancé acknowledged as well. I think initially, it was viewed under the lens of us collectively being childhood friends, and fiancé as the mediator, rather than the lens of me as his wife until our second, much larger conversation. OOP's reply about the fiancé's reaction: it's only been a handful of days since this all came to light. I wish your fiancé's reaction had been more about coming to your defense than Jay's, but understand that sometimes people need time to truly process all that contributes to a messy situation, especially one with deep roots and close ties. Thank you for conveying this so well. I did my best to add an emphasis to this, but could not do so as well in my own words and fear it got lost in the length of the post, something for me to work on in future posts for sure. I very much have worries, and knowing my personality, will also be worried day of. I expressed this to my fiancé as well, and he completely understood. I recognize there is still plenty of concern to still address with my fiancé, but given how fresh this situation is, I wanted to afford myself a little grace of absorbing my feelings for what has happened before figuring out exactly what to do. I lost a friend too. New update 2 October 11th, 2024. I'm considering canceling our wedding and calling off our engagement over a pizza. TLDR. After canceling his health insurance without discussion or my knowledge, and a severe lack of support, consideration and accountability, I'm considering calling everything off. Buckle up, because this is a long one. While the drama around my fiancé's best man has simmered, the deeper issues surrounding a lack of support have not. Apologies in advance for this not being centered around my fiancé's best man. Not much has honestly changed. A conversation between them was had, much of which was my fiancé assuring him that things would blow over and accommodating Jay's stresses that it was only a joke. While my fiancé acknowledged what was said was wrong, the conversation wasn't to set boundaries. I eventually had to have my own conversation with Jay that my fiancé stood silently in the room for. I reached my breaking point 2 weeks ago. Following everything with his best man and a few other challenges we'd been facing, I tried putting my best foot forward these past 6 months. I sought out therapy to address the lack of support and anxiety I was feeling and have made intentional efforts to work on our relationship to ensure we were in a stronger place before committing to each other. In May, after some unexpected and startling health concerns requiring an emergency room visit, my fiancé came clean to me about secretly canceling his health insurance in January without talking to or telling me. When I asked him why, he blamed the cost of the wedding being too expensive and wanting to save the $150 a month, taking no other accountability for his actions, outside of an apology. I have a small amount of experience in accounting and have budgeted the wedding down to the last dollar. This has included the consideration of inflation and other potentials as well. In total, from the smallest decoration to the cost of a marriage certificate, everything comes down to around $22,000, all of which I have strategically budgeted for throughout our 2-year engagement. My parents have graciously given us $14,000 as well to help with the expenses, and I have personally taken on the price of my dress, wedding bands, and a slightly larger portion of the vendors. To put it simply, while it may not be as much as others, we have privilege. Not only was there no need for this cancellation, but I have yet to see any of that additional support for expenses. Regardless, in response, I took it upon myself to take more of the costs on and pursue a part-time job on top of my full-time position that earns roughly $70,000 a year. While it's not by a large margin, I do make the most between us individually, and have a larger responsibility in my daily work life with longer hours and a significant level of expected travel as a result. The choice to take on a part-time role was not one of want, but of desire to ease the burden he was feeling. I started a role reviewing blogs, essays, resumes, and other forms of writing in July, and our relationship quickly unraveled. Because I commute, I typically arrive home 3 hours after my fiancé. After arriving, I would immediately have to hop on my laptop and review writings for the next 2 hours or so to stay on top of my quota. I tried my best to make a routine out of it, so we would have intentional time together once I finished each night. This was met with cold shouldering, frustration, and a lack of consideration for my level of exhaustion and strain for months. Anytime I asked him to choose a show to watch or decide on dinner, he usually does cook because I get home so much later. While I revised, I was met with scoffs and accusations that I no longer cared to tend to our relationship. I tried countless times to address his frustrations and was shut out or cornered in a circular argument about my priorities. 2 weeks ago, I was slated to travel for my full-time position to Atlanta during Hurricane Helene. In a matter of 12 hours, my afternoon flight for the next day was shifted to one leaving at 5 a.m., to give me ample time to shelter in place prior to the arrival of the storm. I rushed home to finish packing and prepare myself to drive over an hour to the airport and stay at a hotel nearby for additional flexibility in case of issues surrounding my early travel that next morning. After arriving home, I immediately hopped in the shower and asked my fiancé to order dinner so we could have one final meal together. During my shower, he offered to order a hot honey, jalapeno, and pineapple pizza from a new place we'd been wanting to try. Which I normally would have been happy to try. However, I don't like jalapeno the way some people don't like cilantro, and am avidly against pineapple on pizza. Something that's come up multiple times during our relationship. And while I'm good with spice, the idea of taking that on with the travel stress and early start time I had the next day made me hesitant. I calmly asked if there was another option for tonight and if we could try that specific pizza once I got home instead, expressing my concerns over my nerves, which received a frustrated scoff and sarcastic response of, "What then, just cheese?" I explained any other topping combination would work, and restated my issues. He walked out of the bathroom without response and I finished my shower. The pizza was never ordered, no food was ordered. I followed up as soon as I got out of the shower, asking if there was another option he wanted or a place he wanted to consider, and received a prompt no. As I finished getting ready, I asked if anything had been ordered again, and no. I finally snapped and begged and demanded him to order the hot honey pizza because I was out of time. He accused me of making him feel like he's forcing me into the decision, but after a bit of back and forth, the pizza was ordered and the mood immediately shifted. Everything was peaceful, warm, and loving at home up until I left. Yet I cried the entire hour and 15-minute drive to the airport hotel. I cried the entire next day, throughout the storm in Atlanta, and the entire day after. Following a lack of sleep, stress, and intense emotions, I had a complete mental breakdown, realizing I can't live like this. I called my fiancé and poured out every frustration, emotion, and feeling, which I admit was probably not presented in the best light, but none of it was well received. In the 2 weeks since, despite many attempts, conversations have gone nowhere, with only ultimatums being offered for me to make. I've proposed countless alternatives that focus on us working on ourselves and together these next few months, but he is only seeking an answer to whether or not we will be getting married next summer, and has made it known this is a decision that must be made by the end of October. At this point, I don't see how I can possibly gain the confidence to commit myself to him by next summer. For the sake of not doubling the length of this post, I will leave it at this for now. All of this is being discussed with my therapist. At this time, he has chosen not to pursue counseling with me, despite my asking and advocating. Many words have been expressed, and I'm trying. But I'm starting to second guess and waver on just how far love can get me through all of this. My aunt posted a video exposing my parents calling me a freeloader, despite all I've done for them. My name is Cameron, and I grew up in the shadow of a star. That star represented my older sister, Lily. Our house was usually full of people, uncles, aunts, cousins, you name it. They'd crowd into our backyard like ants at a picnic, drawn by the promise of my mother's wonderful barbecue and the opportunity to see Lily play. Our backyard was like a stage, with its beautifully groomed lawn and the large oak tree providing the perfect backdrop. Dad would light the grill, the aroma of charcoal and sizzling meat filling the air, while Mom went around making sure everyone had a drink in hand. "Lily, sweetie," Aunt Marge would call out, her voice cutting through the din, "why don't you give us a little song?" All eyes would immediately turn to my sister. Lily would bounce into a chair, her golden curls bouncing and a naughty sparkle in her eyes. She'd clear her throat dramatically and then, like magic, belt out * "My heart will go on * in her best Celine Dion impersonation. The adults would go wild, clapping and yelling as if they were at a live concert. Mom and Dad were beaming with joy, and Dad frequently wiped a tear from his eye. Meanwhile, I'd stand to the side, attempting to blend in with the shrubs. It wasn't that I didn't want to participate, but every time I opened my mouth to sing, it sounded like a cat being strangled. What about poetry? Forget about it. The words would jumble on my tongue, leaving me red-faced and stammering. My family has whispered that I am so unlike my sister. Not only were the relatives present, but Mom and Dad made it plain who the family's star was. While Lily was shuttled between ballet courses, singing lessons, and art workshops, I was left to my own devices. Not that I cared much. I sought refuge in the dusty old books that adorned our shelf. The only person who appeared to understand me was Great Aunt Maggie. She'd discover me hidden behind the garage or in the treehouse, nose buried in a book. "What adventure are you on today, Cameron?" she'd ask, snuggling down next to me. I would look up, thankful for the interruption. "Oh, just reading about ancient Egypt," I'd say, showing her the cover of my most recent find. Maggie nodded, her eyes gleaming. "You have a good head on your shoulders, girl. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise." Those moments with Maggie were like a balm for my soul. She did not ask me to perform or be anything other than who I was. With her, I could simply be Cameron, the quiet bookish girl who preferred the company of paper and ink to the commotion of family gatherings. But, as much as I treasured those memories, they couldn't take away the agony of being the neglected child. Every time Lily learned a new song or received an award, my parents would lavish her with praise and gifts. New clothes, the latest electronics, you name it. Lily got it, what about me? I received hand-me-downs and signs of frustration. School became my refuge. While I wasn't the most popular student, I did find my rhythm in class. I wasn't content to simply sit there and let the lessons wash over me. No, I was determined to understand what the lecturers stated. "Mrs. Thompson," I'd say after class, my voice soft but steady, "could you please explain that bit about mitosis again? I didn't quite understand it." She would smile, clearly pleased with my involvement. "Of course, Cameron. Why don't we discuss it together?" If a teacher couldn't spare the time, I'd request book recommendations. My backpack quickly became overloaded with extra reading material. I'd stay up late studying those books, trying to master every subject. All of that hard work paid off. By the time I entered high school, I was at the top of my class. For once in my life, I was the best at something. I even made a few friends, other bookworms who didn't mind my quiet personality. As graduation approached, our home became Lily Central. Mom was continuously assisting her in putting together her portfolio for the advertising and public relations department at a prestigious college. "Oh honey, this campaign idea is perfect," Mom would enthuse when she looked at Lily's work. "You're so talented." I'd roll my eyes and retreat to my room, engrossed in my studies. But one night, over yet another family meal centered on Lily's college ambitions, something in me broke. "I'm going to college too," I blurted out. "I want to study management." The hush that ensued was deafening. Then, to my surprise and hurt, they all started laughing. "Oh sweetie," Mom murmured, brushing away her tears. "We don't have the money for that. You'll need to acquire a job following graduation. You're simply not as talented as your sister." I felt as though I had been slapped. But I'm the top student in my class," I stammered, angry and embarrassed. "I get straight A's." I raced inside my room and returned with my report card, slamming it on the table. They all leaned in to look, their eyes widening in amazement. "Well, I'll be damned," Dad said, scratching his head. "When did this happen?" "It's been happening for years," I snapped. "Not that any of you ever noticed." Mom had the decency to show shame. "Cameron, we had no idea," she began, but Dad interrupted her. "Look, that doesn't do anything. We spent all of our savings on Lily's education. There is nothing left for you, Cameron. I'm sorry, but that's simply how things are. You'll work at my cousin Frank's restaurant after graduation." I turned and ran, ignoring their calls. I rushed up the stairs to my room, slamming the door so hard that the walls trembled. As I dropped into my bed, sobbing coursing through my body, I felt something inside me tighten. "Fine," I thought, stiffening my fists. "If they don't help me, I'll find another method. I'll show them all Cameron can do. The following several months were a blur. Lily left for college, accompanied by sad goodbyes and triumphant parental embraces. Meanwhile, I redoubled my efforts in my studies, aiming to graduate at the top of my class. During this period, I found myself spending increasingly more time with Great Aunt Maggie. Her little pleasant abode became my safe haven from the stress at home. One afternoon, while we sipped tea in her bright kitchen, she asked me the question I had been dreading. "So Cameron," she asked, her sympathetic eyes fixated on my, "what are your plans after graduation?" I looked into my teacup, fighting back tears. I'm not sure, Aunt Maggie. Mom and Dad will not assist me with college. They claim there is no money left after paying for Lily's education. Maggie was quiet for a time before reaching across the table and squeezing my hand. "Cameron, dear, I have some savings. I would like to give these to you for college. You're as brilliant as a whip, and I'll be damned if I waste that brain of yours." The reality of her words struck me like a tidal wave. I fell into tears, stunned by her generosity and the understanding that my dreams had not died after all. "Thank you," I sobbed and threw my arms around her. "Thank you so much, Aunt Maggie." The months passed quickly, and before I knew it I was going across the stage at graduation, diploma in hand. As I searched the crowd, I noticed Aunt Maggie smiling at me. My parents were also present, looking proud but uncomfortable. Mom strolled in one evening as I was poring over college brochures. "Cameron, honey," she continued, her voice syrupy sweet, "your father's cousin Frank has called. He has a waitressing position for you at his restaurant. Isn't this exciting?" I took a deep breath. "Actually, Mom, I won't need that job. I am going to college." Dad appeared at the doorway, unhappy. "And how exactly do you plan to pay for that?" "Aunt Maggie is assisting me," I stated, my chin held high. "She's giving me her savings for tuition." The stunned hush that ensued was almost hilarious. Then, to my surprise, Dad's face became red with fury. "Absolutely not," he exclaimed. "If Maggie has any money to spare, it should go to Lily. She wants a car for her advertising job following graduation next year." I couldn't believe what I heard. "Are you serious?" I spit. "This is my chance to get an education, to make something of myself." "Don't be selfish, Cameron," Mom interjected. "Your sister needs that money more than you do." "No," I replied, my voice shaky but firm. "This is my money now, and I'm spending it on education." End of discussion. From then on, living at home became miserable. My parents either ignored me totally or yelled at me for the tiniest things. The tension was suffocating. After a particularly scathing dispute, I called Aunt Maggie in tears and revealed everything. "Pack your bags, sweetheart," she stated without hesitation. "You're moving in with me." The next day I packed my belongings into a cab and drove away, watching my childhood home shrink in the rearview mirror. As I drove up to Aunt Maggie's house, I felt a weight lift off my shoulders. The summer went by in a blur of preparation, and before I knew it I was walking onto the campus of State University. Thanks to my excellent grades and Aunt Maggie's generosity, I was accepted into the management program of my dreams. My first day of school, I felt like I was flying on air. As I sat in my Introduction to Business course, taking in every word, I couldn't help but think, I did it. I'm actually here. Meanwhile, Lily began her final year at her posh institution. I hadn't heard much from her or my parents since I moved out, but I tried not to be concerned. I was too busy enjoying my newfound independence and the exhilaration of college life. However, around a month into the semester, Aunt Maggie phoned me. "Cameron, dear," she started tentatively, "I think you should sit down for this." My pulse raced as she told me about the family drama I had missed. Lily apparently showed up at home unexpectedly, expressing her decision to drop out of college. "What's the reason?" She was pregnant. Aunt Maggie claimed Lily had been cavalier about the whole situation. "Oh, don't worry," she'd said, tossing her hair. "The baby's father is wealthy. We'll get married soon." But the narrative did not stop there. It came out that Lily's boyfriend was not as serious as she imagined. When he discovered she'd also been sleeping with his pal, all hell broke loose. They didn't even know who the father was. Aunt Maggie sighed. I sat there, phone pressed against my ear, trying to digest everything. Part of me felt a sick sense of satisfaction. The golden child had fallen from her pedestal. But ultimately, I was sad for Lily and the mess she had gotten herself into. The saga continued for several months. Aunt Maggie kept me informed of all the gossip from the family parties I no longer attended. When Lily's kid was born, a DNA test proved that her boyfriend was the father. But instead of the fairy tale wedding Lily had hoped for, he just agreed to pay child support. The ultimate blow came when Lily, desperate for employment, accepted a position as a server at Uncle Frank's restaurant, the same job my parents had tried to force on me. As I hung up the phone, I experienced a flurry of emotions. A small, petty part of me wanted to brag, to rub my accomplishment in my family's faces. But ultimately, I felt deeply grateful for where I was and how far I'd come. 4 years passed in a flurry of lectures, tests, and late-night study sessions. Before I knew it, I was walking across the stage at graduation, clutching my hard-earned management degree. As I searched the crowd, I noticed Aunt Maggie smiling at me, tears of pride in her eyes. My outstanding grades and glowing references from my instructors helped me obtain a job as a manager at the Gilded Fork, one of the city's most prominent restaurants. The compensation exceeded my expectations, and for the first time in my life, I felt truly accomplished. I knew what I wanted to accomplish after receiving my first paycheck. I marched into the electronics store and purchased the most recent smartphone for Aunt Maggie. Her face brightened up as I showed it to her. "Oh, Cameron," she said, turning the sleek device over in her hands. "This is too much." I grinned and pulled out my own phone. "Not at all. Now let me show you how to utilize it." I spent the following 3 weeks teaching Aunt Maggie the ins and outs of social media. She took to it like a duck to water, particularly enjoying Facebook's video feature. Her page quickly filled up with videos of her garden, cat, and the fabled apple pie in various stages of preparation. During my lunch breaks, I'd view her videos and give comments and likes. It was our method of remaining in touch, even when work kept me busy. My phone buzzed one day when I was getting ready for the dinner rush. I looked at it, astonished to find my mother's name on the screen. We hadn't spoken for years. "Cameron," she said hesitantly. "We were hoping you might come over to talk." After a lengthy delay, I consented. That Sunday, I was standing on the porch of my boyhood house, my hand hanging over the doorbell. Before I could press it, the door opened. "Cameron!" My mother drew me into a close hug. "Oh, sweetie, it's so good to see you." Inside, I found my father, Lily, and a toddler who I assumed was my niece. The atmosphere was tense, but not aggressive, as I had imagined. "You look good, kiddo," Dad observed, his tone stern yet loving. "We hear you're doing well for yourself." I nodded, being apprehensive. "I am. I currently work as a manager at the Gilded Fork." Their eyes opened at the restaurant's name. Mother cleared her throat. "That's amazing, sweetie. Actually, that is one of the reasons we wanted to speak with you." Over the next hour, they apologized for how they had treated me, confessing their mistake in dismissing my potential. Then came the true reason for the gathering. "Cameron," Mom remarked, looking at Lily. We were wondering if you might be able to help Lily get a job at your restaurant." I looked at my sister, who was bouncing her daughter on her knee. She refused to meet my gaze. "I'll see what I can do," I concluded. "No promises, but I'll ask." True to my word, I spoke with the restaurant owner, Mr. Reeves, about Lily. To my astonishment, he agreed to give her a chance as administrator. Lily began the following week. I watched her intently, half expecting her to fail or make trouble, but to my surprise, she excelled. She was punctual and efficient, and her customers adored her charm. As the weeks went, I found myself becoming more relaxed with her. We weren't best buddies by any means, but we had a good professional connection. Just when I thought I had it all figured out, the universe decided to throw me another curveball, this time a good one. Mr. Reeves called me into his office one day. My heart raced, and I wondered whether I had done something wrong. Instead, he winked at me and asked, "Cameron, how would you like to help me expand the business?" Before I knew it, I was overseeing the opening of 3 more restaurants. My days became a blur of staff meetings, food tastings, and data crunching. It was grueling, exhilarating, and all I could have imagined. The promotion included a large pay increase, and I suddenly found myself with more money than I knew what to do with. That's when my parents' calls started. At first, it was just minor issues. "The roof is leaking," Mom would say, her tone apprehensive. "We were wondering if you might be able to help out a little." I was amazed at how nice it felt to say yes and fix their difficulties with a simple transfer of dollars. It began with the roof, then a new water heater, and before long, I was financing a full home restoration. As their financial position improved, thanks to my monthly allowance, the famed family parties resumed. However, when I attended, things were different. "Have you heard about Cameron's latest project?" Mom would gush to her family. "She is opening a new restaurant downtown. We are so proud of her." When I caught Lily's eye across the room, she gave me a little smile. She was also doing well, having been appointed to head administrator at the Gilded Fork. "My girls," Dad would say, putting one arm around each of us. Both of them making their old man proud. A part of me wanted to be bitter, to remind them of how they had treated me previously, but a greater part savored in the warmth of their approval, something I'd coveted for so long. As I drove home that night, I felt a wave of contentment rush over me. After all these years, I finally got everything I'd always wanted. Professional achievement and the love and appreciation of my family. I was the golden kid now, but more importantly, I was my own woman, able to stand on my own 2 feet. It was a quiet Sunday afternoon when my world collapsed around me. I was sipping my coffee and surfing through Facebook when I noticed Aunt Maggie had posted a new video. It was from one of the family events I had missed because of job obligations. I smiled and clicked play, expecting to witness the usual scenes of laughter and merriment. What I saw instead caused my blood to run cold. My parents appeared in full color, their cheeks flushed with drink and self-righteousness. Mom was gesticulating madly, her voice slurred yet clear. "And Cameron, that ungrateful little freeloader," she said. "She rarely provides us anything. We're not made of money, you understand?" Dad joined in, his cheeks flushed. "That's correct. We're doing okay, thanks to Lily. She's the one who keeps that pricey restaurant going. Cameron only rides on her coattails." The video proceeded with several families nodding and expressing their own criticisms. Lily sat in the corner, looking uncomfortable but not challenging them. As the film concluded, I sat there shocked. How could they? After everything I'd done for them, all the money I'd given them, how could they turn around and say such horrible, false things? With trembling palms, I scrolled down to the comments. I noticed a torrent of messages from my folks. "Maggie, erase this video right away. You have no right to post that. Take it down immediately." But Aunt Maggie's reaction brought me to tears. "I'm not sure how to delete videos, and even if I could, I wouldn't. It's time everyone knew the truth about how you treat Cameron. She's the one that helps you, and this is how you reciprocate her kindness. Shame on you both." I stayed there for what seemed like hours, watching the video and rereading the comments. The treachery struck deep, reopening scars that I believed were healed. I finally picked up the phone and dialed Aunt Maggie's number. "Oh, Cameron dear," she replied in response, her voice filled with sorrow. "I take it you've seen the video?" "Yeah," I said, my throat scratchy from crying. "I cannot believe it, Aunt Maggie. How could they?" I could hear the rage in her voice when she responded. "They have always been like this, Cameron. You just haven't been there to witness it. I'm sorry you had to find out this way, but it might be for the best. You deserve to know the truth." We talked for hours, Aunt Maggie supporting me while I alternated between disbelief, rage, and grief. As darkness fell, I reached a decision. "I'm cutting them off," I told Aunt Maggie, my voice steady despite my sadness. "There's no more money. There is no more aid. They made their bed and now they may lie in it." The days following the video disclosure were some of the most difficult of my life. My phone was continuously buzzing with messages and calls from my folks, but I couldn't bring myself to respond. Their comments, so nasty and false, ran on repeat in my thoughts. After a week of stillness, I wrote them a short, frigid text. "I've watched the video, I know exactly what you think of me, do not contact me again. The money stops now." Their responses poured in immediately. At first they apologized. "Cameron, we're very sorry, we did not mean any of it. Please forgive us." But as the days passed and I remained silent, their melody shifted. "We are your parents. You owe us." Each message twisted the knife deeper, but I remained steadfast. I had given them numerous opportunities, but they had all turned them down. It was time to stop the loop. Lily, strangely, remained out of it. At work, she was the epitome of efficiency and professionalism. If she felt any anger at losing our parents' financial assistance, she didn't show it. Our interactions were pleasant but distant. "I'm not taking sides," she told me one day, following a staff meeting. "It's between you and them." I nodded, respecting her impartiality, even if a part of me wished she would advocate for me. But I understood, she needed to focus about her own child right now. As the weeks progressed to months, I found myself relying greatly on Aunt Maggie. Our Sunday video conversations were the highlight of my week. She'd regale me with stories from her garden or her most recent baking escapade, delivering a much-needed dose of normalcy in the midst of my chaotic life. "You're doing the right thing, Cameron," she'd tell me when I had reservations. "Don't let them manipulate you anymore." To my astonishment, more relatives began to approach out. Cousin Sarah, who had always been nice to me at family occasions, wrote me a meaningful email. "I watched the video. Cameron, I want you to know that I believe you're fantastic. What you've accomplished, how you've assisted everyone, you're an inspiration. Do not let anyone tell you otherwise. Uncle Bob, Dad's brother, called me unexpectedly. Kid, I've watched you grow into this beautiful woman. Your parents are fools if they don't recognize how unique you are. Keep in mind that you have relatives on your side. These words of encouragement were like balm to my broken heart. I understood that, while I had lost my parents, I had gained a family that valued me for who I was. As the year came to a close, Mr. Reeves invited me into his office. I went in anxious, wondering if the family stress had influenced my professional performance. Instead, he smiled warmly and announced, "Cameron, I am retiring next year. I want you to take over as CEO of the restaurant group." I stood there, stunned into silence. Finally, I stammered out, "Are you sure?" He nodded, his eyes sparkling. "I have never been more certain about anything in my life. You've earned it, Cameron. You are the reason this firm has thrived. It's time you took control." As I exited his office, my mind racing with possibilities, I realized something profound. The little girl who had been overlooked and undervalued had grown into a lady who had exceeded everyone's expectations, even her own. My sister banned me from her wedding, claiming her fiancé has feelings for me. Now he's refusing to marry her over it. Hello everyone, I'm Michelle, 20F, and I would greatly appreciate your feedback. Emily, 25F, is my older sister, and she is expected to marry Jonathan, 25M. Between them, everything appeared to be ideal. We all believed they were meant to be together, and they had been together for years. However, things have just taken a very odd and surprising turn, and now their wedding is in doubt. Why? My sister won't let me go to their wedding, therefore Jonathan has declined to marry her. Furthermore, Emily thinks Jonathan has feelings for me. I understand how crazy that sounds, but allow me to clarify. For background, I don't have a close relationship with either my parents or my sister. I kind of drifted away from them once I started college, but it's not like anything major happened to trigger a fallout. Since I moved out for school, I haven't really spent much time at home. I would usually travel or go to my grandparents' house during spring holidays rather than returning home. Simply said, it seemed like a better alternative than having to cope with the unpleasantness of being at home. The problem is that I'm not at all like my sister or parents. If it makes sense, we've never really clicked. I'm not truly a part of their universe, which is their own. They never seem to understand me, and to be honest, they never made an effort. They would all bond over something I didn't care about while I was growing up, and it seemed like I was speaking a foreign language anytime I brought up something I was interested in. They would simply listen, nod, then return the conversation to their own interests. So I gave up trying after a time. But here's what hurts the most. They made no attempt to contact me as I began to distance myself from them. They seemed to be quite content with me removing myself from their lives, almost as if they were glad to see me go. To be honest, that hurt. Family members should be aware when one of their own is gradually fading away, but they didn't appear to give a damn. It simply validated my long-held belief that I didn't belong with them. I eventually only went to see them for important occasions like birthdays and holidays. Even so though, I still felt more like a visitor to their lives. I would arrive, take care of the family business and then depart. The dialogue was always courteous but superficial. There was no genuine connection, no warmth. Additionally, Emily and I never shared the strong sisterhood that many siblings do. She has always been the family's golden kid, the one who did everything right, went down the route my parents desired and blended in flawlessly. I was the black sheep, the odd one out. They aren't awful individuals or anything, but the way they discreetly disparage me shows that they may be true bullies. You know how some small remarks can have a profound impact despite appearing innocuous at first glance? Yes, I would get that. I eventually came to the conclusion that it was simply preferable to avoid them as much as possible. Why place yourself in an uncomfortable and out-of-place situation? The problem is that when Jonathan joined us for Christmas dinner last year, I didn't feel totally invisible for the first time in a long time. My family has a way of making me feel as like I'm an outsider in my own house and that I don't belong. I wasn't treated that way by Jonathan though. Instead of treating me like the odd black sheep I often feel around my family, he was actually kind to me and spoke to me like a regular person. I didn't give it much thought at first. It was only basic politeness after all. However, Emily was very troubled by this for some reason. It's not as though Jonathan and I were engaging in a meaningful, private discussion. We simply discussed a variety of topics, including travel, school, amusing incidents at work, and other everyday topics. However, Emily seemed strange about it right away. I tried to ignore the cold stares she kept giving me during supper. That is, until she addressed me directly later that night. I will always remember that. She said, "I know what you're doing," and drew me aside. "You're attempting to take my boyfriend. even though you've always been envious of me. To be honest, I was stunned. Steal her man? I mean? Even so, where did that originate? She refused to let it go even after I told her she was being foolish and laughed it off. She insisted that I was being too nice with Jonathan and that he was acting strangely around me. It was such a crazy charge that I wasn't even sure how to react. Where the hell was this coming from? Being the center of attention has always been Emily's thing. My folks adore her. She's the ideal person. She's their golden child, so I understand. But saying that I attempted to snatch her fiancé. Even for her it was a new low. Like I normally do with her drama, I tried to ignore it. I assumed she was simply being insecure or worried for whatever reason because we're not close anyhow. The problem is that after that night, things became strange amongst us all. I didn't believe Emily could have gotten any farther away. She seemed to be deliberately avoiding me now, even though we were never close in the first place. She would either act as though she couldn't be bothered or give me one-word responses if I tried to speak with her. She would be glued to Jonathan's side during family get-togethers, as if she were claiming her space. It was absurd. Jonathan, however, pretended that nothing had changed. He remained courteous, amiable, and normal in my presence. What truly irritates me, I suppose, is how easily my family seems to agree with Emily. There were subtle clues, but no one ever spoke to me explicitly. Every time Emily and Jonathan were present, my mother would give me these strange stares. My dad, who is generally quite indifferent, began saying more about the value of connections and the necessity of family support. Everything was quite passive-aggressive. My anger increased as I gave it more thought. I've never been the kind to become entangled in the drama of others, much less that of my sister. Why would I suddenly get interested in Emily's fiancé when we almost ever speak outside of family gatherings? It was illogical. My grandparents informed me of Emily's engagement a few months later. Indeed, I was not even informed that my own sister was getting married. Finding out from my grandparents was a stomach punch, even if I wasn't exactly expecting her to send me a personalized invitation with love and glitter or anything at this point. You know, the kind that validates your preconceived notions about your family's lack of concern for you. I suppose I had been clinging to a sliver of hope that, despite the stress and distance, she would still think of me as having been a part of this significant occasion in her life. Hey, we're sisters, right? I thought. We may not be close, but I am still her family. That was obviously too much to ask for, though. When I learned about the engagement, I kept quiet to Emily. I initially assumed that she might have forgotten to tell me or that she was simply preoccupied with wedding preparations. For some reason, I was still giving her the benefit of the doubt. Even though I realized that sounds foolish. I assumed that she would ultimately give me a call or at the very least, send me a last-minute invitation. However, days stretched into weeks, and nothing happened. Crickets. Then I got an unexpected call from Emily. Since we hadn't actually spoken since that strange accusation over Christmas, I must admit that I was taken aback when her name appeared on my phone. I replied, attempting to sound informal, as if my own sister hadn't forgotten me entirely. She broke the news to him after a few awkward minutes of small talk. I'm not inviting you to the wedding. As I tried to take in what she had just said, I became silent for a moment. Even though I wasn't particularly eager to leave or anything, it still hurt to hear her say it aloud. When I asked her why, she gave me the most ridiculous explanation. I don't want you there because Jonathan has feelings for you. It will simply be uncomfortable. I had to laugh, laughed aloud indeed. It was unbelievable to me that this was taking place. To begin with, Jonathan has no affection for me, and even if he did, I wouldn't have stood up during the ceremony to declare my unwavering love for him. I didn't even want to argue because it was all so absurd. I simply hung up after saying, "Have a great wedding and happy marriage." It didn't really matter to me whether or not I was a part of her special day because I didn't need that turmoil in my life and, to be honest, we weren't close. Emily and I were living in two entirely separate universes, and I had long since accepted this. However, I simply needed to let things out and perhaps gain some external insight. Am I the only one who thinks this whole thing is crazy? Have any of you had a similar situation? I would appreciate any guidance. Update 1. I need to write this all down while it's still fresh in my head since yesterday was completely crazy. Emily's rehearsal dinner descended into total mayhem, and I was somehow pulled into the center of it all. My phone started exploding when I was spending a typical Thursday night cuddled up with my laptop, working on an assignment. I chose to ignore it at first. Lately, I've gotten fairly adept at that. However, in less than 10 minutes, I saw that I had 7 missed calls from my dad. My dad doesn't call more than once now. He's the kind that assumes you're busy if you don't respond right away and will try again later. 7 calls then? There was clearly a problem. He was trembling when I finally answered. He sounded like someone I had never heard before. Michelle, you must visit the location immediately. Like a broken record, he said, right now. He just replied, it's about Jonathan and Emily. When I inquired what was wrong. Just come, please. His voice was so desperate that I was a little alarmed. But here's the thing, did they really think that I would just drop everything and rush to their aid after all of the turmoil, allegations, and exclusion from the wedding? I told him just that. Remember, Dad, I'm not attending this wedding. Emily was rather explicit about that. Michelle, please, he replied. Jonathan is unwilling to hold the wedding without your presence. I was halted in my tracks by that. What? My phone beeped with another call, this time from Mom, before I could comprehend that bomb. She was crying, really crying when I turned over. She kept saying, your sister needs you. As if she had forgotten how they had all treated me during the previous few months. Listening to her cry about sisterly love and family loyalty when they had been okay without me until things went wrong was weird. Emily then called in a shambled, hardly comprehensible voice. Jonathan apparently showed up for the rehearsal dinner and asked me right away where I was. He lost it when Emily informed him I wasn't invited, but it was more subdued and disappointed than furious. He declared that he could not marry someone who would treat their own sister in such a manner in front of their friends, the wedding party, and both families. Recounting it, Emily sobbed into the phone. He claimed that after observing their treatment of me, he couldn't be a member of a family that would reject someone in such a way. I was just like Mom and Dad, he stated, adding that he didn't want to be around such poisonous behavior. If I'm being honest, a significant portion of me felt validated. At last, someone had witnessed what I had endured for years. In fact, someone had spoken up and declared that it was unacceptable. Emily wasn't finished though. In between sobbing, she began outlining this intricate plan for me to visit the location and explain that there was only a major misunderstanding and that I was the one who decided not to attend the wedding, claiming that it was entirely my idea. She persisted in repeating, we can fix this. Simply come and inform Jonathan that you have no intention of attending the wedding. Inform him that you were never left out. Michelle, please. I can't let him go. It was all breathtakingly audacious. It's absurd that after months of me behaving like a man-stealing villain and being told outright that I wasn't allowed to her wedding because her fiancé could be attracted to me. She wanted me to lie in order to keep her connection intact after making me feel like trash in my own family. I let her cry on the other end of the line for a long time without saying anything. Then, as coolly as I could, I said, I won't lie to you, Emily. You are now dealing with the repercussions of your decisions to ignore me and treat me as though I didn't exist. Fixing it is not my responsibility. But he'll hear you out. She almost let out a scream. He believes in you. I answered, perhaps he trusts me because I've never given him a reason not to. Perhaps he has doubts about your true identity because of anything he perceives in the way you have treated me. In any case, I won't be attending the event and I won't tell lies to improve your reputation. She was still complaining when I hung up. I then made myself a cup of tea, switched off my phone entirely, and took a seat to truly think about what had just transpired. My phone continued to light up with notifications over the course of the following several hours. I examined it and found voicemails from my parents, missed calls from Emily's pals, and texts from relatives I hadn't spoken to in years. The entire family seemed to have banded together to try to coerce me into cleaning up Emily's mess. But what do you know? For the first time in my life, I was very sure that avoiding them was the proper thing to do. Jonathan alone had been able to see through their actions. Not because of anything I said or did, but because of how they treated me, he had come to that conclusion. And to be honest, that seemed like the fullest confirmation I could have hoped for. Last night, I went to bed without using my phone, and I slept better than I have in months. For once, let them handle the consequences of their own behavior. I'm done cleaning up other people's crap and being the family scapegoat. My grandparents, who are the only relatives I still communicate with, informed me this morning that Jonathan is not returning calls from Emily or my parents. It seems that he has informed his family that the wedding is final. My parents are working feverishly to contain the damage, Emily is inconsolable, and I'm just sitting here, at last content with my choice to keep my distance. I realize this is lengthy, but I had to say it all. I appreciate all of the comments on my previous post that affirmed my choice to keep my distance from my family. You were okay. Sometimes it's best to take a back seat and let others deal with the fallout from their own behavior. Update 2. Many of you inquired about my early years and the reasons behind my prolonged estrangement from my family. Since it's a somewhat weighty story, I didn't delve into it in my first post, but in light of recent events, I believe this is a good moment to explore some of it. The problem is that I suffer from social anxiety. I always had the feeling that something was wrong with me as a child, but I was never able to articulate it. However, my parents were traditionalists who thought mental health conditions were merely pretexts. They would frequently say things like, "You need to toughen up," or "You're just being dramatic." They would label me weak or lazy if I ever showed signs of anxiety or a panic attack, as if I was choosing to feel that way. When I look back, I can see a lot of warning signs. I had this big presentation for English class when I was 15. The thought of standing in front of 30 students was a recipe for a social anxiety disorder. I had trouble sleeping the night before, and I felt physically ill the morning of. I begged to stay at home and informed my parents. My father's reaction? "Your nervousness won't cause life to stop. Quit making a huge deal out of everything." I ultimately experienced a severe panic attack in front of the class. My voice began breaking. Some children even started chuckling, and my hands were shaking so much that I was unable to grip my notes. The room seemed to be whirling, but I was unable to go out. Rather than offering consolation, my mother simply remarked, "See, you made it through. All that drama was in vain." Everything was made worse by Emily, who was the ideal sister. She was the student body president, the debate team captain, and pretty much everything else that I couldn't be due to my anxiety. When she had large gatherings of her friends, people would remark that I was the weird sister who never came out of her room. I heard Emily say to her pals once, "Yeah, she's just antisocial. She believes that she is too good to be with anyone." My life changed when I was in college. My first semester was a total meltdown for me. Being away from home, adjusting to new social circumstances, and attempting to balance my anxiety while attending classes became too much to handle. I recall feeling like I was dying while I sat in my dorm room, gasping for air. I was almost dragged to the college counseling center by my roommate, who, bless her, saw something was really wrong. The first person who truly listened to me was Dr. Martinez, whom I met there. She didn't urge me to toughen up or minimize my emotions. Rather, she assisted me in comprehending my condition. Dr. Martinez suggested seeing a psychiatrist for a proper diagnosis after a few sessions. It was like finally giving the monster I'd been battling my entire life a name when I received that diagnosis of social anxiety disorder. It wasn't seeking attention or being dramatic, as my family had always insisted. It was a legitimate ailment, and more significantly, it was treatable. The sessions of treatment opened my eyes. I learned from Dr. Martinez that my family's actions were not only unsupportive but also purposefully damaging. She gave me advice on setting limits, advocating for myself, and identifying harmful behaviors. At that point, I began to intentionally distance myself from my family. What really bothers me, though, is that my parents totally rejected my diagnosis when I tried to explain it to them. "These doctors are just trying to make money by labeling everything a disease," my mother genuinely said. "I was merely using big words to justify my antisocial behavior," Emily added, rolling her eyes. I made one final attempt to explain things to them last Thanksgiving, before all of this wedding turmoil began. I had prepared an entire speech on social anxiety, complete with research and figures. "Michelle, when are you going to stop making excuses and start living in the real world?" My dad interrupted me mid-sentence. I came to the realization that they would never change at that point. They would never make an effort to comprehend. They had an unchangeable perception of me as the challenging kid, the dramatic one, the problem. And what do you know? It was strangely liberating to realize that. It made it easier for me to cease looking for their understanding or acceptance. In retrospect, I can see how this tendency directly contributed to the wedding scenario, my parents' hasty acceptance of Emily's story without even challenging it, and Emily's rapid leap to believe I was stealing her fiancé. It's all a part of their long-held belief that I'm the one who causes difficulty and should be managed. Jonathan saw right through this. He observed how they handled me, how they minimized my emotions, and how they used me as the blame for everything. And he called it out for what it was. Poisonous conduct, in contrast to everyone else in my family's social circle who simply accepted their own version of reality. I suppose I'm attempting to convey that this wedding drama wasn't an isolated incident. The result of years of family dynamics in which I was consistently portrayed as the bad guy, the problem child, and the one who needed to be fixed. Perhaps that's why Jonathan's choice feels so righteous to me. Someone else finally noticed what I've been going through for years. Yes, that is the backstory that many of you requested. It clarifies why I'm not in a rush to make repairs right now. I've spent far too many years attempting to change how my family views me, to get their understanding, and to gain their acceptance. I've finished that. Accepting that certain individuals, even members of your family, will never understand or accept you is sometimes the healthiest thing you can do. Update 3. A month has passed since everything went wrong, and I must now reveal the last portion of this tale. At least now I can say that what began as a wedding drama is really finished, even though it has grown into something I never could have predicted. Emily lost everything when her wedding was called off. My new phone number was somehow obtained by her, and she shared it with everyone she knew. I was suddenly inundated with hundreds of hateful comments from strangers, her acquaintances, and distant family members. Guilt-tripping and downright intimidation were among the threats. The vandalism followed. Classic Emily, who used to do this to girls she detested in high school, was the first to leave eggs in my car. She escalated when that failed to get the desired response. I can't even remember how many times I discovered my mailbox ruined, my car vandalized, or my apartment door covered in offensive notes. She cut all 4 of my car tires and left a threatening note in her distinctive handwriting, which was the last straw. My parents consciously chose to ignore Emily's actions during all of this. Girls will be girls, or you need to be more understanding of your sister's pain, was their standard response to every event. They dismissed it as Emily just wanting to talk, even after I showed them security camera footage of her attempting to break into my flat. However, I was ready because of this incredible Reddit community, especially those who suggested that I install security cameras and record everything. I learned from the attorney you suggested that this constituted criminal harassment and vandalism rather than just family drama. Using witness accounts, video evidence, photos, and hundreds of threatening messages, we created a solid case. Emily ultimately realized she had gone too far when my lawyer provided our evidence along with the cease and desist notice. Her attempted break-in was captured on security tape, which was especially damaging. She attempted to bargain through her own attorney, stating that if I dropped everything, she would cover the damages. However, I declined. This was about accountability and penalties, not money. The court case proceeded quickly and decisively. Emily was accused of attempting to break and enter, criminal harassment and vandalism. She was given a permanent restraining order, required therapy, and a 1-year suspended sentence. Given the deliberate nature of her conduct and the substantial evidence of her increasing behavior, the judge was especially severe. My parents' response to the decision was expected. For destroying your sister's life over a few pranks, they accused me of being callous. In fact, they advised me to just move away if I felt unsafe, after I told them that Emily had repeatedly harassed me, damaged my belongings, and attempted to break into my house. I never intended to speak with them again after that. An out-of-court settlement was reached in the civil litigation. In addition to the damages for emotional distress and lost wages, Emily had to pay for all the harm she had caused. Her campaign of harassment on social media has cost me a number of freelancing businesses. More significantly, the settlement included a non-contact clause that prohibits our parents from serving as middlemen or flying monkeys any longer. According to my lawyer, Emily and my parents' concerns about their reputations played a role in the speedy settlement. It turns out that their concern for the opinions of their country club pals is far greater than their concern for doing the right thing. Normal. Since then, I've relocated to a new apartment in a building that is secure and under constant observation. My social media accounts have been closed down. My contact information has been totally updated, and my clients have been incredibly understanding of the situation. Someone who heard about my situation and was impressed by my handling of it even extended an offer of employment to me. The most unexpected result of it all? For the first time in my life, I feel liberated. The expectations and criticisms of my family are not weighing on me. I am no longer the scapegoat. I'm just Michelle, creating my own life according to my own rules. I'm neither the dramatic nor the challenging child. My life was actually altered by the Reddit community, who helped me through everything. In court, your recommendations on documentation and security precautions were crucial. When I started to doubt myself, your encouraging remarks kept me going, and your accounts of similar situations made me understand I wasn't alone. Remember that sharing DNA does not give someone the right to mistreat you if you're dealing with toxic family members. Walking away and letting them deal with the fallout from their actions is sometimes the healthiest course of action. It's about establishing limits and demanding respect, not about getting even. With therapy, my social anxiety is improving, but it's still there. It turns out that a lot of it was related to the continuous criticism and gaslighting I experienced as a child. Who would have thought that removing poisonous individuals might be such a successful treatment? I will no longer be updated now that this phase of my life is genuinely over. I'm concentrating on my education, profession, and creating a new network of chosen family members for support. I want to express my gratitude to everyone who supported me and followed my tale. You gave me the confidence to leave and the strength to advocate for myself. Living well is said to be the best kind of retaliation. The best closure, I would add, is knowing that you have finally advocated for yourself. I'm tired of being used as a scapegoat or victim by others. I've taken control of my life and will never look back. Reddit, thank you for everything and goodbye.